Hello, 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 hello. All right, I'm going to be productive today. I'm a little bit behind. I was actually going to take today off, but I really wanted to make weekly routes for people to import for next week. So basically, the goal is to make the routes and then potentially get my 2 sparks because I never actually finished that on my druid, and that's a bit of a problem. So I think I'm supposed to get those 2 sparks. I don't want to have to do it next week. Obviously, I want to be able to do Mythic Plus. So the character has been mostly prepped. I have been able to do 0 ults because I've had to do some obligations with some videos and whatnot. I'm excited though. It's no problem. I made a very fun video today that I hope people enjoy. Okay, what's up, Sir Duder? Good morning. I got my whole vault filled out. It's tier 8 minimum here. It's Mythic Zeros here to maximize my chance at tier. But now today, we are going to basically spend a few hours. I didn't get to do any routes. And I want to be able to make routes for people because I think that, if people try pull one like this, it's GG's for your Murderoki. And I think that going into next week, I know there are some other creators that have good resources about this. I had a mission to make my own. So I'm here, and we're going to be productive. Yeah, Papa, I'm going to try to lock in today, though. I don't want to yap too much. I really wanted to do this for the community, and it was an objective of mine, and I'm going to do it. Basically, I had already decided that this was something I was going to do. So I'm going to follow through, I'm going to be good about this. What's up, Unda? Good morning. Good morning. Let's see how that goes. I'm going to try. I've got some music playing. It's going to be a short stream. I actually was going to take the whole day off today and be like, I'm going to no wow because tomorrow is the season start. And I was going to shower 7 times today, bank some of them. I was going to basically go to the gym, go see the outside, smell some flowers because it's not going to happen tomorrow. Once tomorrow rolls around, there's going to be something to do. And then it will matter. So I'm excited, obviously, for the season, but I want to set up for it. That being said, I think a lot of people might forget. I'm kind of new at content creation still, so balancing all of this is difficult. It is. You know that? It's weirdly hard. I don't think people realize it's kind of tough sometimes to balance the different things that I want to do. I want to do all the builds, the guides, I wanted to make a bunch more guides. I didn't even get to make those. And then I realized that next week I want to post some stuff, and I've had some stuff in the background, and I got to make the thumbnails and do whatnot. Not a complaint. I'm enjoying it, and I think I'm just getting started. But because I'm an overachiever, I've got all these massively big goals, That's my problem. That's sort of my issue. There's so much that I want to do for everyone, and it will take me months, even working efficiently. It'll probably take me months to do. So we'll see. What are you guys up to? Have you guys actually finished all of the gearing you need to do, all the prep work for next season? You're doing great, bitch. Thank you, Under the Sun. I appreciate that. Remember, still the best way to start a conversation. I still want that to pick up. I absolutely want everybody to tune into stream, and that's the first thing they should say. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. So quick stream. The idea today is that I make routes. We'll go each dungeon. I want to make what I consider to be good weekly routes, and we'll go from there. What's up, SEO? What's up, bitch? What's up, John Button? Hey, Exilios. Good morning. Good morning. I'm doing good. Yesterday, I was a little nervous. What's up, K Gremlin? You like your new mount? What's up, bitch? Yes! It's catching on. Fantastic. Yes. Bring it. Come on. More. Yes. You've done the world tour already. Going to take a break from tanking next season. Oh, really? No more tanking for you? Interesting. Fair enough. Tried Boomkin. Don't think it's for you. Before you say that, Papa, I've got a Boomkin guide coming out with literally the best Boomkin on all of North American realms. Like rank 1, he used to play with Yoda, JPC, and everybody. He's really good. Yo. Oh, sorry, Exilios. No. Sorry. I should clarify. I'll still clarify this for a few times until it really catches on and everybody understands. I actually think that the best way to start a conversation with me is, what's up, bitch? Because, and I'll tell you why, there's a real story behind this. It's actually a real story. Hey, Mineko, I'll tell you why if you give me a second. It's because when I was younger, I won't go through the whole thing because I know some people have heard this, but it's a good reasoning, I promise. There's an actual reason for this. When I was younger, I was very sick. I grew up in the hospital. I had a lot of problems. My body didn't work right. I didn't get to go outside like all of the other little kids, and I was sick all the time. And when you're sick all the time and you have chronic conditions that just don't get better tomorrow, you have this weird thing where everybody always starts conversations by asking you how you're doing. And I don't mind that. Like, it's clearly like people are trying to be respectful. But every time you're in a conversation, somebody goes, hey, like, how you doing, you know? And I'm like, not good. And they go, well, that's terrible. And then they go, okay, well, I hope you feel better. And then like the next day they come back and they're like, how you doing? And it's like, not good. And it's like, you have to explain it every time. You have to justify how you're not feeling well. And I kind of learned early on in my life that if people were to just talk to me like a normal person, and instead of asking me the whole, hey, like, how are you doing? And it was actually just, what's up, bitch? I was like, oh, huh, wow, thank you. You know what I mean? That was a real story, Spanky. I did that. That's a real story, actually. Yeah. Spanky. That probably requires some context. Does that make sense, Exelios, though? So it's because I grew up with like chronic illness and genetic issues, and I was sick all the time, that I just wanted people to treat me like a normal person instead of somebody who was sick all the time. Hence the whole start a conversation with "What's up, bitch?" as a funny. It basically means that I'm doing good, because that's how you talk to normal people. That's how you talk to your friends. Does that make sense? That's why. So I do want people to keep doing that, but I will also keep clarifying that it's not rude to do that. It's actually something that I want to happen. I want people to say that because it makes me feel kind of warm and fuzzy inside. Does that make sense? So I will continue to clarify. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you could do it however you want. You could choose your word as long as it's not too disrespectful. I feel like it's okay to say that. In my opinion, that's in the middle. I'm all right with that. Me calling you mister when nobody else does is normal. You can do that, Exelios. It's not a requirement. You don't have to do this. It weirdly is like, if you want to, Exelios. Hey, Blizzard. Yo, what's up? Thank you, Minako. Mina, can I ask you, is that a Naruto reference by chance? Minako. I don't know if it is, because Minato is kind of similar. I was just curious if you like Naruto. Thank you for the sub. Today, routes, Discord. Gotta do this, though. But your voice is so nice to listen to. Thank you, Zypher. I think my voice, I don't like how I sound. I think I'm tone deaf, and I listen to my own voice sometimes, and I don't like it. And my mouth gets kind of dry, so I worry about the popping sounds and whatnot. Morning, bitch. Yo, what's up, Mickelson? That's the one. Exelios, only if you want to. You definitely don't have to. But think about the reaction it elicits. For me, if I'm all right with it, think about it. If you go, hey, how are you? I'm going to go, hey, how are you? I'll say, good, how are you? And then you say, good. And then you say, nice weather we're having. And it's like very small talk, right? But if you actually start a conversation and you go, oh, what's up, bitch? I'm like, oh, hey, like, what's up, bitch? Like, that's basically like, it weirdly is, I feel like a better way, so long as you know the person, and I know you. I do like Naruto. There's actually a name I made before your shaman, before you even watch Naruto. That's a long, when did you make your character? I've got a video coming out tonight about how to learn World of Warcraft. Excited. I've got a video tonight. Zypher, I'm glad. It's crazy to me that people like my videos. Yesterday, I had my first ever YouTube sponsor. And to be honest with you, I was a little iffy about it. I didn't know. I felt a little nervous, like putting a little sponsor in a YouTube video. Today, I have my second. And there's only 2 this month. But they help a lot, and I'm excited to see where things progress. But first things first, I really want to make routes today. Normally, when I make routes, I go above and beyond. I might not get to today. For example, with Murder Row, the first poll, if you did this as a first poll, you would die. I think the first poll is almost certainly better to just go like this and then go here. But they also changed the counts in this dungeon, so MDT won't be perfectly updated. I think you go pull 1, and then I think you go pull 2. Now, I think you need to take the captain here. I don't think you're going to be able to skip him. So in Murder Row, I feel like we're going to go 1, 2. I think you would start left. You're going to walk left. You're going to pull this, and then you're basically going to go these. Debating on this one. I feel like this pull, I think you're supposed to do it like this. I have a feeling that this pull is supposed to be here. But then there's 3 casters. You can't pull 3 casters in a pug pull. I don't think 3 casters is the right idea, especially if this won't move properly. So let me think about this for a second. How would I do this in a weakly key, like a pug, instead of a high key? Because a push key is going to be quite different. And that's where this gets interesting. What about that egg? How do we activate it? That is actually a great question. All I can tell you is that MDT is not currently updated. I will tell you that. There is a thing with MDT right now that it's not perfect on some of these dungeons. But 3. So the idea is that this is probably pull 3, is you're just going to do all of this. And I think that's okay to do all of this. There's the item that you can get to exchange for the vendor thingy. But the question is, do you pull these straight sneaks up with pull 3? Oh, this song is way too screamy. I'm sorry. I don't like this song right now. I wanted like rock music or kind of like focus music, but not this. A little better. I feel like the right way to do this might not be to go up here first. What if the first pull was actually here? It kind of simplifies things, and I actually think that it makes way more sense to basically do first pull like this. And then pull 2 is here. And then pull 3 is actually going to go straight up here. And then that's pull 3. And then pull 4 is here. Now, there's a super secret tech for routing early keys. Early season, there's like a very strong piece of technology that I would highly recommend. The technology is that the only way you fail an early key is by overpulling. Time for bed. Thank you for stopping by, Unda. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good night. This is going to be like a short stream. I actually really wanted to make routes, but it'll take me a few hours probably. And then I also have to do some stuff, but we'll see. Here. All routes linked here. Bam, like this. Oh, and I forgot to update this. I was supposed to do that. Can I ask you a question if you are listening to this? It's like an honest question because I'm learning about this. How do you guys feel about watching a YouTube video like the one I put out yesterday? That's really good content. Like, it's got good information, but it has a sponsored part of it. Like, there's the first, in the 60 seconds, within the first minute or 2 of the video, you're going to see that part of it. How do you feel about that? No, hold up. No. This is not the right music. I'm sorry. I'm in a very particular mood for music tonight. But it's not quite this. I want slightly more emotional music, but not screaming. I don't want screaming today. Maybe you could play. It's not. This is too heavy. I want something more like maybe NF. Maybe we listen to something like Summertime Sadness. Not quite that. Yo, how's the cook coming? Oh, well, first of all, I've got a lot of work to do. I've got a lot of projects that I want to do for WoW. You got to get paid, we understand. Thank you. That's basically what it is. Most videos have one at this point. Not all my videos. I mean, dude, if all of my videos had like a sponsored section, I would make so many more videos. They're helpful. They're very helpful, and they make a big difference. Like one of those videos, as an example, I don't have to get into specifics. One of them is equivalent to 7 streams, give or take. And it's like, okay. And they don't take that long. I have one more coming out tonight, but even I feel a little uncomfortable. I'm like, I wish I could just get to the video, but I kind of have to put this in, right? And they have pretty strict requirements. You have to put it in at this time slot. You have to do it this way. They're pretty specific with how you have to do it. But I don't want to, it's like a weird thing. Powfu is chill. Do you like NF? Like this type of music? I like music that has meaning to it. Not selling out. It helps me make more content. I tell you that. Good morning, Cam. Doing good. Most YouTube videos, not yours specifically. I do find that a lot of them have it. Make that bag. Thank you. I hope people understand that it is something that we kind of have to do, Just using the trial only once people subscribe. Depends on which one. So for example, the stream sponsor, when they want me to make one video for tonight, again, I have no problem because it is actually the best browser. That link right there, for example, is a part of stream sponsor, and it makes me a little money when you click on it. That one is like a sign up thing, matters. The one from yesterday, no affiliation. It is a base fee They pay me a base fee. I do not get more per sign up. But because I believe in the product and I use the product, god damn, I really want them to do it. I want them to keep sponsoring me. Like, I actually want to do a long-term sponsor with them if they'll accept it. I really, 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 really want to. Because I don't want to sell out and do a sponsor with something I don't believe in, but I actually use GearUp. And so if GearUp is the best way to reduce my ping in WoW, that's a big factor for me. Look at my ping right now. I have it on right now. Now, when I get into I have to test it on all servers. But as of right now, it's the best. And if it's the best, then I can help with ping. That means I get more DPS, more globals in a key because I have high ping. Unbelievably helpful. Really, really. Okay, if you pull Murder Row like this, you can't fail. I think this is the best way to pull it, and I don't even think you need these two. You could do it like this. This is the best way to pull the first area. Pull 5, and you go up. Pull 6 is going to be... You can do all of this with boss, even in a regular key. You can. I think you can do all of this. You go here, plus boss, and then I would eventually make notes if I could. Then you go up here, pull 7. Yeah, so we'll go like this. But I do hope that people understand. Like, it's a weird thing for me. I'm still learning all about this stuff. All right, so this MDT is weird. Yes, these are the routes that I recommend you do starting tomorrow. Because there are a lot of routes. I watched a brief video this morning, and I disagree with some. If you ever hear, but you should walk around this mob, or you should skip this thing, good luck. Good luck. You should not do skips early on. Where is this route? Where do you even appear here? Oh, I gotta actually find out where the initial platform is. This is up. You come up here. You come... It's like, should be right there, right? You walk in this way. You walk in right there. And then this is... No, that's a golem. Why not? Because when people are learning, they walk around and they're trying to, for example... Let me explain. How do I explain this? Okay. The perspective on routing is this. If everything goes wrong, how can we still win? That's the thought process you should have. If everything goes wrong, how can we still win? Not if everything goes right, how can we win? You see? Big difference. Big difference. That's not the same thing. This one. There's a warlock to the side. This is the Punisher. You walk right there. So you basically, the bridge that you're entering is right here. Is that quite right? Or is right here? No, this is the Punisher. It's here. Right there. So you're basically going to grab this pole. And you're going to grab these guys right there. And this is the only problem is, it's very hard for me to murder row is because this is the upside here. So we don't pull this. Was this what involves with this? Let me just check real quick. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to only pull these two. So yes, the routes are, even if this is 20 more seconds, I want you to think about this. You cannot fail a 10 next week if you don't wipe. The only way you fail a 10 is if people are learning mechanics. There's no time period. Did that make sense? Like, the timer is not a problem. It's just living and then playing it cleanly. And so when you start trying advanced pulls that have 3 casters or anything that might kill, like, you want to avoid failure. If you approach keys next week with that mentality, you'll have so much of a better time. It'll be so much better for you. So you just basically have to think about how to avoid the thing that could kill you. You want to avoid the wipe, not try to be perfect. I think sponsors work best when they're directly tied to your content. I agree with that. Yes. Now, to be fair, I have been offered sponsors that I've declined, even if they're willing to pay me some money. They'd have to pay me a lot of money. I mean, to be fair, I hope that everybody understands. If a sponsor came at me and they were like, yo, woo, I tell you what, we're going to pay you $5,000 to put a 60-second thing in your video. You're all of a sudden, you're going to be like, so let me tell you about Mythic Plus routing. The key for Mythic Plus routing is manscaping. Get your balls fresh for your date tomorrow. It's like, you might hear that. Sure, $5,000? I'll do it. But like for a reasonable paycheck, I'm gonna make sure that it's within the what I actually believe in and use, right? Like I love Opera. Opera is not a hard sponsor for me. I want them to keep sponsoring me because I use this shit. It's really cool. Look, I've been using this for a while, and my Opera, my internet browser is it's got Warcraft 3. Like this is super cool. Every time I open my internet browser, look, look at this. Isn't that cool? I think this is awesome that I have all of the mods here and stuff like this. Oh, sorry, hold up. I had an ad placement for that video I had to change. Leave. There you go. You see that? I thought that was cool. Like, I don't know. I think this is pretty cool. I love Opera. And the fact that it does have the video pop-out player is pretty cool. I actually do. I think Opera is actually the best browser you can use. That's not like a bait. I think it really is. I made some trails with a lot of notes if you want me to add notes to your poll. Yes. So, for example, the only thing is that normally when I add notes, Cam, the thing that I would want to add is just what to be careful of. Not necessarily what you... I don't think people need to know it has a 25% thing. I don't think that's actually important. Now, they removed that Warlock pack right there, and I don't know if they've changed this. Is this Firefox? So I don't think that that's actually necessary. Here's the thing. They changed this pack right there, and I don't know if you can reasonably skip this anymore. Can those extra abilities in Murder Row be used in Mythic Plus? Yes, some of them. But I actually need to verify exactly how they're used. This was one of those PTR things we didn't really play around with that much there. Still, for routing here, I think that if you basically pull this, the thing is your tank can die if they're not good by the flares here. They do the Fel Rage, and that is also a massive DR, though. Yeah, you wanted the gun on the first boss. Haven't tested it. You could skip the Demon Hunter before that, but yes, that is a weird skip that I'm okay with. There are some skips that I will actually recommend, but I just disagree with some. For example, pull 11 here. I will make a note. This pack has been removed. This pack has been removed. Cool? Just that right there. Now, let me look at percentage about what happens here. I think that it should be fine to do it like this. Cool? In my opinion, this guy is not the worst thing to take. I think that, especially with the nerf, you should probably just take him. Although, in higher keys, you will definitely just walk to the right and skip him, and then you'll fight boss. But let's look at what this route looks like now. What would be cool if mobs on PTR were not indicative of... Yeah, I know that. Well, I mean, this PTR cycle in particular, hell, they changed dungeons a lot. More than normal. More than normal. Way more than normal, by the way. Significantly more. Your beautiful face is in the way. Oh, sorry. Maybe I can move. I think I can move it, like, in here. But yeah, so the idea is I think you just pull the boss. Now, here's a skip that you should do. You can do the skip easily. This one is a skip where all you have to do is ping. Even in a Mythic 0, you could do this. All you have to do, and you have to communicate to your team, simply, watch this. Jump on this and walk forward. Easy skip. Ping your team. Communicate. I actually think that's all you have to do. This skip is something I'd recommend. You don't have to pull this golem. You actually just jump up here and walk. It's not hard. It's literally a jump skip. It's not like there's a lot of room. You can't fail this. All you have to do is go like this. You jump on a ledge, and you go, boop, walk forward. And that's a skip that people can do even in a +5. But you know what? If it pulls, it pulls. If it pulls, just take. If things pull, just take. But avoid the golem. This is how you skip this first golem, because this golem sucks. And then you basically go up here. 13 is 1, 2, and 3. These guys are not that bad. I think it's okay to actually pull this together. 14, up here. You gotta pull this together. And then 15 is this golem pack. Now we're at 94%. So let me just check where I would recommend getting this. The thing is, MDT has specifically changed the forces required in this dungeon. And I believe that it was changed to 652. Can anyone confirm or deny, based on the Wowhead article earlier today, whether or not the Murder Row changes went to 150 or 652? I remember seeing that. I just can't open it right now because my VPN is not on. There was a Wowhead news article. 655. 655. So we need basically just one more of these side packs then. Basically, you just take this corner then. because you don't want to do anything. Or actually in the very first pull. Some mobs are missing an MDT, which I noticed. I think that the safest way is just if you pull this here, you can't fail it then. Because that's 658. Yes, I know it was reduced. The major thing for Murder Row is this first area. You don't try to skip roaming mobs. Yeah. After pull 9, there's a path. There's a path in it where? There's a pack in it? I don't think you need this side because Warlocks are bad. You don't want to pull Warlocks. This is, you basically just do these two with this Warlock. And then you go around like this. So it's pull 9, pull 10. I think you just walk up here. It's okay. The Seductive Syads are not too bad. And I think these are all right. I think this is okay. And then you basically are just going to fight the mini-boss. This pack was removed right there. It was this Warlock pack that was removed, and then they nerfed the mini-boss. I like the last second M+ changes. Yeah, well, I think that what's important to realize is that I don't know how many people really work at Blizzard, man. What's up, Huntguard Devil? Hello there. I don't know how many people, man, really look at, like, how many people work on this stuff. All I can tell you is this PTR cycle, every week there were undocumented changes to Mythic Plus, and if you looked at the blue notes, they were, like, long changes. I'm pretty happy with this. Rename. And then, I don't think I have to select bosses in here, do I? 12. Maybe I should select bosses just for ease of access. So, pull here, last boss. And now, normally what I would do if I actually had time to fully make routes, right? A Woo's weekly route? Let's call this weekly, start of season route. No, let's just call this weekly route. Now, normally what I would do is actually make notes specifically for each boss about what you need to do for each boss. Because that's what I used to do in Season 1. I just don't know if I have time for that today, legitimately. As in, if I go to Midnight Season 1 and I go to my Nexus Point Zenith route, or my Mysara Caverns route, I actually, like, noted each poll, and I specifically said, look, tanks, refer to the video I made for this. Leave out the bears to the left if you're unsure about it. They sync. A lot of tanks still don't know that these guys synced on you. So watch this. Healers, watch the target of the first mask. That was this poll here. I actually tried, like, pretty hard to, like, make notes and stuff. And I was like, the pug killer. And I was right about that. Or, like, this boss, right? It's a 1-2. So this was, like, good information from PTR, from beta testing. I don't think I'm going to have time to really note each one because this is what takes forever. Is actually, like, making this type of stuff. But this helps. This is really, I think that a lot of people at the end of the season still didn't know how this works. And if you ever die to the Umbral Lash, it's worth it to know that you have time to heal in between each tick. And for example, ensure snap threat, obviously is a typo. That's, you know I didn't use AI for it. Okay, Alec Benjamin is the perfect music for today. So I don't know if I'm going to have time to really note everything. First, let's make the routes for people to have. Then I'll worry about the notes after. Fair? This is the route here. Pretty confident. Yeah, I think this first area is the cleanest way to do this. You won't wipe here. Maybe this pull is actually like a chain 3 instead of pulling these mages immediately, though. What's up, the Lion Man? Doing good so far. Busy. I had calls this morning. I was actually so busy, I missed a call this morning. Forgot to write it down. My bad. My bad. I normally never do that. Okay, let's just keep going. Den of Nalarak is an interesting first area because there are so many different ways to do this first area. And also the MDT is weird. Hold up. Let's think about it. You enter right here. The first bird should be here, right? If you would like, just send you a screenshot of this. Let me see. I might consider it. Yeah, Cam. What's up? Oh, okay. Hi, kitty. Let me see, Cam. What's up, Alf? Alpha? Falf. Hey, man. Been following you since I came back to WoW after hiatus. Started playing the End of the War Within. Started midnight. How do you feel about the reworked Guardian Druid? I like it. I was playing Guardian Druid as a main until they made that became meta in Season 1. They just felt so wrong. Did you like the Season 1 playstyle? I like Season 2 Guardian Druid. I will, actually. I don't mind it. I currently like Season... Let me see. Oh, you've got, like, notes. You know, if you have this resource, I'd love it. Sure. Absolutely. If you want to send me this type of stuff, I'll put it in the folder for people who want to learn. I just don't think that you need all this. At the end of the day, if you thought about the fact that you're avoiding failure more than it, yeah, you open right here, I see. Then I think it would actually make a big difference. I think that instead of walking forward here, the first pull should be to the left. I feel like this left pull was a lot more consistent. And the question is whether or not you pull all of these guys into it, because bleeds can overwhelm you by these birds. The birds and these guys put the poop on the ground, I'm pretty sure, and then the birds do the bleed. So the question is whether or not you do the big first pull or the regular first pull. I think this bleed is currently tough. So I think you could go like this, and you would not lose. NF or Alec Benjamin? Alpha Elf. Did you like season 1? And also, I don't know if I pronounce your name as Alpha, Sigma, Beta, or Falfalfa. Good morning, Snugs. Good morning, good morning. Alf. Oh, it is Alf. Okay, gotcha. I couldn't tell. I read it, and I was like, I can't tell what direction this is going in. Oh my god, were you here at the end of stream yesterday? Bro, what was that? That was the weirdest interaction I've ever had on stream. Were you here for that? Wait, was anyone here at the end of stream yesterday? I don't know, because it's a weird, different timing. Oh my god. It was the weirdest thing. What happened? What was that? I don't understand what that was. I was thinking about that, actually. It took up some brain space after I ended stream. I was just like, who the fuck is totally fun? There was a who is totally fun Indian guy 45? I still can't figure that out. Oh man. Oh, I think there's an ad flag. Oh wait. Yeah, okay, I'll wait. What's up, NC? You think blood stay meta for tanks? I think it's a lot more even than people realize. I think the 3% nerf will be felt. I cannot say that I am omega confident on how you should route Den of Nalarek. Because you can walk past this, and I think you could do this on pull 2. And I think that you should pull the Spirit of Hunger. Although you can skip it, there's the fishing spot right here. And I feel like it's actually not bad to do. I think in a plus 10, anytime you have to walk around things, as simple as it sounds, somebody is going to pull it. And I feel like you should just actually take it, even though they're bad mobs. Like 100%, they're not good mobs, but I think it's okay. Question is, what would you pull with this? The 3 birds? Oof, that's tough. I think these 3, like, birds are not good. You want to basically walk right after this, and then you want to go something like this. I think you pull the roaming spirits. I know it's going to be controversial in terms of people who know this dungeon, but I swear you don't want to skip anything that's roaming. The problem here is that you can't pull 2 spirits, and the other problem is, I'm not sure how I feel about this. I don't think you can pull 3 casters with a spirit. This is the pull right here I'm not so sure about. It's almost like I wish you could pull 4 with this. Would be better. Somehow. If you could somehow like grab a different mob here. But this covers, there's the thing right here. There's the thing here. There's 2 right there. The fishing spot. There's going to be 1 there, 1 there. And that's actually all you need. I don't think you need to do anything else. Let me build this a little bit. And then maybe if somebody has an other Dev Nalarak route. If there was one thing I wasn't sure about, it would be how to route this place. This one, you're going to pull pretty much all of this. This is, you can do a big pull here. As long as there's only 1 to 2 casters. There's 2 casters in here, so I would go just like this. And I think if you needed percentage, let's look at it. Let me see. The Warding Incense was about to 5% burst. Where's the Warding Incense again, Aggie? Remind me the names. The main thing is, remember, routes are all about avoiding failure more than anything else. That's like the whole point of routing, is avoiding failure. I liked it until you had to play EC. Alf. What level keys do you actually do? That's my question. What level keys do you like to push to? Near pull 4? To remember. It's here, right? There's 2. 1 right at the start of the campfire, and 2nd before the first boss on the right. Here. But it's not here. There's just, I know there's some like things you can get here, and I know some people are preferring the first pull to go this way, but I find this to be positioning, a little bit of a positioning nightmare. I think this one's better. And I think that you could actually, if you wanted to, get extra percentage. Like pulling this is not the end of the world, but it's easy if you just do it this way. I'm going to debate this though. The 4-pack on the left you don't have. This one right here. You could add this to pull 1. Like, I think you can add this to pull 1, actually. Hover around 15s. Okay. Fair enough. Fair. No, that's fine. That's no judgment there, Alf. As a tank player, hovering around the plus 15 range, play whatever you want. In terms of, if you prefer Druid of the Claw, play Druid of the Claw. Next season, it'll be just fine. You don't have to play EC. As long as you're tanking well, people will like playing with you because they need tanks at 15. You don't have to play perfect. I think I want somebody to... I think I actually want to check what other people are suggesting for Den. There are a lot of things that can go wrong on this poll, but I weirdly think that this Gather would be all right, even for weekly keys. I don't know. Do you think you wipe to the first pull with Bloodlust and cooldowns? It's possible. It's not impossible that you wipe to a pull like this. There's now going to be... The worry is the 3 bleeds and some poop on the ground. And there's 2 casters there. It's designed for higher. I'm curious about it. Let me look at this, because they're basically... Routing these types of keys are definitely not about playing perfect. They are absolutely about avoiding failure. So I have to think about where does the responsibility fall and how does it all work out, basically. So I think that you do here, and you're going to hide behind that rock. I also think that you should pull this. Like, I don't think you skip this guy. I think you pull him, because you can't walk past him properly. You're going to pull this back, and then this is the bridge pull, and you got to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, I think you skip these 2. You go like this, and you line of sight there. I also think that there are some skips that are probably okay to do, and one of them... Oh, you should fight him. Does he actually give percentage cam? Send 2 screenshots on disk. Let me see. He gives 6.86%. Okay, I actually didn't know that. To be honest with you, I did not know that. We always skip the 1 beta. Let me see. First area, pull 1, pull 2. I see. I don't think that's a bad idea to basically do the corner like that so you avoid the triple caster. Then you have to fight 2 birds on the casters, though, without cooldowns. And I don't know if I like that very much. And you fight the extra bird in 1. And then you have 4 together. I see pull 4. I see pull 5. That's what I was thinking for pull 5. But I don't like skipping much in the first area. The last area, yeah, you're just adding this, though. William pulling the last 3 onto the pink dude. So, the main thing about this route is at the very end, this guy, you can skip. I actually think that this is an okay skip to do at the end, but I'm going to do this, though. So, watch this. I think that it's definitely better to do this, and I think that this is actually acceptable to do in pugs, believe it or not. This is the type of skip that pugs can do. But we have to make a note for it, right? If this pulls, just fight it. Otherwise, ping team, communicate, and type hug, right, walk against wall in party chat. Cool? It's not too bad to skip. I think that that's worth doing. And then you go 14, and you go 15. What's up, bitch? Yo, what's up, Stargazer? What's up? I'm making routes today. To be honest, I wasn't even going to stream, and then all of a sudden, now we're here. Okay, so actually, I'm over percentage. And that percentage is going to come... Clarify for me one more thing. You can walk through these 2 mobs, right? These 2 right here, you don't need to pull. As far as I remember, that bridge is pretty wide. I don't think it's a problem to basically do pull 7 and then walk straight through. Remember, in pugs, no one is going to kick. No one is going to help you. I think they're far. Remember, that's the whole mentality with pug routes, is that no one is helping you. So if there's a wipe scenario, you have to avoid the wipe scenario. That is a huge part of this. I think that this is all decent here. I don't mind any of this. I think that the best mob to skip in the route, efficiency-wise, is 100% this. The problem is that I think you should pull them because I don't think you should wait for Pats. And I think that somebody is going to butt pull this. I think somebody is going to have a very large behind. And I have a feeling that it's getting pulled. So I know you're supposed to skip the Avatar of Determination. I just don't think you will functionally actually get to skip this guy. So let me look back at the first area and see if we can just remove something. I don't know if the Warding Incense is worth it because this route makes a lot of sense to me. I think that this doesn't kill you. It's just annoying to fight if it heals forever. But genuinely, even if you pull all three of these, if it just heals, I think it's actually okay. I think this is a decent. Yeah. Rotato's on YouTube. He said, no one is helping you. I feel that on some tanks. So hard to gather pulls. Sometimes when there's nothing to hide from casters and I can't interrupt all of them. Correct. There are some tanks, obviously, which are better, but it's absolutely a factor for pug routing. Like, I think to myself, the reason that when I route for weekly keys or pugs, I think, can I get the only kit that I actually need here? The only kick. Because no one's going to get it. And that's why I'm thinking pull 2. Technically, there's going to be a caster out here. And you might say, well, just CC him. I don't know what pugs you're in. I don't know what pugs you're in, but no one's CCing a mob in a pug. There's owls with a massive... What? It's too risky to skip. Hi, good boy. Hi, Teddy. I've never heard it quite say it like that. So that's the problem with pull 2. And then I think, like, for example, this spirit would be a good skip here. But I don't trust it. I think you're gonna be like walk left and somebody's pulling it. So I think I just pull it. And I don't want to go like funnel on boss. There's no way to CC a mob here. The question is, could you leave it out? And the answer is no. But then the long-term consequence of this pull, if they get their heal off, is that it just takes a while. That's the main thing that it actually gets. That's the problem with it, more than anything. I think that's okay. For anybody who played Den of Nalarak, what do you think about this? You lose 5% verse. It doesn't stack the incense thing that you get. I don't think it stacks, and I don't think it's necessary. I also think that adding 2 birds to this is tough. Ashix, you're here. Ashix. Ash, you're here. Okay. I told people I would do this yesterday. You remember how yesterday I did a mount giveaway? That's you. I know. I see you. No, it's not rigged. I told you won the giveaway. You had a 0.37% chance. There were 260 people who entered the giveaway. You won. We pinged you. You were not here for an hour. So I went to the second person, and the second person did receive the mount. But you did win. I will buy you the mount. Like, I already sent the code. The giveaway is over. But I will buy... You were the one who won. I realize that's enough. Not a problem. Do you want the mount? In order for me to buy it for you, I think I just need your B tag. But I'm pretty sure I can gift it to you, because I will buy it for you. That was what if I'm gonna do a giveaway and you were the rightful winner, not rigged, I will buy it for you personally. But I need your battle tag. If you want to send it to me on Discord, you do so, and I'll get you the mount. Scam for the next one? I have no idea. I haven't thought that far ahead, TH. I don't know when the next giveaway will be. It was fun to do, but I don't know. Okay, let me like sit up in this chair. Voila. I'm on EU though. Does it work? I think so. I should be able to gift cross faction. Send me your battle tag and I'll try, at least. But yeah, I was gonna follow through with that. I told you I would do it. I mean it. I mean it. I mean it. I mean it. Do 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 do. Okay, I like this music right now. Okay, I've made 2 routes, though. What's up, Fubar? Am I doing any M0s? I've done everything on the character now. Basically, here's where I'm at. I've gotten all this and all this. My vault is full. My druid, I need to do 2 sparks in the new area, which I forgot to do. And then I did... what's it called? And then I need to do... Yeah, Helgert. I've been focused so much, dude. I want to make this a reality. Like, I'm trying so hard to put all the information in Discord. I've been setting this up for basically this whole week. Yeah. Normally I'm an altaholic, but I care right now more about doing this because this will actually help people. I'm serious about this. This is the plan. This is the plan. You see the Discord here? I wanted to revamp the entire Discord, and then I wanted to actually start putting the resources for every tank, every healer, every DPS. And I've been filming a lot of videos. So starting tomorrow, basically, there will be a lot of guides coming out. I have a video coming out tonight explaining what's up. It's hard to find a guild. A guild? That's tough as a tank. It's actually very hard to find a guild as a tank. But the idea is that I've been working on all of this, and I'm not fast with it. So there was this. There was like the season 2 gearing info. This is what I'm going to do on Guardian right now. This is, for example, my UI. If you want it, the UI is all just right here. You can find the Platinator, the Ellesmere profile that I made. I've been doing all this stuff. That's actually why, at the moment, though, and like working on videos and stuff, that's why I'm only doing one character right now, because I don't have time. I straight up, I'm like actually like, I don't have time right now. Hey, Kafaze. But yeah, if you send me your battle tag, Ashix, no problem. I think I can get it to you. I think I can get them out to you. Just hit 90 like 3 hours ago. Need one more. Looking for group is bricked. Oh, you got this, Chrono. It'll happen. It'll happen. Don't worry. It is hard as a tank player. I think underrated. It's very hard to find a guild, because most guilds are going to require you to be something else. Like they want you to do whatever though. Double healer this season. Mistweaver main. Resto Shami's a second spec. I think Resto Shaman's sleeper. Yo, what's up, Shakaf? No, sorry, Dan and Alarak. We're getting there. I'm focused. I'm locked in today, guys. I'm focusing. I'll message you. Lunacat, got it. You like Cat Sash? Most guilds just shift into tanking that they know. Yeah. Be take for alchemy in the start. I think that those types of things are not necessary in weekly keys. You just need to avoid wipes. I'm pretty sure I'm happy with this, because what I'm thinking is there's no way you die. Like, first pull, you still want to route efficiently. It's just you don't need to over route and over pull. Like, if you just fight this corner here, it's actually okay. You don't need to pull. Like, technically speaking, it'd be better if you could add this pack to it, but you don't need to. And as far as I remember, there is the 6 bounty right here. Am I wrong about that? Do we need G5? G24? Why do I feel like I can't remember where exactly the bounties are? Should I just play Mythic Plus and Pug Raid? What level raid do you want to do? There's double bounties there. That's why I think you need it, right? You basically go here, pull 1. I don't like going here. I think that this is easier. It's about the same, though. There's 2, right? That's what I'm thinking. You go 1. I think you fight both of these, and I don't think you CC. I think you just fight them. If the heal goes off, it takes a while, but it's okay. You just fight this. You fight this. You don't skip this. And then you go around. You go here. And we'll make a little arrow. I will update the routes and make them real pretty later, but the idea is like go like this. Thank you for talent sharing for the tanks. You're welcome. Can you also post a picture from this talent? Yeah. I could do that, probably. I could probably do that. Yeah. I think. I don't mind the nerfs on the hots and spot heals because of the mastery buff. So Rising Sun Kick is finally a thing. I think it's sad they nerfed it on PTR. Yeah, I think you just do this. I think this is actually okay. Cool. You can't wipe here if you don't pull these 2. You can't really wipe there. Oops. Wait, hold up. I've done the thing. I always forget how to actually just go back to the regular menu. Okay, rename. Cool. Happy with this? Hold up, I did the thing. I forgot always how to actually just go back to the regular menu on this. I'm really bad at this type of stuff. Wait, hold up. No. No. I've done the thing. It's okay. Okay. There you go. This pull can be a little scary. This pull for tanks might be a bit much. Now that I think about it, this one actually might be a little bit much. Could you take a second and tell how to deal with pack before second boss? This one? the Tempest, I think that I would change this a little bit and potentially think about the fact that this can kill you. But if you go like this, you can't die to this. You can't really die to the Mauler. If you actually just go pull 11 here, and you were to do this like this, it's okay. You have to fight this in the Tornado. But I don't know if I like doing that, because the Avatar of Determination, he does the Tomb into the Pulverize. This guy, the Winter Squall, is not hard to deal with. You basically just need to actually kill him. You just fight him inside the circle, and that's not a problem, though. People pulling bears on Tornado Guy. What I'm considering with weekly routes, Fubar. Hello there, Jose. Are you a badass? Wait, Jose, are you a badass? Sweet. And other AoE defensives? No, you just have to kill the tombs. But assuming that that might not happen, what do you do instead? Again, think about the fact the mentality for pug routes, when you make them, is how do you avoid failure? It's not how to optimize. How do you avoid failure? Is this a potential? Because I'm thinking, in my pugs, this guy has a circle, that guy has a circle. There are now 2 circles. My hunter's gonna die. Just that simple. Oh shit, it's this song. Oh my god, I remember this song. Holy, you remember this song? Oh my god, this is a nostalgic song. Random Spotify. Can you hear the music? I have it quiet, but I'm listening to music. Can you hear it? This song was like, I remember I was listening like right when there was a relationship that ended a long time ago, and I've heard this song, right? And I was like at the gym, I was like whatever, I was like basically, I would just close my eyes, put this on repeat, and I was just like, and I was like, this is the song, this is my gym song for a while after that breakup. Fireside the mini boss, that's not going to happen, Cam. Not in weekly keys. I don't know what I will main for season 2 as a tank. Got all 6 tanks, but only focus on Mythic Plus. Is Blood DK the pick? You want to be meta, Shoni? Can I ask you for what key levels? I think that the answer is actually this. I don't think you're supposed to fight the mini boss on this. Yep. It's a good song. 1%. Do you have a group or friends to play with? If you want to go for the 1%, I have a genuine suggestion. You're just not going to like it. Like, I have a real suggestion. It's just, I wish it wasn't true. Okay. Let me see if I can gift. I don't actually know how to do this. I'm going to learn how to do it right now. I think I probably, how do I gift somebody on Battle.net a store mount? That is my question. You want to get to... No, you can. So here's what you do. You'll always play and you have a 5-man group. If you have a 5-man group, you play what you're best at. If you need to actually pug to the 1%, just add them and then gift the button. You have to add them first. So what if they're on EU? How do I gift them on EU, though? Because I can't add them on my regular B tag because they're EU. It's fine. You can still add them. You just use BNet as world. No, it's not. Is it? No, it's not. Friend request sent. Wait. What? Wait. Am I an idiot? Am I dumb? I swear. I thought that it was only PTR and beta that you could even add people cross-region. I had no idea. Okay, we've got Ash as a B-tag friend. Now I need to buy them the mount. So I'm going to scroll over here, and I'm going to find them on my friends list. Okay. I genuinely did not know that. Are you sure? Let me see if I can find them. Okay. Ash, Europe. Oh, I do see them on Europe. That's true. Okay. So I can manage them. I can view them, view wish list. How do I gift them something? Okay, I did not know that. But how, so I've got them here. I can click on them. How to gift. Friend settings. Go on the actual amount. Okay. Go to the shop. In-game or on BattleNet client? I don't want to show you this in case I flash some information. So like in-game. Shop. Click purchase as a gift. Can't do in-game, it says. Okay. BattleNet. Got it. You do learn something new every day. There you go. Shop. World of Warcraft. Mounts. Mounts. Hold up. Subscriptions. Bundles. Mounts. Got it. Stoneforge Sentinel. There it is. Tecnología. Yes. Okay. There's over 300,000 unique mount variations. Pretty cool. All right. Select as a gift. Got it. And then I click purchase gift. I see that option now. That's nice. And then type in, no, that's close then. You almost got me. I'm very gullible. Don't do that. What if I actually gift it to you? I would gift it to you, you know. Okay. So then I just type in your B tag. Got it. You haven't been friends for long enough. It says warning. You haven't been friends long enough. Well, that's rough. No, wait. Can I not? You have to be friends for a week to do this? It's like a day or a week. Anti-scam option. It literally is just telling me I cannot. It just says you haven't been friends long enough. Oh, okay. Ash, I might have to send you this mount in a little bit. Don't buy it for yourself. I will do it. But how long do I must wait? All right, this is a Claude question probably. This is a question you just put that into AI and probably figure this out. Noted. Ash, I'm going to send you this in a little bit. That makes sense. I think that is fair. I think it's 3 days. I will send you the mount in 3 days, deal? Don't buy it for yourself. I will send it to you. Or if you end up buying it, I'll give you a different mount. Hey, Zen, you want a mount? Zen, you've been doing a lot for me. You've been helping me set up the Discord and everything. What do you want a mount, Zen? What do you want? How was Vault? Vault! There's no Vault yet. I've done everything I can for the first Vault. But now, deal, thanks a lot. You're welcome. You won the giveaway. It's only fair. How the layer boss works next week? Are we waiting to clear on each difficulty? No, I think next week you just do it. We've been friends for a long time. What's up, Lois? Honestly, I help because I enjoy it. All right. Passing up on a mount here. Fair enough. I think that you actually fight this, and then I think you basically fight the mini boss solo. I'm extremely happy with my mount. I think about oftentimes just how lucky I am to have Kitty in my life. So it's not a problem for me. But I know that a lot of people, they appreciate the variety. So perhaps at some point we can do another giveaway, yeah. All right. I think I'm happy with this Den of Nalarak. As long as people understand that if these three pull, you just pull them. But let me make sure that I help people understand as well. Edit. All right, edit. If it pulls, do not add anything to it. Just fight them solo. Important. If this pulls. These are hard mobs. I don't really care about it either. Trying to get the Emir Drasil Owl. That I got when it was actually current and live, and I think this is the best mount. I mean, I don't really have any other interest because this is my favorite mount that isn't the auction house mount and doesn't have a function. I do think that this is... I actually was rating CE on my Augavoker back when I mained Augavoker, and I did it. So this is an accomplishment mount for me. It was the Fated season that I ended up getting it. It was like the first kill in Fated season on Mythic Farak, and I was like, yeah, I got it. Got lucky. So I could reach the achievement and get the Purple Owl. How many mounts do you need for the Purple Owl now? Got the axe though. Well, holy cow, the requirements to actually be able to use it. Yes, yes. Even in the season, that legendary was crazy. Do you think they should add more legendaries to the game? I think they should. I actually think that legendaries are like not. I have a cook about gearing that no one is gonna like. Let's put it that way. I've got a cook genuinely about gearing, and it is spicy. Okay, 2 dungeons done. Let me actually go ahead and export these to Discord as we're working on them. The only poll I'm not so sold on, by the way, is this one. I'm not sold on this. If it's bring back Titan forging, it's not that. I just think that 2 territorial matriarchs are probably going to kill someone. I think that this might be a tank pull where you die. So I'm debating if you could somehow not take these. Or even just not add something to this. But I feel like it's actually a really decent pull. Well, there's no yearnlings here, right? There's only like a few yearnlings in this. So this guy, I don't think this pull gets as bad. And mount collector achievements, is it? I don't collect mounts. I don't know. Are they like legendary special when they're OP? Alright. Don't get mad at me for this. Right? Don't get mad at me for this. Oh shit, there's an ad starting right now. I'm gonna wait. I'll wait for after the ad. I'll tell you what my cook is in a second. It's a good cook though. I've got a reasonable cook and I've got an unreasonable cook. I'll give both. No, I really liked actually not this music. I liked Alec Benjamin. This was perfect today. Oh yeah, that's the music I actually wanted. Double Mango is EC? No, Telling I do not. I think Harness Rage is not taken. Because Mangle is not... You don't want Harness Range. The whole rotation of Bear is actually... Yeah, the whole rotation of Bear is actually like Brewmaster now. You alternate. So... I don't love either of these. I don't love either of these pulls. I feel like pull 10 needs to have this. And I think that pull... I don't think you should add this to the... I think you should just do these. Where can I find Start Retro Mythic Plus? Oh, in my Discord right now, Shoni. That's what we're doing. Like, actually, in Discord. I'll update push routes as we go, but the thing about push routes is that they develop over time. I want to make routes that people can use for next week that minimize the chance at failure. My only problem is that these pulls, I don't think there's a way you can reduce them. You can't split this any further. This is okay. This guy hurts. And fighting them back-to-back is tough. I think it's okay to do. But if there was a way to... You can skip him by just simply walking around. But I don't like any route that involves people walking around. I don't trust my pugs. I hate to say it, but I think it's actually a better way to do keys. Is like, don't trust the people that you're playing with. Do you understand what I mean by that? Think about it. If you operate as though no one is going to help you, then you will end up doing much better. You'll have a much higher success rate if the pug route that you do involves no one doing anything. Like, obviously they have to do some stuff, but if you have that mentality and you just think, okay, if everybody fails here, how are we still going to win? And the answer is try to reduce some of the complexity. So this pull 2, I don't love in Den. This is the main one. But I don't see a way around it. And then you're going to have your... What's up, LaRusso? Yo, I've got a video coming out tonight talking about how to learn World of Warcraft. I made it before stream today. That's why I'm a little late. And there is the one more sponsor in it. It's a good sponsor, so I'm happy to sponsor them. But still, I feel a little weird for putting them in. Okay, all right. Den of Nalarak export. I'm going to call this good, and I will update them over time. Keep in mind, I was not even going to stream today, but I felt like I had to. Because I wanted to make the routes. I don't have to do anything else. Okay, we're putting the routes in. Den of Nalarak. Bam. Zenzar, if you're still here, is there a way that when I upload this route, I can put it as a file instead of this long ass code? Because sometimes when I upload them, it's a file and sometimes it looks like this. Is there a way I can clean this up and make the import code less like this? And I can always update the code later, but at least I want starter routes for people. Make it a code block. How? How do I do that? Yeah, sometimes they're files, and the files are better. I just don't know how to do it. What's a code block? Text document, of course. Like what's the difference between, is it like a, so it's not a code circle. Just put exclamation, exclamation, exclamation on the front and in the end. What? Okay. All right. It's a tilde. Like that? No. Like that? Like that? That didn't work at all. Okay. No problem. We'll try again. Uh-huh. It's the character next to 1. What? Oh, okay. No. This one? That? Well, I've got 3 things on this keyboard. What is this? Oh, this. Okay. Oh, I got it. Perfect. Like that? That's nice. That worked. Like this? Space first? No. This worked. I thought this worked. Is that what you mean? Like this? This is now a clean code block. That looks right. That looks pretty good. Good boy. Thank you, Muffin. Honestly, Muffin, can I just say that of all the ways, if anybody was going to call me a good boy, I would want it to be a muffin. But are you like a blueberry muffin? Or like, what's up? Support chat formatting bold. Thank you, Sam. Sam, you were mentioned in my YouTube video tonight. Yeah, okay. Chocolate all the way. I don't know, man. I remember as a kid that I wasn't a huge fruit fan, but I loved the blueberry muffins because they had extra sugar on them. Like, the blueberry muffins were really good. I remember those specifically. Okay. I think this is actually a decent route. There's a few things in Den that I'm not, like, crazy confident in, but at the very least, there's a weekly route. And then Murder Row is like this. Okay. And then I just go to Discord. Murder Row. Tilde. Control V. Tilde. Nice. Perfect. Thank you. That helps a lot. I wish I knew that for all of the other things I've ever put in Discord. Good day, sir. What's up, Lulu? Hello. Strawberry filled and white chocolate. Oh, my God. I'm feeling very emotional today, apparently, because that just sounds amazing. I don't think that's supposed to reduce me to tears, but it does. It absolutely does. All right, let's do Murder. Let's do Blinding Veil. Blinding Veil still has the problem, I think, where you can't do all of it. But you walk in here, you go left pull 1, 2, 3, 4, like this. You get the mini boss in here, and you pull it back. Yeah. Now, eventually, remember, if I had time, I actually want to put notes on everything. Yeah. So you're gonna pull this back on here. Yeah, I thought white chocolate would be my rapper name, to be honest with you. I really thought at some point that was going to be, I thought that was my future. When I was younger, I was like, man, I feel like I could be, like, I like M&M's, and I was like, I'm gonna be Reese's Peanut Butter Cup, and it didn't work out. Thanks for the coaching session. Oh, you're welcome. Did it help? Glad it helped, Muffin. Glad it helped. I've really enjoyed. I've already lost like such a pain hearing you talk about sugar. That's fair, Lorian. I apologize. Hit 3. Nice. Solid. Yeah, I really like doing the coaching. I've been so busy recently. I had to raise my coaching prices because I started getting to a point where I could not get everyone. I couldn't actually make time for everyone. So I was like, oh shit. Okay. I was not expecting that. But over time, it's actually, I feel like I'm really good at coaching. You probably got in at the old price, but it's now, it's more now. hold up. Spanky, I understand what you're saying, but for what it's worth, I'm just going to about that message. Hi, Aroka Games. Aroka Games. What games do you play? Jaffa cakes or the king of sugar? We're not talking, no more sugar talk. You told me, Lois. How do you feel? How do you feel, Lois? You feel the power. Feels good to feel good, doesn't it? So I need you to hire. I mean, that's my main job, Muffin. That's my actual career. And I don't work with just anyone, but I You want the honest answer? I like helping people. I like helping people because when I was younger, the only reason I'm here is because I got lucky and people helped me. And I really value so strongly being there for others in the way that they need, not in the way that you want, not because it's a selfish goal, not because like you want to be standing on some moral high grounds and pretend that you know better. It's like, no, because nobody gets through this life alone. And that's even in our hobbies, in our fitness and health. It's like, think outside the box and try to actually get people where they want to go. If I don't work out. So the thing about fitness, and many people get this wrong, fitness and health in general. Oh my Lord, Lois, people get this wrong. The only thing that matters when you start is winning. I'll tell you, and I've been doing this for over a decade of my life now. People get this wrong all the time. It isn't about doing too much. It's about winning. You need to set habits of winning. Because if you are in a position where you don't like what you see in the mirror and you're not loving how your health is, you're probably not very happy. But I almost guarantee that you've tried to change. And if you've tried to change before, that means you failed. And if you failed, it's very easy to become cynical and lose hope. Not a great place to make change from. I need to teach you how to win first. You got to win. Build the habit. The habit carries you. You do it for long enough, you get results. But that's a part of the thing. It's not written in any books anywhere. Do you know what I mean? You have to first of all change your relationship with the fact that you're not going to fail this time. This time you're going to win. And Muffin, that's for me the most, like, that's how can I get you to feel like that? All right, I think you can pull these stalkers back into this mini boss. I gave up after 2 weeks. So the question is, why, Womble? If, for example, you're like, well, every time I try, I do end up like 2 weeks, and then why? Well, let's figure that out. That's how we win. If I can figure out why, after 2 weeks, you have a hard time sticking with it, well, then we can make progress. But if I just gave you something to do, well, you quit after 2 weeks. You see? We'll be returning, Vintage Pete on YouTube says, we'll be returning to Season 2 as a VDH, trying to prep your routes. Would like to do. Thanks for the routes. You're welcome. We see your Discord tab. Not. Oh, shit. I forgot to. My bad. Sorry. Here. I was looking at Blinding Veil here. It's the first pull. This is important that you pull the mini boss back. The next pull here, I actually do think that you're going to go like this. I think you do 3. This is a weird layout. Hold up. I'm thinking about this. This doesn't make sense. On PTR, this guy is actually over here. No, I don't think there's a Grove Keeper right next to this Belcher. I don't remember both of them being here. The Grove Keeper is here. There's a Grove Keeper there. I remember that in pull 2, you actually got this 3-pack with it. Because there's no caster in here. But you have to be careful about this. Let me think about this. I'm tired of losses. You know what, Muffin? Whenever you want to make progress, it'll be there. There's no rush. Whenever you want to move forward, you can. Just want you to know that, that's all. I'll tell you something I've learned. Hope, underrated. Very few people in my life I've ever met that can't change something. Whenever you want. No rush. Whenever you're ready. Yeah. I actually love that advice. I mean, personally speaking, when I start working with people, I think it's not a bad idea to. Depends, Lois. It depends very much on the person. But I think that adding a little cheesecake or ice cream is not necessarily a bad idea. Pull 2. I think you can actually add this here, and it makes this much simpler. The pacing is like this. I do think that this is acceptable to do. You just need to pull this back. You need one kick on this one caster here. But as a tank, if you get this first kick and you drag it back, and this Belcher, you can't be in this hallway when you fight this, but I don't think it's the end of the world. Because then it's actually pull 3. You grab this up. I swear there was not this Belcher right there. I don't remember this being there. I'm like almost positive that it wasn't. And then you do this before the boss and you don't pull it with funnel. Am I wrong? Can somebody help me correct this? On PTR, why do I feel like these two were not there? I thought it was just... I'm trying to remember. This is like the layout of this dungeon. I'm trying to visualize it right now. Pull 1. Then you go pull 2. You go through. Then pull 3. There was like the lot of like the grass and the underbrush. All right? But it's always dragged to the next pack? Veil is off on the MDT. I'm trying to just remember. Because I don't remember this Belcher. I thought you fought this Belcher in pull 2. I don't remember this one being here, to be honest. And pull 3, there's a way to drag this in all in 3 pulls, but I don't recommend doing that. I think that you intentionally want to pull the sides sometimes. Because I think that these are going to go end up pulling the sides anyways, so this will reduce your chance of failure if you actually just go into the side here, and then you were to pace this with one more pull. I think that this would be a better way to do this dungeon. Is actually if you fought this like this, and you only want one caster because there is the volley, and the volley will kill people. So you go like 4, 5, and then boss. The question is whether this is efficient enough to be a weekly route. I think it is. You would go 7. So, hold up. The bridge to the Dino boss. Bro, this MDT is hard to read. What the hell? Yeah, it's this. Plus, there's like this roaming pack. No, wait, this is here. Wait, this is underneath. That's the bridge. The boss is here. This Belcher is underneath the bridge. What? You go fight the boss. You go down the bridge. It's a Grove Keeper and the Belcher. But it's not a Belcher, it's a Hydra. Bro, I'm going to do this last. I'm going to come back to that. I think that MDT might just be off. I don't give weird information. I want these routes to help people. Pull 7 is everything, and this is only on the bridge. I know, but this is the bridge, right? This is not the bridge. This is part of the bridge. But I actually am having a hard time. There's like a bird that comes in too. This like pedo wing comes in. But I'm having a hard time figuring out what is on the bridge here and what is not. Okay, we're going to come back to that. Let's do Void Scar. Void Scar is easy to do routing for, actually. The thing with Void Scar is there is an interesting question. Number 1, in Pugs, I don't think that you want to fight this. I do think that you want the Shamans in the first pull. I just think that, unfortunately, you have to solo this and then solo this. I think that if you pull this on the first pull, you're dead. For weekly keys, this is going to be very sad, but I think this is the right way to do it. I actually think you will die in a +10 if you try to pull this guy with this too many kicks. Too many. And then you go through this area into the first boss area. Okay. There is no way that the route is going to make sense here. Basically, you pull all of this. Okay, so you pull all of this. Then you pull this guy with one of the packs that spawn. These turtle, like this. Then you wait, and you pull the mini-boss with these, right? These guys come in, something like this. I think it looks something like this. The second mini-boss. The key here is that you don't pull both mini-bosses together. Okay? Mobs. Like this. That's this area. And then you fight the boss. And you go up. Now here's a cook. I don't know if these Harrowers, I know they're worth a lot of count. I don't know if they're actually good mobs to pull in pugs. I weirdly think that the right side is actually better in lower keys. Like, I don't actually know, because this pack here sucks. You have the Overseer, Shaman, plus Brawler pack. But I see some logic about going left. I haven't decided whether it's right or wrong, because these double poison dispels, if you don't have poison dispels, is basically terrible. But if you have poison dispels, I feel like right side is actually not the terrible thing. I feel like this is better, because this has a soak, and you need to be careful about it. And the first time people see it, they're going to take the circle out. However, I think you have to do this, though. You go right, right? Up the stairs, go left for poison, right for caster's fears. You can't route like that, though. If you ever have to say go left or right, depending on comp, that doesn't work for low keys. People won't have comps in that sense. You know what I mean? Can go left or right. Right's more dangerous, but bigger pulls. There's not... Well, there's the fear guys is the problem, so that's the issue. I don't know. I feel like if you go left... What's up, bitch? Yo, what's up, Jagvision? Hello. I think you have to fight this. I don't think you're going to try to skip this is the problem. And it's going to look like this. Then you have to fight this pack. And these Overseers are tough to fight. They're not easy. They'll hurt. But I do think that this is a potential. The only problem with this side is that they put a fear mechanic in with these Screamers, and the Screamers are going to basically hurt. The Screamers are going to end up wrecking your group a little bit. I think this first three you should pull. It's this one right here that you have to think about. Just this one. You don't kill the Shaman, basically. You can let the bolts go off. 9 plus 10? No. No, you have to fight this solo. If these guys are like crazy mini bosses. But the reason you would do it is also for percentage reasons. The thing is, I don't think these are good pug mobs. I just think these might be worse mobs. If that makes sense. But the problem is that I don't trust my team to dispel. I would rather somebody die to this soak and then come back. But I think these mobs are hard. I also think that the beam was this hurt. What do you think about VDH this season? I think that every tank can do what they need to do, Bandit, in terms of tanking keys, but you're actually asking me whether or not you'll get invited to try the keys, right? If you can try the key, yes. Like, if you have option to do it, yes. But I don't know if you will. You look what I've been eating so much, sir. Thank you. I've been working out hard, and I've been eating a lot. I've been gaining... That's why I feel better. I was dropping too much weight when I got the flu and got sick. I couldn't eat. And I was like, that was really tough. And I feel much better now because, yeah, I've been eating like 4,000 calories a day. That's why I'm having ice cream sundaes constantly. I don't think you go right side. I think you have to go left. I think the route recommendation is left. I just think that people need to learn how to do this. Group soak. It's a fear. Probably like this. These are meant to be safe routes. They're not push routes. The push routes come later. These are safe routes, though. What do you mean get invited to keys? Jiraxo's at that level. What, for example, what he's asking about? I don't know about that. Like, for example, Bandit Kuma. Have you played VDH in Season 1? Did you get to play VDH in Season 1? Poison Cleansing Totem is OP here, but it's not consistent. No. Have you played it before? I'll tell you the secret to VDH if you'd like. I forgot to move them. Last in Dragonflight. Okay, so VDH is quite a bit different than Dragonflight. The main thing about VDH is that you're a cooldown based tank. As a cooldown based tank, you need practice and reps. You can't just walk in and have coverage anymore. You don't have full coverage on things. So you need to see the dungeon, fail it, die, learn, get better. If you're not considered the meta tank and nobody wants to play with you, it's very hard to develop those reps. And so the key is you're actually asking me basically, how is it going to be perceived? That's a question mark, especially for 22, 23. Those are high keys. They're past the 1%. So if you're pugging and you don't have a team and people don't want VDH, even if VDH is meta, can it do it? Yes, but it will require reps and failure. And it's a little RNG if you have to play Annihilator. Like, I still wish that they made Eldraki better. Eldraki is a bit better, in my opinion. So you're going to go 12, and then you fight this. And then I think that you go to this side, and you pull this together here. I don't think that this is the worst pack right there. This guy just hurts. You don't want this guy. Bear at 4.1. It's a very different experience than Bear. VDH and Bear are not that relatable, to be honest. Let me see what this looks like real quick. Because you don't want to fight this together. You fight like this. And then you want access to the jellyfish. So this is where it gets interesting about what you're going to pull past this. Because if you go this side, the percentage is not quite there. And then you're going to need to add some packs here. I'm just debating on what's the right suggestion. I feel like after 14, you go like this. These jellyfish are pretty valuable for count. You just go down to this corner. Because one Screamer here is not the end of the world. This is the Brawler. I think that this is actually decent. I don't think you... I think this is okay. You just can't fight this with that. Fairly tough tank pull. But then you go like this. And then... I actually added this pack before, and I didn't find it to be that bad. After 16, you basically go up. The question is whether this is going to be efficient enough to time the key. It's safer, but is this efficient enough, or do you have to try to combine these? What's up, Thrall? Hello there, Thrall. Do you like Shaman? I'm picking up Bear a bit again, but is it right that Ravage is only a thing for DOTC talents? Yeah. How am I doing? Good today. I wasn't going to stream. I was focused. I was going to do some other stuff today, but I wanted to make these routes. I was really tempted. They might not be perfect, I'll say. I think I wanted them to be better, but at the end of the day, I wanted to make these so that people could have them as a baseline. It was something I really wanted to do. So I told myself I would log in today and we'd at least do this, even if my character, I do also have to do some zone stuff, but you could limit test them if you'd like, Echo, you can. I think Ravage being DOTC is okay. I like the original inception of Ravage, which was you know, I've been doing that for like 2 hours yesterday, making routes. I think that for me, the important thing is that people who want to do push keys, like push content, they'll be able to Thrall. The routes are more meant for how do you understand not to do the streamer pull that requires CCs, kicks, and whatever. Because when you're routing in pugs, you have to think, if nobody kicks, if nobody helps you, and everything goes wrong, how are you still going to win? Because you don't want to fail keys next week. Feel bad. So how do you still manage to win? Even though it's probably not going to go according to plan. That's how pugs work. You can't trust people to... If they do kick and like your pugs use defensives, yay! You say, wow, this is a nice surprise. But you can't expect that. You can't walk in and expect them to do that. You have to say, oh, what a nice surprise. Thank you very much. You see? So I think that basically the way I want to route things is minimizing failure. Should give you the proc for increased maul ravage when I play EC. Then I have to press maul? No. What proc are you referring to, Gabeko? Sort out. Yes, I know. That's what I'm thinking, Thrall. Like, even this pack here, for example, this pull 1 and 2 are definitely the same in higher keys, you know? But the idea here is I don't think you're going to combine this. I think you should split this. I think you should split that absolutely. All right, Void Scar Arena. Tilde. For DBM, Farial. Good question. For DBM, no. I don't even think I use DBM currently. Xboss is the only sort of UI add-on that I used in that way. So currently, no, actually. I don't even think I have it enabled. I was using Xboss and we don't... Supposedly he will update it. We just don't know exactly if it'll be next week or not. Okay, I think I'm okay with this. Now, eventually what I would want to do, though, is add more things to this. I would want to add more notes, but if I can do it later, that's okay. Alter is pretty simple. So we go pull 1, 2 pulls. Pull 2, easy. Pull 3. This is a good question. Let me look at this route, and I'm going to make some decisions about how we're going to do percentage here. You don't want extra serpents. You need to be wary as a tank of not over-pulling the descendants. I think that pull 4 is acceptable. I think you go 4 into 5 into 6. If the tank is confident, they can do pull 4 and 5 together, but you don't need to. I think that's important. Same with 7 and 6. I don't think you want to combine those. I think you have to do them separately. But the problem is, it's not the most efficient, but I think it's okay. In this area, you go to this corner and you pull that. That's basically the pull here. You got to fight these. And then you go this corner with one of the other corners. Probably this right corner or this left. Either one is fine. And you go here. Do one more pack on. The thing is, Thrall, you just said if you have a shaman healer that uses a totem, right? But that's the problem. If you don't have anybody helping you and the tank doesn't understand how to do this, they're going to die if they combine pull 4 and 5. Too many descendants. There's too many descendants. You'll die. So the routes here, this minimizes the chance of failure, if that makes sense. Pull 12 is a mini boss. This area is complicated because I don't know if you should pull all of these together. I think that you should split it like this. I think you should do it like this, basically. Now, this is the next question, is whether or not you do fight this Chosen and whether or not you add these or not. Because I think these roam, and I think that I would be worried about that pulling anyways. So I think you would go like this. And then let's see what percentage looks like. Even for 10s, we're talking about 10s. You mean pull 16? I would love to skip this. I'm just trying to think about where the percentage would be. I think that you should skip it. It makes sense to skip it. But then you would just need... You would need these two here. These blades. But in 15, that means that there's 4. And that means people could die here. So these two are a percentage that you could get. I think that pulling 8 of these is probably a bit much. Because they do fizz damage. Not sure about that. This next season is a little different than the current season we're playing right now. Shoni, I got a spot. Where can I get routes for tomorrow? Oh, of course, of course. There are so many creators who make routes. You can compare and contrast, but I'll have mine in my Discord. Celestial Might. You mean the current tier set? That might be the current 4 set, and we're replacing that soon. I think. So, either, if we just take this out and we do this the same exact way, you'd have to add something in this area. And I don't think you want to do that. Not really. You go in the middle here. Yes, you're welcome. Try. Oh, I'm going to have to redo all these notes, you know. on 9 pull, these two. Do you think so? I don't like that, though. If you pull this 2 side, I don't think so. I don't know if G18 is going to be pulled for sure, Spanky, because it looks closer than it actually is. As long as you just tag this from range, it's going to be fine. Even if you actually simplify this and you just go here, and then you pull these 2 with this, that's also fine. Because you'll have more room at the end. Then you could do it like this. Try not to pull sides. Yeah? There are a lot of circles, right? I think you go like this. If you wanted to, and you are willing to pull a little extra in the first area, this is where the percentage comes from. I just don't know if you really want them, because the leeches suck. But what would it be if you actually pulled leeches on, for example, pull 3? Then you're at this. And if you were, for example, to do pull 4 like this, maybe? Out of curiosity, is this enough to just grab 2 blades? Okay, so what if you just pull them anyways? What if, okay, hold up. I think I have an idea. I think I know how to do this then. I still don't think you want leeches. I think that what you're supposed to do is this. I have a plan. I think you add, after 9, that. And you just skip these 2. I think you add this. I think you pull this whole area, and then you don't have to worry about it. You just want to try to dodge the eggs, but I think you do this. Yeah. Here. Yes, they are. But if you're only fighting 2 evolutionists, even if they... I would agree with you, and normally you skip them. But I think I would suggest it. Because 2 at a time is fine. 3 is not. 2 at a time might be all right. I wouldn't route it like this for my push keys. My push key is going to look very different here. Leechers didn't even count when you added them. They did. They just have no percentage. They're 0.12. Even like a whole group of them is almost nothing. Sauerkraut. Yeah. Did you name yourself after the German event that happened in Classic recently? Having the kicks at the beginning of the dungeon with the flying things? No, those kill you. Those wipe. Nope, it was actually just... What does sauerkraut mean? Maybe it has a meaning I'm not familiar with. Wait, what does it mean then? I keep closing my YouTube chat. I'm so sorry. My bad. I've been missing all the YouTube comments. Our game changing. You're welcome today as a gift. I'm glad. It's food? Oh, well, sauerkraut. That doesn't count. Sauerkraut. Oh, yeah. It is actually. That's actually a good point. That's a good point, actually. You're right. You're right. It is food. I remember now. I lived in America. I know what it is. I actually. That's hilarious that I didn't put that together. I forgot to put this here, by the way. You're absolutely right. Tomorrow, I'm so excited. I want to do all this prep work, man. I gotta do a little bit more work here. We're getting there. I know that this is a controversial route. I still think that you should do this in lower keys. I think that this is the right way to pull it. I think this is actually acceptable to do it like this. I think because then you can skip the chosen. You just walk right here. Just walk. Middle guy. Then walk right. The real question is, would you ever actually consider pulling 18 with this? 18 and 19 together. My mage was called sourdough. That's like a name, actually. Did you know there's a whole TikTok for sourdough? There's a whole category of TikTok, which is sourdough. I changed my name to this name in Shadowland. So they took it from you. I see. I think this is acceptable. I'm happy with this for now. I will eventually add more notes over time. Like over the course of this next few weeks, I'll add more notes even. But for now, I'm just going to at least put this as a good option. 2, 3, perfect. Okay. I think that I missed the Nalarak route. Did you add the warding incense in it? The Nalarak route is the first one. No. I think that this first pull is so clean if you don't add this corner. They did buff it, but this one, yes. Hi, Kyrax. How's it going? This one, yes. This one you're taking. It's like over here, I think, around this pull. But this one, even though it's a little buffed, I don't know if it's... You would have to route this weird. You would have to add this into pull 2, I think, in order to keep this clean, or even borderline. You can't do it pull 3. And if you pull it in pull 1, the extra bleeds plus the extra matriarch might kill your tank. So the only way to add this pull, and what you would do, like what I would do in a push key is this, but I swear as people are learning, that involves a potential wipe. And I wouldn't do it. There's a few things, like you can skip this guy too, but if you don't skip him, you can't wipe. And the way that I make routing decisions, if I'm going to suggest some options for people in their lower keys, not lower keys, just weekly keys, like as you're learning and as you're progressing next week, is just don't overpull. If you don't group wipe, you'll probably win. It's not, do you know what I mean? You don't have to go so hard with this. Okay. I will update them as time goes on and we actually play next week. But in the same way with Void Scar Arena, it's like, this is really sad to fight solo, but I can't see a world where this is consistent. If you did pull 1 like this, you will probably die. I can't see a world where pugs are going to get this pull right. You can't CC, you're not going to call kicks, there's no kick rotation on this guy. People are YOLO sending, but if you fight him solo, you can't die. Does that make sense? That's my opinion. So when I make routes, I'm trying to come at it from that perspective of how can we avoid dying more than anything. Ruby's gonna. Oh, my old routes for Ruby. Look at this. It's saved. It's saved. Look at this. Wait, hold up. Wow. A Woo's bolster. We don't. What is this? What is this route? I can't see the full name of it. Hold up. All right. What's this full name? What's this route? Now I want to know. A Woo's bolster, we don't... What's this? What's this route? Hold up. I'm gonna ninja invite somebody, and I'm gonna try to share this route. This is a ninja invite. What is this? We don't like this route. The name of this route is We Don't Like This Route. Okay, I remember I named my route something funny in the War Within Season 3. I feel like the War Within, I had the Giga route names. This route here, yeah, look at my routes here. Yeah, look, hold up. But you want to see my route names in this? Watch this, watch this. This gets real good. Are you ready? Here, I'm going to share a few of my War Within Season route. Here we go. All right. We're going to not Pug Life. This was all of my... Here, this is all of my high key routes, my push routes in the War Within. Oh my god, these are amazing. I'm going to share them with you in a second, I promise. Oh my god, these are amazing. I remember all of these routes. Shall we view them together? Here, hold up. All right, hold up. Can you see party chat over this? All right, hold up, the add-ons are covering it. All right, observe. Oh, I can. Yes, I am able to do so. I just want you to see in party chat. I would link a route. Imagine walking into a dungeon and your tank basically just goes here. And they basically share a route. And the route is called Awu's Hierarchy Street 6-pack Giantess with piercing eyes and big biceps, call me please. That's the route name. And then like what about for example, like what if we're doing Gambit? And for example, we just export the Gambit route, right? Here, let's see. Share, rename. Awu's Kazavesh big muscular red skin Twi'leks are Giga Ultra BiS. That's true. That's not even wrong. That's actually just a true statement. Giga Ultra S+. That's a correct statement. There's nothing suspicious about this whatsoever. What about Arakara? What's my Arakara route? All right. There seems to be a relative consistency here. I'm not going to lie. Okay. High key, sometimes I melt when I hear a good Ara from a Giga Fox girl with a mischievous smile. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I love my route names. I went hard in the War Within Season 3, man. I had the best route names in the War Within Season 3. Have you ever Google? I'm not doing this again. I wouldn't do it again, but it was pretty funny. I just get that part. What is this? This was the push route that you had to do, I think. What was my floodgate? Death by Snoo Snoo. Anyways, let's go back to Ruby Life Pools here. Can it be tomorrow already? I'm pretty hyped, right? All right. First pull of Ruby is going to be here. We just got to make a new route. See that with the reset, 3 mobs are being moved? Yes. Not the third boss. Yeah. It will change a little bit, I think. I think you either just take the mini boss in Murder Row, but the count difference is different. So you don't need 100% on this current MDT. These mobs are removed right here. Good icon. I think that I think faster dungeons are better as well. Like 3 boss, not too long. I think King's Rest is an offender of that. Basically, though, with this pull here, I don't remember if this is all here, but you go 1, 2, 3, and then you don't pull a bunch of extra stuff. You pull this in first pull. Actually, I think for pugs, you don't do this. And you go like this. Just this back. You pull that back. You get to link the insanity you just linked in party chat. Would you get, why can't you do that? And you're basically going to fight. You're going to fight this in the corner. You bring this over here and you try to fight him this way. Let me check the first area after. I don't know if you necessarily for sure need these two. Because the question is, are you going to take Thunderhead in a weekly pug route? How to first pull? Fair enough. Can I do it on Patreon? That's like a Patreon type video, Flathead. I mean, eventually I'll make them in the season, but it'll take me a second. You don't add Flame Goulet to this. You could at the end, but I wouldn't add it. I think you just go like this. I'm going to look at something real quick because I have some ideas about this route. The question is whether or not I add Thunderhead. You go here. You could do all this together. You could do this together, but you drag it back. And you pull this. Okay. You pull this with boss. All right. They've added some more mobs to the side, first of all. The other option, however, is that you can just take Thunderhead. That's the thing, Galathor. Thunderhead is one of those mobs where in higher keys, he is just terrible. Foxears for a minute, I can do so. But in weekly keys, skips are risky. That's not a hard skip, and you can just ping your team and communicate, but somebody might pull him. It's not improbable that he does get pulled. It's at pull 11 that isn't marked, sorry. Look, pull 11. Thank you. They're just these guys, they don't count. But fair point, Stargazer, thank you. Where are my Foxears? Man, I'm gonna eat some ice cream after this. Where did my Foxears go? Oh, they're behind me. You know, not only that, but I should actually just get up and walk a little bit. I should stretch. Basically, I have been working pretty hard. This whole week, I feel like I've been streaming a lot and on my PC a lot. I was going to take more time off before the season started, but I've been actually just focused mostly on making the Discord. Like, I've been trying to get all this stuff, like the weekly routes and the stuff properly set up. But I haven't actually played much. Tomorrow, you log in and I'll just be in keys. Like, I get to play again. I feel like it's been a while since I've actually just played WoW. Do you know what I mean? This week was all set up. Everything about this. It's very easy. It's even easier right now, Galathor. This is the easiest it's ever been to skip Thunderhead. I've been focusing a lot on setting up the routes, the builds, the projects, and everything for the next few weeks. Because I know that, obviously, once the season starts, I'm going to want to just game. But it takes quite a bit of time to do content. I'm learning. It takes a lot of time to basically just be constantly trying to do content. Not a complaint. I'm happy with it. I have no problem with it. I'm just trying to think if this is actually the right route here. There are more mobs around each of these destroyers. I don't think they're the end of the world. Skipping Thunderhead involves you waiting for him to walk to the right. He doesn't fly. You just walk here and you go behind a tree. But I also don't think he's going to kill you. And if I think about it from that perspective, I think you should take him. I think you should take Thunderhead. At the end of the day, I actually don't think you should try skips at any key level. But it also means you don't actually need all these mobs. You can pretty much just fight him like this and then call it a day. But he's going to probably pull something. Pull 3. So you can drag these back. But honestly, in pull 3, the idea here is that you can just add one of these corners. The whelps don't give percentage. I think you should take Thunderhead. I know he's a terrible mob, but I feel like you should just play him in weekly keys. I'll add some basic notes for now, and eventually I'll redo the notes over the course of the next few weeks. He's annoying, though. There would be one caster left instead of the pack. Which one? I don't like this caster. I mean, if you can avoid him, you can. But otherwise, the question is, if he ends up pulling more, he ends up pulling more. But I seriously think that in basically next week in a +5, don't try to do skips. In higher keys, you skip him. In weekly keys, just take him. Just put that note there. Are Real really low this season? There are some unique routing decisions with some of the dungeons, but yeah. Sam, I feel like, so what you could do for a percentage is you could take like this caster. It's not the end of the world to do this, but yeah, you could say like this works. But then basically you have to tank him over here. Tank him not in the wall. This is the important thing. Real eyes. Real lies. Wow. I will stretch. Eventually, I'll put proper notes for everything. For now, this is what I got. This is what I got for now. I'll at least have something in Discord. I will eventually update this though. Thank you for inspiration. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, I'm just excited to game right now. At the end of the day, I'm actually just excited to game. Sam, do you have a team to play with? You know what you're doing starting tomorrow? You're raiding, yeah? Okay, and then we have Temple. Bro, Temple. Damn, that's fun. Mitch Hater that keeps commenting on your shorts. There's a few of them. Get back, go. I let it go. It's all good. Happens. People be like that. It don't bother me too much. There are some comments that I get that do bother me on YouTube, but I feel like at some point you have to let them go. That you just sort of have to let them go, you know? Yeah, I don't know if I should name my... I don't know if I can do the route names I used to do. Let me go to the bathroom real quick, grab some ice cream, and then we'll finish these up, and then I have to consider whether or not I actually do stuff, though. Caters are good for the algo, dude. Hi, good people. What's up, Balosh? How's your dog? Dude, we're getting a dog soon-ish, maybe. Maybe. We're not, like, officially getting a dog yet, but, yeah. I don't know. There are some comments that do get me a little bit, but for the most part, I'm pretty resilient. Okay, let me run ad. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and we'll finish this up when I get back. coming to say hi real quick? Hello. All right, cat's not saying hi. Remember correctly, in King's Rush, you can hug the wall, skip the first two guardians. It's better now. Bye. I'll see you later. Okay. I've got my ice cream. King's Rest, most of the dungeons that are returning, a lot of them have received many changes. But I have another question. Oh, it's already 4 p.m. Maybe not today. I was thinking... Oh, it's still frozen. I don't know about that. It needs a bit more defrosting time. If there is one thing I hate, it's eating frozen ice cream. Ugh. The whole point of the ice cream is to let it melt and then you can basically drink it. The fact that there are people who eat that frozen, you can't even taste it. Such a shame. If there is a dungeon that I am actually not positive had a weekly route, it is probably Temple of Cithralis. I feel like this dungeon is anti-friendly for everyone. There are these casters on the left or these stops on the right. Because the hunters have the stop, and I don't know if that's actually good. It's not a soup. It doesn't work like that. And if you ask me why, Sam, it's because that's how it works. The main issue with this place is, I swear, they really have to not have this happen. I don't think you go left. I think you go left instead of right. Cereal is a soup. Fight me. I will. I think I would fight you on that. Because soup is terrible. Like, I think soup is actively one of the worst things we've ever done. I mean, I understand why we made it as a survival mechanism a long time ago. But no good now. Okay, the question is, do you try to combine this? I don't know. I think the hunters are going to kill groups. People don't know how to CC or stop them. If you didn't combine this, you couldn't wipe. Paisy, I don't think we know the answer to that because it's a different season. There are going to be different checks, but also this previous beta cycle, we did the same level of keys on, I think it was like one higher. There was a 21 done in the beta, but we had 3.5 months. There were broken specs as always. But we also had no turbo boost, no folio. No, we don't know what they're going to do exactly in the middle of a season. There are other factors that basically inflate end of season IO, and they have been doing it this recently where you have so much more power 3 or 4 months in compared to now. So, hard to say, in my opinion. Sometimes soup hits the spot. Cold winter day. I don't think so. Okay, I think this pull sucks, but there's a world where you should pull him because somebody's going to get knocked back by the boss and pull this anyways. So you should add this for a weekly route. You pull him, you can drag this guy up. I think you can pull him into this on a weekly route. That's fine. This corner is terrible no matter what you do. I think you have to fight this like this, basically. I don't think there's really another option here. I think that because there are 3 casters here. There are the 2 adepts plus this over here, though. It doesn't seem way more challenging. I think that they're just different. Where Season 1 was very much gated in many ways behind what your tank and healer could consistently live. Yeah, of course, Fumble. Everything is in Discord. I'm on a mission right now. 100%. Everything's in Discord. Oh, yeah, no, after boss. You pull this after boss. Yeah. Of course, Fumble. Discord. 100%. I'm on a mission right now to have this Discord banging. I've got a lot of plans. I will continue doing it as I do Mythic Plus. Basically, next week, it's Mythic Plus, maybe some Raid, and then just updating the Discord with stuff. I have a lot of things I want to do. Blinding is super weird. Sushika, blinding is super weird. I could not figure out what I was getting wrong with it. It's not just that it wasn't updated, it's just that it feels like it has a mob that I swear wasn't a thing. What do you mean? You can't pull the pack at the right bottom stairs. You go pull 1, pull 2, pull 3, pull 4, pull 5 before the boss. You pull this before boss. But it's not, you mean this right here? What were you referring to? Sorry, Zeralian? This is the whole platform. Normally you skip this and you, in push keys, in G5. G5. What? Group 5. Oh, you don't have to pull them. The thing is that I think somebody will pull them. The reason I'm making these routes is that it's a different environment when you're pugging. If you're playing with people you know and you want to basically do push, for sure. But at the start of a season, people are learning. You cannot expect anybody to kick. You can't expect anybody to use defensives. You can't expect people to CC or stop. It's not a reality in most pug groups. And so the idea behind these routes that I'm trying to make, this is why I think it's important that I make them. You will time the key. The timer isn't a problem. Learning mechanics and wiping is a problem. You don't need to be efficient yet. You need to avoid failure, if that makes sense. It's not for percentage. It's for the fact that this boss has a knockback. And normally what you do is you skip this. The actual route would look a lot more like this, by the way. Push route is going to be this. You do this. It's 1, 2. Then you go boss. But the problem here is that this involves grip, CC, and kicks. There are 3 kicks, which are probably not going to get. So let's assume that you don't get that. You wipe if you try this in a pug. Many reasons why you would wipe here. So you just split it. And you say, no problem. And then pull 3, you would say, well, I'm going to pull this guy with this. Because, for sure. The problem is that this is a CC. 1 of these, no problem. 3 of these going off at the same time kills people, especially on top of the bleeds that happen by these Krollusks. And I think that that's a problem. I think that you could die if you combine this. So I think to myself, what if you just didn't combine it? What if you did 1, 2, 3, and you basically chain this in here? So what if you basically then went like this? And then I think, okay, so this is a good, that's fair. 1, 2, 3, 4 on a week. Imagine a plus 10 in the first few weeks. I think that'd be fine. I think you time the key. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4. But then pull 5, I don't want to take this. It's not an efficient pack. But if I'm fighting a boss and my hunter is standing in Narnia, what is the likelihood that he'll have the awareness that he's about to get knocked back into this pack? Somebody's going to pull. If this pulls during the boss, you are super dead. Now, technically, you tank the boss over in this corner, but I don't know if my hunter is going to be around here. Is my hunter going to be here, or is he going to be there? You don't think so, Zeralian? I don't know, because I've never had it happen, but I was worried that somebody could pull it. If he can't get knocked back, you don't take that mob. I'm not familiar. I don't know. But the idea is, you're going to wipe no matter what, but hopefully, these routes serve as a protection against potential misplay. They're enough that some of the pulls are challenging, but also kind of, I think that you'll have the highest success rate playing like this, in my opinion. These are the safest pug routes, in my opinion, Fario, yes. As you are going next week into a +5 or a +10, I think so, yes. Because if I'm playing with my friends and we've done PTR, and on PTR we did 17, 19, sure. Then I tell you what, I'll do a route that I'm not fussed about. Then we can combine pulls. I don't know if this can or cannot pull during boss. I would love for somebody to confirm that. If it can, you probably just take it. But let's see what percentage looks like, I tell you what. Because this area also, like, you would combine these pulls somehow, but I don't know if you can. So then pull, let's revisit it later, and I'll tell you what, let's look. There's a barrier that goes up during the boss fight. I thought the barrier was right there, not here. I thought the barrier was here by the stairs. This pack is in front of the stairs. I'm almost positive on PTR I was worried about this getting pulled. Does that make sense? I don't know if that's a perspective other people have. I just think that's my perspective when I try to route for pugs. Also, hi, Sin. You're saying, I often look at your videos as an old tank since MOP. I love the fact of giving good information on all types of tanks for free. Thank you. I try. Thank you, Sin. It takes me a while to make the videos. I'm trying to get it so that maybe some sponsors will pay me to make the videos. I don't want people to have to pay me to make the videos. I have a lot of cool videos that I put for maybe membership on Patreon or YouTube, but even tonight, I have a video that just says, I want to make all this for free. It's the idiot proofing the route, Galathor. It's not what's going to work in high keys. It's not what's most efficient. It's just idiot proofing the route. That's what we're doing. Correct. It doesn't count as fine. Exactly. It's effectively saying, if one of my teammates is a broom, we're still going to time this. I appreciate that, Sin. Thank you. Maybe I'm old school, but I really believe in trying to help people. I think that that's the right thing to do. And if I'm good at teaching, then I would love to. I think you can pull this guy in over here. Is your Guardian Drew run down for going to be available for public? It will eventually, Paisy. I don't know exactly when, but probably next week I'll post it. No problem. Yeah, it will. It will. Eventually. Early access for that one. That one was early access. All right. Yo, what's up, sleeping? Doing all right. A little busy. I wanted to go to the gym today. I wanted to rest. I didn't actually want to play that much WoW. My other problem is I'm debating how important is it for me to really do all of these Spark activities right now. So I never got my Sparks. I forgot to collect my weekly quest before I did this. My question is, does that int me next week? Or do I still get 4 Sparks if I don't do these right now? That's my question. I don't know. It's a little bit weird. If I ended up getting 3 Sparks next week, I would feel miserable. You could, if you want, Paisy. I'm assuming you get 4 if you get 2 right now, but sometimes you get half a Spark behind if you don't actually do that. So, just do content. There's an easy PvP where you can do. You still get 4. They up the cap to 4, so you will have to do weekly quests, but you'll do 4. But I also want to have 2. It'll save me some time. Basically, this area here is you want to avoid a lot of the riders. I don't know if you can pull this rider into. I don't think you could do 2 of them. I don't think you could do 2 of them like this. These guys hurt. I think 2 of these is hard. No. Fighting 3 of the riders, because you're supposed to split this area here. I wonder if you can pull this with 9. Is that too much? You should end up with 4 total Sparks. So getting just 1. Catch up when you get 3 from weeklies after the reset anyways. I'm scared that I'm going to somehow int this because the right thing for me to do, I've decided, is craft a weapon next week. I think that the right thing to do is actually craft a weapon. You only want to pull some of the serpents. I think it's like this. But then you need these guys, so I think you maybe grab them in 10. These guys are not that much of a problem. They're fine. I think they're all right. Do you split this area into 1 more pull to help people? The keyword for me is should. That's my problem as well, because I take my gearing very seriously, you know? At all times, if you don't mythic raid, no, it won't. Because of how the bonus rolls work and how the crest works, I am not sold that you will definitely craft. The weapon will get replaced. But I've done the math. I've mapped out every single crest that I will spend, because as a non-mythic raider myself, but somebody who cares enough to compete for Mythic Plus, I have to be clever about how I spend my resources. And I don't think... Why are you eating this? Is my 4th one today. Why not? Why not? They're good. It's because I need the calories right now. I'm still, even though I'm kind of stabilized with weight now, I still need to be in a small surplus for my liking. It's very hard for me. So I still need at least 3,000 calories a day, and it's not easy for me to eat 3,000 calories. So these Sundays are give or take about 1,200 calories total, which is a very easy way for me to just add that and make sure that I'm not in a deficit. 3K calories is like a small surplus for me, not by much. Embellishments are all very bad next season. None of them are good. They all suck. Well, keep in mind that I eat a very specific way, which is different. I don't recommend it to anyone else, but I eat medically, right? Like there's a medical reason why I eat this way, and it works for my body. It's the healthiest I've ever been by far. I'm doing it for several years now. Don't recommend it to anyone else. It's just hard for me to get calories. It's 600 gram of what? 600 grams of carbs here. A nightmare during heat waves. I think if anything, I wish I could have more carbs. My actual meals have 0 carbs in them. Sometimes I sprinkle sugar on top just for more calories. But I do believe in a relative thermogenic effect of food. Not to the degree that many doctors and proponents of this actually describe, like Mr. Lustig, but if you eat, my meals are basically just meat. I can't eat fiber. Storming. Yeah. So since I eat no fiber, it's pretty difficult to eat 3,000 calories or 4,000 calories with no fiber. Like there's only so much steak or chicken breast that you can have in a meal. Even if you start basically soaking your bacon in butter, it's still hard to eat that much for me. Yeah. I've got a weird stomach diagnosis. It is called gastroparesis. Boom. My intestines don't move like your intestines move. They be slightly different, which is not a problem. I have to work now, and we'll let the stream run muted. Yeah, of course, PLU. They'll all be there. 100%. Have a good day at work. Have a good day at work. These will all be there in Discord. All you have to do to access any of these routes is just go straight to Discord here, and you'll find them all. 100%. 100%. The reason I am making this is to share it on Discord. Do not fear. It is the entire reason I'm doing this. Oh, that's okay. I appreciate it. It's not the end of the world. Okay. I don't know if it does Zen. I know they've changed a little bit. Okay. Does this kill you if you actually do all this? Like, does this kill you if you try? Should you split this into 3 polls? It's how I farm drops. Got it. Out of curiosity, does this poll kill you if you actually try to get all of this in 1 poll? These guys are not that bad. And pray for kicks. I don't know how I feel about doing all of this at once. I think it's okay, but this starts to get a little bit aggressive. Alright, add poll. This one, you just go here. You kind of have to just do these, basically. Then you pull that. Then you pull this. And then you pull these. And then you go here. Now, we'll see what the percentage looks like. I feel like it hurts. I feel like it's tough, but I'm not sure what else to do. And you just go here. And then you go here. So we're definitely over percentage. Let me look at something. And you pull this. Bro, can you just skip 8? Why are we so over percentage? What the hell did I select? I don't remember this dungeon having this much percentage. I don't remember this having this much percentage at all. So wait, could you just skip the sides? I guess we're pulling 5, right? And you don't need to pull 5? Nah. Oh yeah, no, they don't have... Most DKs don't know how to grip. That's 100%. Most DKs don't know how to grip. You cannot expect this. Not at all. So wait, couldn't you just skip this? Why do I feel like I've selected a whole extra pack? Even you could skip 5, but this is including if you're playing safe and you just basically fight 5. 13, 14. It's just this guy. MDT is wrong for this dungeon. That makes way more sense, Cam. I was gonna say. I feel like... This was a lot. I'm almost positive that something is wrong here, because I vaguely remember it's 105. Thank you, Cam. That makes more sense to me. Yes, that makes more sense. I think this is right, though. I think this is how you route this. You could probably do this 15, actually, with all of these. Like, I don't think it's the end of the world, though. BiS Builds. Galathor, this happens at all key levels, as you probably know by this point. I think I like this tempo route. I actually think this is not bad. 15, 16 is an easy combine. That's what I was wondering, if you actually could just combine all of it. I feel like these guys, like, I didn't get to heal this dungeon very much, but I swear this doesn't do that much. I swear this doesn't do that, though. There's no one having that. Oh, there's no judgment, by the way, Sam. 100%. God damn, this is an amazing add-on. In fact, I made a video tonight, and to be honest, I was trying to be positive, but I kind of admonished Blizzard a little bit. I would say, I said something that I believe, and I really believe. The fact that Blizzard does not officially sanction add-ons is very weird. And what I mean by that is that add-ons are a completely separate thing from the game, but they're not. They shouldn't be. You should actually zone into a Mythic Plus dungeon. Like, the second you get to max level, they should be like, or you go into your first Mythic Plus dungeon, there should literally be a pop-up menu that comes up and says, hey, there's this add-on, it's called Mythic Dungeon Tools. You should get it. Or like, do you have Platinator? Like, there should literally be a UI in-game that tells you all of this exists, and yet it does not. It does not. They exist separately, although they shouldn't, and I don't love it. I specifically think that that is bad. I think 15 and 16 is okay to combine. Just trying to remember. I don't know how well this is tuned. If people die here, I'd feel kind of bad. Yeah, of course, Daryl. That's the whole reason I'm doing this. These are not the routes that I will do. They're the routes that I think other people should do. Paywall is mob into the info for... From a corporate perspective, they have to intentionally remove themselves from anything they can't control. Yeah, but at some point, they should actually just... Like, for example, this is my thinking here. Okay? Imagine Blizzard says, hey, there's going to be no more add-ons, and everybody's freaking out about their UI. And they go, no problem, guys. We got you. And you say, sweet. You say, okay. And then you expect them, they have this. And you say, no problem. They didn't make this. Elismir made this. Basically on his own. This is the best UI I have ever seen in my life. I could color my Iron Fur bar for each individual stack. It is crazy that he made this as an individual, and they did not. I don't love it. I don't love that, man. Like it's a little strange to me that like this should just be in the game. It's almost weird to me. So fair. You know what? Good clarification. I said on his own. Clearly not on his own, like as a one-person team. And I know that eventually he made some money. Claude helps. I don't know. I'm sure that he had some other people helping. I'm assuming it wasn't like a one-person job. But the idea is that he's competing up. He's up against Blizzard. And Blizzard comes out with no UI help whatsoever, basically, going into the new season. They made some stuff for party frames that's a little better, but it's like, I don't know. You know? You think Deathbringer will stay okay? Claude equals AI, I do know that. Yeah. I've used Claude once or twice. I'm aware of how to use it. He deserves absolutely all the credit. I think Pranders, I think that Quarks was making a joke about AI for what it's worth. UI restrictions, I know. Lean top the old school RuneScape plug add-on method. I basically just think that there should be a more official collaboration with the add-ons that are just effectively, you know, impactful. Well, I mean, 100%. Dude, imagine he didn't make this. We just wouldn't have it. Like think about XBoss. XBoss gets created, and that is such a cool thing. But how come it doesn't actually just appear? How come there isn't actually something in the game that literally just goes tank hit incoming? You know? Like, I don't know, man. I wish that they had more in the game. I wish that there was just a little bit more thing. So I made a video tonight explaining where people can learn going into next season. Tomorrow, listen, I have been working hard behind the scenes. I have guides coming out tomorrow and the next few days. I've gotten some professional players to agree to make guides with me. I am now in a position. This is very cool. This is an absolute victory. I don't know who is watching this that has never met me before. If this is your first time in my stream, I haven't been streaming for that long. I haven't been in content for that long. I am in a position where I have networked and I have friends and people who are very good at this game and know more than I will ever know. And they're also experts at their spec. I can make guides for people to learn whatever you want to learn. I can do this. I'm in a position now where I have enough, like if I message somebody, there's a chance they respond. And I don't feel like I was in that position a year ago. But my goal, and there's a video coming out tonight explaining this, whatever you want to learn, I will direct you where you need to go. If nothing else, I will have it in my Discord directly. But my goal here is that Banchers made a Hunter guide with me. So at any point you want to learn Hunter, you watch that video and you will immediately understand how to play Hunter. Because he's amazing at this for what it's worth, by the way. What are we listening to? Oh, it's 1,000 Years by Christina. Oh, I love this song. This song's great. Basically, if you want to learn something, Discord is where I'm going to be having this hub of information. But the whole point is that you go to Hunter, you find exactly what build, you find all the macros that can be helpful for your build, and then it's like, if you want to learn more, here's Bancher's Discord, here's Bancher's spreadsheet that he maintains for Hunter, and also here's Azratharian's Discord, because those are two of the best Hunter resources that you can have. Both of those, you will become an expert. But start here. That's my goal. That's my goal. And it's like, hey, for the Brewmaster section of my Discord, it's basically just like, hey, go to Brewmaster, find the build that I would say. I made a guide with Shaw, watch both of them. Initial guide, expert guide, and then all of a sudden, you just go, hey, if you want to learn more about Brewmaster, here's Shaw's Discord. Here's where you can find more. Here's his YouTube channel, because he has more content for Brew that I will never make. That's the whole point. Like, I'm really trying, though. Where's what, Brad? You mean the enhancement shaman? Isn't he the shaman? Or it's like, for Warlock, it's like I want to, eventually, over time, I'm going to have all of that. You can't take a bonus roll here, though. Xboss is new for me. Xboss or bigwigs. Xboss, they need to make it, I'll actually do this though. It hasn't been changed much. The new video, not yet original, because I asked one of the best prop warriors that I know of who will, oh, I don't remember that YN. I've already forgotten. Xboss, wait for 3 days. I think somebody told me that they said they were updating it, but currently it's broken with some of the restrictions right now. So I would wait a little bit for Xboss, by the way. Have you got a new video on Prot Warrior? I rewatched the original guide I made on Prot Warrior. The concepts still apply original. However, for Warrior, do you know who Topics is? I was thinking about who I can ask. I've been really working hard at this. It's a big goal of mine. I would love to make this a reality. I just would be very proud of myself, and I think it would be awesome. Original, do you know who Topics the Warrior is? Well, I messaged him. He's got a lot of real life stuff going on. He just had a second kid and stuff. So I told him, I was like, hey, when you have a second, would you do a video with me? And he was like, yeah. I said, sweet. Let's call it, like, maybe it'll be 2 weeks. This will take me about 6 months. I imagine that this whole project will take me 3 to 6 months. But that's the idea. And I'm announcing it now. There's a video coming out tonight explaining all of this. Because I think I'm upset with two things. Number one, the fact that this doesn't exist in game is actually silly. I really think, like, I actually believe the fact that this doesn't exist currently in World of Warcraft is just straight up silly. I don't understand why. I don't get why there isn't somehow an in-game resource that can show you here's how to improve your damage or your rotation or your this, or here's how you can learn the next step. Why not? Why isn't there a tutorial that just says, hey, so now you've done a +5, would you like to learn more? And you say yes, and it says, great, now here's what your interrupt is, and you go, what's that? Congratulations, this is a kick. When you see this cast, you see this bar, you can use your kick. I swear to God, why not? That sounds so simple. Why isn't it in the game? Or it's like, here are the options for nameplates, and it's like, you can see all this stuff. Why not? Why do you have to watch a YouTube video to learn how to do that stuff? I don't agree with it. And also just for general rotational stuff, playing the game more does not necessarily mean that you improve. I actually think that the best way to improve in WoW is probably to find somebody who you like playing with. You have to find a content creator that you enjoy. Wait, Roger gifting subs. Yo, thank you for the gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the gifted subs. What's up, Raj? You had this kind of giggle. You had a first time chat, then you had a Prime sub, then you had 5 gifted subs, and this is the first time you're in my stream? Yo, thank you. Topics he's a tank creator, he's got good guides, and I don't know if he streams on Twitch actually, currently. Thank you, appreciate that. There are people like me with Guardian Druid. I love Guardian Druid, and I could talk to you about Guardian Druid for like 2 hours, even though it might be simple, it doesn't matter. I've been playing it for a long time. I absolutely love it. I can talk about the nuances of it, the history of it. But this guy, he's a Prot Warrior main. He does other tanks, but this guy, I'll link you to him right now. There's a tank creator right there who's a Prot Warrior. And if you're like gonna ask me questions, hey, tell me a little bit more about Brewmaster. Well, I could do that. I like Brew. I've played it enough. But if you're like, I want to be really good at Brew, I would rather tell you where to go. And I would say Shaw is a fantastic person to learn Brewmaster. Would you agree? Like, let's say, for example, that you wanted to learn how to be much better at Brew. You wanted to see some top-level runs. You wanted to maybe study. You wanted to... Well, go ask Shaw. He also does coaching for Brew. You want to learn from me? That's great. Here's what I can teach you. You want to go to the next level? Why not ask Shaw? He's great. There are people like that. And also Sam, by the way. I asked Kyrasis if he would do a Blood DK video with me. He said yes, but he's busy right now as well. Everybody's going to be... So a lot of this stuff will take a little bit because I recorded some of it already, but many specs are going to be kind of like after the season, of course, because next week everybody's busy, you know? Thank you, though. I think it's a deliberate strategy by Blizzard to foster a community ecosystem outside of the game. But where's the community outside of the game? I don't really see that, man. Choice 10 Guardian Prot Warrior Pally. Original. Have you ever thought about the personality that goes into each tank? I've thought about this. I believe that there's two fundamental different personalities that are attached to the different specs of tanking. Thanks for the awesome content, actually hanging out with you. Thank you. I appreciate that, Roger. I wasn't going to stream today. I just really wanted to have at least some weekly routes. Honestly, these might not be perfect. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with them not being perfect. At the end of the day, I want to do a lot more notes and stuff. This MDT is a bit off. You need 105%, actually. So ignore that. Ignore the over count for now. Okay, put that note there. We're doing it now, and all the content creators on YouTube, the Discord. So that is basically the external community. It's like if you want to learn about Hunter, you don't actually just log into your Hunter and learn. Unfortunately, the best thing to do is you could go to Wowhead, but I believe that that's limited. I don't think Wowhead is so general, it doesn't really help a lot. It can. There are some guides that are better than others, but basically, you have to find the Hunter Discord. Which Hunter Discord? Well, there's 5. So do you find the main class Discord? Class Discords, in my opinion, have all evolved to be less helpful than they used to be. Some are more helpful than others. Some are way more helpful than others. But then, where? And I would say, well, Azertharian has a Hunter Discord. If that's so you can go there. Banchers, he has a Discord. Those are the, but you wouldn't even know who those people are. Like if you're actually a new Hunter player, you have no idea who those are. Want to use Invis potions? I think so, maybe. I would say they're very off for tanking, but do you know why that happens, Sin? I can explain why the tank guides in particular for Wowhead are rough. I can explain it very easily if you'd like. And there are people who know even more about this than I do, but I would say about the 2 types of tank personnel. Oh, sorry. Let's do the personalities first. When it comes to tanking, you have proactive, you have reflexive tanks, and you have predictive tanks. I would argue this isn't a complete rule, but I made a video about this a long time ago because I think that there are people who prefer predictive patterns and those who identify patterns and appreciate being able to make a plan in advance and have the personality who might lead them more toward enjoying chess, but less like FPS. Because FPS is mostly maximizing your reaction time and less maximizing I'm going to make a plan. You have to do both, but one favors a sort of reflexive type of gameplay that's fast-paced and high octave, where every moment you need to snap respond, snap respond, snap respond. And there are gamers who really enjoy that. But there are also people who don't tend to like FPS as much, and they actually tend to prefer the planning in advance side of things, where they think about the match when it's not happening, and you think, okay, so I'm learning more about this. The next time I'm actually going to go, pawn to eat, you make a plan. It's a little bit more of the chess mentality. There are 3 tanks that fit into this, and 3 tanks that fit into this. There are 2 in the middle, but the major 2 outliers are this. If you like Guardian Druid, you will probably like Prot Warrior. And if you like the reflexive side of tanking, you will probably like Brewmaster and Blood DK. Brewmaster and Blood DK, although you plan, are very reflexive tanks by nature. As you progress with them, you will be constantly responding to your environments, whereas a Brewmaster or a Warrior are a little bit less responsive and a little bit more predictive. They're more about making a plan before the pull even starts and then executing that plan. You don't have to time your brew or time your death strike nearly as much as you have to actually just know I'm going to bark skin at 43 seconds. You have the 2 tanks in the middle, which depend on the season. So you have VDH, which I believe is a little bit more reflexive, but depends. Actually, it's seasonal. There are different iterations of VDH that have existed. But right now, VDH exists on more the reactive side of things, and Prot Pally exists on more the predictive side of things. If you understand the basic rules of Prot Pally, then I would say that there are 3 over here and 3 over here. But this can probably give you some interesting perspective on what tank you should try. So for example, if you're like, I love Prot Warrior, I've been thinking about trying another tank. Well, if I had to recommend based on that, and it's a generalization, I would say, have you tried Guardian Druid or Prot Pally? because those are the two tanks that are most adjacent to Prot Warrior. But likewise, if you're like, I've tried some tanks and I just fell in love with Brewmaster. Brewmaster is my favorite. I would say, have you tried Blood DK? Because I believe that you can actually separate, in a generalized way, the differences of tanking. You also see people who prefer different builds. So, for example, if somebody is a Brewmaster or a Blood DK main, I think that they would like Colossus Prot Warrior more than they would like Mountain Thane Prot Warrior. Because Colossus has a lot more of that rotational friction of reactive type gameplay in the middle, whereas Mountain Thane is very plug and play. And I think plug and play tends to be better for newer tanks, and reactive gameplay tends to be more challenging. Does it sin? It's not a perfect metric, but I believe that there's some truth in that kind of breakdown of tanking, if that makes sense. I believe there's some truth to that. I'd be curious in exploring it more at some point. Yo, what's up, Yada, on YouTube? First time catching your live stream. Been putting out banger content lately. Thank you. I've been working hard on it. Blood DK is like playing with lag. It takes 2 to 4 globals until you realize you're effed. It can be, and some people really like that pressure. I don't. One of the things I like most about Bear is that I can tell you what I'm going to do before I go into the poll. I think Season 2 will be harder. It could be harder, not easier. I think Season 2 dungeons, I wouldn't say it's terrible. I just think that they're going to be harder. All right. Fair enough. Normal is boring anyway, Sin, right? I used to love Guardian, the War Within. Try to get a Midnight. Felt like I fell off a bit. It's hard to keep aggro for a new season. Guardian aggro is pretty good now. If you started it at the beginning of Midnight, it had aggro problems. It was bugged. There was a weird Guardian thing that happened at the beginning of Midnight original. It's better now. But for Prot Warrior, I still think that my basic guides are good. I still think all that information is solid. But if you want it, I think Topics is where I'd send you for Prot Warrior. He makes some good stuff. I don't know if he streams, but I definitely want to collab with him soon. Okay, wait, we're almost done. Last one, King's Rest. Yes, I will have to because of crests. You get more crests from it, so I probably do it. Heroic crests are value. King's Rest. Okay, there was a Giga pull we did on PTR. That was super fun. But basically, you skip the first 2 golems. You pull everything else in this dungeon. So you skip these first 2, and I think... okay, in a pug, you just play this. In a pug, you're probably going to go like this. You activate this, and then you go... here. Good night, Kyrex. Thanks for hanging out. This is good to see you. I'll see you next time. Does it... I can go like this, though. What's up, yo? Tomorrow, got all curious. I am not that prepared for it, but I'll figure it out. I've been focusing on this stuff. I love Vengeance Demon Hunter. Dude, I hadn't even did my Spark quest. I care a lot about my character's visuals, and I absolutely hate demon form. Fair enough, Oats. More people consider their class fantasy than you might realize. You just split this. It doesn't matter, I think, how you pull this exactly. I think you just split this, and you go 1, 2. Either one is fine. I haven't seen, I checked his Twitter. Damn it, it needs to hire him. MDT hard carries key. Wait, which one is that? You have to pull all of this, but they spawn individually. You go single guy. And then I think this one, you go forward. Probably, I think you could split this. I think you could go like this. It's fine. Pull the 2 big guardians into the room with the ads. You probably will in push keys, Rallian. I refuse to play Dwarf for the bleed drops. Yes. And sometimes I don't like it when they design a season where Dwarf feels like it's necessary, you know? It's closer now than it was, darling. It's still lower damage. If I would bank on anything, it's the fact that Blizzard will change that soon, but we'll see. This pull, you don't overpull this area. I think you just go like this. And then you go... I don't think you pull this into the boss. I think you basically just go fight boss now. Okay, this route is actually the easiest route in the world to make. There's really almost... there's like no variation. I think that in higher keys, you might actually do all of this in one pull. I think this is one pull territory. This is not a hard route to make. So we need to do Blinding Veil. That's the last one. I mean, this is the only thing you can skip. Yeah, you do if you can. But to be fair, sometimes your pugs will just walk forward, and if they pull, they pull. I think you could do 1 plus 2 plus 3, or at least 1 plus 2 or 1 plus 3. I think, but it requires coordination and to be careful. Fears suck. I think so. Of course, Ewigs. Of course. They're all in here. Part of my plan, part of what I want to be able to do. I have the video coming out tonight explaining it. Roger, thank you for the gifted subs again. I'm glad. I hope my content helps. I've been ignited recently. What happened was, for 3 months, I was quite sick. May, June, July. Man, my health wasn't great. I had some autoimmune stuff flare up. Haven't dealt with it in a long time, and I had no energy. And I had all these plans, I had all these ideas, and I couldn't do anything about them because I was barely managing to keep up with my real job and my actual life, and it was just like I was struggling a lot. It wasn't great. But now I'm feeling better. So I'm hella motivated. I am like omega, giga, ultra motivated. And if you think my content's been cool recently, just you wait. Just you wait. I've got plans. I got plans. I got plans. May I ask what the autoimmune is? Of course. Yeah, so I have genetic issues my whole life, but they weren't properly diagnosed until I was 23. Had a lot of other diagnoses, but at 23 I found out I had Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. And that basically is combined with POTS, postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, and MCAS, which is the mast cell activation syndrome. They're fancy names for basically my body goes, it's just this. But the inside of my body also does that. So some of my like organs and insides just don't work quite the way that they're supposed to, which is obviously not good. This is no good. But everything will be in Discord. And so I've been dealing with that for a long time. And you could add on celiac if you want, but I think that's borderline unrelated at this point. Yeah, of course. I wish I could talk more about health sometimes because my journey of health has been so unique, and I got lucky finding information that really helped me because otherwise I would have been screwed. I feel like it was not a guarantee I would have found all this. Okay. King's Rest. I really don't think there's a lot of variation on this route. That's basically there. Okay, we've got Altar. We got Den, King's Rest, Murder Row. We did all of them now. Do Workout Wednesdays. Oh, Temple of Sathralis. I never actually did this one. Temple of Sathralis, export. Boom. Are we going to use EC? EC is currently ahead. Although, to be fair, we have to wait a little bit. But currently EC. Oops. I messed this up. Okay, hold up. Bam. Used to do gym streams in a previous life. He used DOTC. I can show you logs from his DOTC stuff, though. I think a cool thing for end of season will be individual dungeon tech videos. I will definitely make them, Yoyada. It'll just take me a second. If they just won't be out now, I will use my actual dungeon runs to hopefully make more of them, and I'll have like walkthroughs, guides from a Guardian Druid perspective, as well as other tanks throughout the season. They'll just be like 2 weeks from now. This upcoming week on YouTube, you're going to see Boomkin Guide, Hunter Guide, Devour Demon Hunter Guide, and a bunch of other stuff. I might even put some other videos that I have as well. Of course, yeah. I think the tech and push key routes evolve over time. Okay, Blinding Veil was absolutely confusing me in this MDT, though. I could not figure out what I was looking at, because this is the bridge, and I'm pretty sure I pulled everything on this bridge, but I swear this MDT is so hard to find. Because I think this is the whole bridge. I don't think any of these mobs are actually here. I think they're underneath the bridge. There's like an extra bridge that runs from here to here, but I can't see it properly. I swear that this is like the whole pull. There's like one more roaming pack. It might be this. Like, I think it's all of this. Either way, you could split it if you need to. I think it was like 8 plus this. You can pull this with boss or something, though. It's a little bit weird. I swear that this is also different. I swear that this area is also not quite right. But it's the end of it is not updated. I can try to make the route, but I think that this one I might just not have. It's possible that we're missing one route in Discord, and I'm okay with that. So this is the end here. This is toward the third boss. And this is, you're going to pull... No, this is the last boss. The third boss is this way. You're going to go up here and you pull all of this. Not this one. This one. The bridge. Wait, where are the... This is the third boss here. Where are the mobs? I don't think you can do... I don't think you can make this route. I swear this isn't... You went after the second boss. You went like this. And then you went through the platform and you did another pull, but you tried to avoid the belcher. The main thing is that you avoid the belcher and you do something like this. And then you pull the boss, but this is the platform here. I think that it's... I think he's updating it. It must be. And then you would go like this with the boss. But you don't pull this belcher. But I'm at 109% right now, and that doesn't seem right. How am I at 109%? Yeah. I think I might have to wait for this, because this is not 109%. Something... Oh, it's the bosses that are counting. Right. The bosses are counting for percent, so... You have to get rid of the bosses here. Okay, this MGT, I might have to update this as the season actually goes. That's okay. What's up, Asgard? It is a handsome gamer. Ooh, well, handsome. Thank you. I don't know if you know Around the Mage Tower. I do. They are more focused on casual gaming. Also do a lot of dungeon guys. Their websites are pretty cool. Good call, Shikaf. Good call. I would love to. And he has an updated account. Well, I think what's important, actually, Sam mentioned this earlier. You know that the guy who makes MDT is not an official Blizzard dude. Like, he works by himself to effectively put out this add-on that we all love and use, but we kind of take it for granted. Like, it's just some dude making it. Like, it's not like a Blizzard team who's doing it. It's a separate thing. And so he's trying desperately to update it, but I imagine that Midnight API on some mobs and stuff like that has also maybe changed it a little bit of how this works. I don't know, but this is... Clearly, it's a little bit off. So this would change the calculus, because then you're at... I don't think this percentage is right either. It's Nagi, right? Nagi is the one who makes... You clarify for me. Nagi is the one who makes this, right? I hopefully that he gets support, because this is an amazing add-on that I think we almost take for granted that we have it. There's a world where we don't have this, and you can't do it. I will say, if you're here and watching this, and you're a tank player... May I give you one small piece of advice? 2 things. Number 1, there's an overlay for MDT, which you can download. By the way, kind of helpful. Not a bad idea. There's an overlay for this. It's kind of helpful. Number 2, you can macro MDT to your action bar. So if you ever need to check it in a key, you don't actually have to type /MDT. You can just hit the macro. Because this macro right here is the macro. You just put it as a macro, and it just goes /MDT. So if you're a tank player and you need to open this, you click this button. You just have it on your action bar, and it will automatically open. You don't need to type it every time. Opening party chat to type /MDT can be weirdly hard in the middle of a key. So you can just... But there's also an overlay that is called MDT Helper, which is not a terrible add-on to have. That can help people with routing. Yeah. Yeah. The problem is that one time I didn't macro it, and in Seed of the Triumvirate second boss toward the early part of the season, I remember I was on the second boss of Seat, right? And I was like doing this weird route, and I was trying to remember what the percentage I needed at this boss was. So while we were fighting the boss, because it's not a hard tank fight, I was fighting the boss, and I was like thrash, and then I typed /MDT. But the problem is that I accidentally hit spacebar. So instead of typing /MDT, I accidentally said it in party chat, and I was like /MDT, and they saw that I, as the tank, was trying to open MDT in the middle of a dungeon run, and I was Omega Flamed. And I was called out, for sure. I was basically like, they were like, were you just checking the route? I was like, I got this. What do you saw nothing. You didn't see anything. I definitely was not looking while we were fighting the boss at exactly what I was like fighting the boss. I'm like hitting thrash behind me. I'm like, what was the percent? I'm like, okay, supposed to be like 78.3. I was doing math in my head. Yeah, just macro it. You could just literally hit boom, 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 boom. Open it. Kind of a giga tip. Okay. Everything except Blinding Veil is updated. I'm pretty happy with those. Here's the thing. Blinding Veil... okay. So we're going to go currently and needs and updates. I will have to add... Unfortunately, Blinding Veil is a really good routing dungeon, too. I wish I could add it right now. That's okay. That's okay. 6 direct messages. What's this? Name. But hello. If people don't know, there's Keystone Polaris. Also true. Yes, there's MDT Helper has a similar thing where it comes out what the percentage is. Yeah. So a lot of times people are going right in Blinding Veil. I went left on PTR and I didn't have a problem with it. I only did it at 17, but I had no problem with left. I found left to be quite consistent. I didn't have any issues with left, even as a bear. But I do know that a lot of people, it was right, then it was left, then left was either buffed or right was nerfed, then it went right again. But the thing is that I think that it was the Hydra mobs that kind of sucked. You just go blind and Blinding Veil. I mean, that's the point, right? It's in the name. If I remember correctly, right had one more mini-boss, and it was annoying. Left was basically just these easy flower. Like, it wasn't hard to live these. It was just 1 or 2 casters and the Grove people. But it's a good question, actually, and perhaps the route ends up being right. Either way, remember, the purpose of these routes, if you haven't been part of this conversation, it's not to be the most efficient. It's to minimize the chance at failure. There are certain skips that you can do in like a plus 15 or a plus 10, but you shouldn't, because you just don't want to wipe. What you're trying to do is avoid the wipe. Do you go top or bottom? It depends on the days, Aurelian. I like Bloodlust on the Dino, that's all. Fair. Then you might... I still think you would probably lust first pull there, no? I think the last boss of Blinding Veil, though, will absolutely destroy pugs. I feel like the last boss of Blinding is going to wreck pug groups a lot. Like, hardcore. You will not survive that boss. That is not a good pug design. Okay, all the routes will be in Discord. All the UI stuff is in Discord. Pretty sure we're set up. What other resources would you guys want or like before season comes out? What's up, bitch? Yo, do you have any goals for the season? Yes, I do. Akadrain. Can I tell you in a second, though? Because I'm about to go to the bathroom. I'm going to run one ad, long ad. I'll go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I will gladly tell you my goals for the season. Yo, what's up, Mara? What's up, Harith? Great work, bitch. Thank you, John Budden. I'll be right back. Bathroom. 1 second. What's up, Aquadrain? You still here? You still here, Aquadrain? You asked me what my goals for the season were. I would love to tell you. I have a very specific goal this season. You're here? Great. Let me get my treadmill for some quick steps. And as I do this, I think I can go do at least one Spark Quest. I've got to do this downstairs area. I got to do the this area here. How hard is this? Okay. I do not care about the 0.1% title push. I pretty much only care right now. I'll get 1%, at least 1%, and I'll do it early. I really like the early grind. Huge fan of like early push keys. Very much enjoy them. So I'll push hard early. My goal is to make this happen. I want in my Discord every spec represented. I want people to know that when they click on my Discord, they will be able to learn whatever they want. So if you see this here, I want you to basically scroll and say, how do I gear in season 2? Information here. I want you to be able to say, what is UI? What should I use for my UI? Boom, right here. And I probably linked the video I made yesterday to clarify the UI stuff. I want you to be able to say, Aquadrain, I've been playing Guardian for a long time. I'd love to try Prop Pally. And you think, okay, watch. Click on the Prop Paladin tab. You will find a build that is a little bit more beginner friendly, maybe a few less active talents, a few more passive talents that still works well. And you say, great. If you want to compare that to the push build, you have first, second, at least 2 builds for everything. Then you go, by the way, you can natively bind to click casting. You should not be, for example, hovering over people and trying to use Blessing of Sacrifice. You just bind it to your frames. It's a native click casting in game. A lot of people don't know that this exists. And then, by the way, here's a macro you can use for your Avenger Shield that basically is a mouse over macro, helps you with kicks. Here's something for this. Yep. And then it's like, as you're learning, this is a recommendation for new prop allies. And then here's the guide that explains all of this. It's free. If you want, I made another video for Prop Pally that was just my rant about min-max stuff. And that's just right here. That's the full one if you want it. You don't have to have this one. I specifically clarify, this is not necessary, but I just ranted for 18 minutes about like crazy min-max for Prop Pally that you don't actually need. So then you go, well, okay, what if I want to learn Prop Warrior? Okay, here's the basic build that I believe will help most new Prop Warriors. Here's the advanced build. Here's a macro that basically you can use. It doesn't work. I want all of this. And eventually, I want you to be able to look at any spec and say, oh, Prez Evoker, I've always wanted to try this. Currently, there's nothing here. But over the next 6 months, I would love there to be the exact same thing. Build, write-up. I eventually want to make this even better because in this, what I can do is give you 1 or 2 sentences of things to focus on so that you can be a successful prop ally. And then the same thing here. Hey, as a holy priest, if you just do XYZ, here's a build, here's another build, voila, here's a guide. And here's also, if you want to learn more about holy priest, check out this person's resources because that's ultimately the goal. So I have some of it coming next week for DPS. This week, I'll have all hunter specs with Banshers. Very good video. You click Hunter, I will have the video that explains how to play all of them in one video. It's 18 minutes. Amazing. Then all that happens is you go watch that video, you can import the build directly, and I will also link you to his Discord where he maintains a spreadsheet and all updated Hunter information if you want to go even further. This will take you from 0 to 80. You will do good damage if you click on this. If you watch one video, you will be good at Hunter. If you want to be great at Hunter, this is where you learn. Same thing with everything. So for example, Blood DK, not a tank that I am the best at. I could make a Blood DK guide. You know who can make one better? Kyrasis. If you're a Blood DK player, are you familiar with Kyrasis? My dude is so good at this game and he knows so much. He agreed to make a Blood DK video with me. Great. If you want to, take this, watch this, you know how to play Blood DK. If you want to get better at it, here's his Discord. Because Kyrasis maintains a great Discord for Blood DK. Yeah, his UI is crazy. His UI is actually the number one Blood DK in the world. His UI is the most insane thing I've ever seen. It makes perfect sense to him. It makes no sense to me. So, he was the only Blood DK with 0.1%. Yes, he is the only Blood DK in the world who did it. He is that good. He is amazingly good. However, my goal next season, I want to do keys, of course, and I'll get my IO. I don't care about getting the 0.1% or pushing that high. I just 1% is good. Like I'll get whatever that is. And then I want to work on this. I want this all to be here and I want to make it better. Because keep in mind that one thing that you might not know about me is I am new to this. Like I'm not that good at content creation yet. I've only been streaming for a year and a half, a little bit or more, closer to 2, I guess, on the streaming thing now. I'm getting there. But then my YouTube is I've only had it for a year and 8 months at this point. And I'm learning how to get better, but I want these resources. I'm passionate. I want to help people. I want to say, hey, how do you do damage in WoW? Here's a video. 10 minutes of your time, you will learn something. And that is the video that's coming out tonight on YouTube is all about this and basically what my plans are and etc. Thank you, BTK. I'm working harder. I spend a little bit more energy on making videos and stuff, though. Creating an add-on. I don't know how to do that. Akadrain, you got to realize I'm very technologically illiterate. There are people who are so good at that stuff. It's not me. I struggle to do even basic things. I am not used to sharing what I make for myself in this game. Like, the Platinator I made is actually for me. I made it for myself. And then people were like, can I have your Platinator? And I was like, sure. So I basically gave it to them. But it's weird because now people ask me some questions of, oh, how can I do this? And I'm like, let me learn. Part of this will be a learning experience for me. So, for example, how to better read Warcraft logs was a video I made last week. And it's like, well, I've had to teach myself these things, but I could get even better at reading logs. Why don't I just ask somebody? I have this week, by the way, you'll see a Hunter guide. You'll see a Boomkin guide with DeWilkes and a few others. Basically, this whole next week, I'm going to start posting the guides and then keep working on them. And also, I also want to do the WoW podcast stuff. I like that. I've been liking the podcasts. They just take time. So this Saturday, I did a podcast. Is an interesting one with the Shadow Priest player. So I'm trying. It's a work in progress. Ultimately, though, that gives me so much passion. Like, I feel I'm like, okay, this is exciting. This is awesome. How am I going to make that happen? And that, to me, is more exciting than any key I could do. Because, I don't know, once you've done Mythic Plus for a long time, I mean, it's cool to push keys, but it doesn't have the same, you don't have the same drive that you used to with it. I feel like it's not the same, you know? Okay, I'm supposed to at least do one of these world thingies, and I think I'm good for the week, though. I have had zero vaults on any other character. Some of the stuff I'll have to do to get this done, because keep in mind, I have a real job as well. I'm busy, and I also want to go to the gym and take care of my health. So part of doing this is accepting that I will simply not have as many ults this season. Normally, I like to play like 7 characters, but I won't be able to raid on 7 characters because I pug raid. So the gearing changes in Season 2 will kind of make it so that I cannot raid. And also, the Rep Pally guide. Sorry, are you still here? I missed. Oh, Sonro, you asked me for Rep Paladin. Great question. I have a video on Rep Paladin with one of the best Rep Paladins in the world, if not the best, Melee. Melee and I made a Rep Paladin guide. That guide was on beta before Execution Sentence got buffed. It was bugged at the time. So the build changes slightly. The rotation is the same. Can you learn to love other roles? 100%. Yeah, but I think it depends a lot. Yeah, I mean, I think it's super fun to play other roles, to be honest with you, Danks. That's my favorite thing. That is my favorite thing. Oh, Alessandro, are you still here? There is a guide I made with Melee. I should actually post this. in the thingy. But I will say that the build has changed. I have 790 videos on my YouTube. Rhett. Should be here. Yeah. He taught me how to play Rhett. But I do think that I have to update the build here. Because one of the things I did last season is I made some of these, but I didn't update them properly because I didn't have the right format for them. So let's actually add rep pally as we do this. Basically, here's what we would do. We would go to the Discord. We would go here. We would simply go to BiS Builds, and then I would link Paladin. I would link the build that he sent me, which will take me a second to get. And then we'll format it in the same way. I think I might have to grab an actual updated execution sentence build. Did my game just crash? It looks to me like my game just crashed. But WoW has been doing this recently. Oh, there it is. After seeing it was daunting at first and super nice. Yeah. I watch your videos on bonus rolls. I frankly don't understand why you would pick a bonus roll over BiS item in the vault. No problem. All you need to understand is that if an item appears in your vault, it does not remove it from the lockout of the bonus roll. So what happens, let's give a practical example, BDK. All you need to know about this, next week, we do not have any raid items. Yeah. Tomorrow, when you open your vault, you're hoping for tier or a socket, whatever. Maybe you get something nice. You take whatever. The week after that, on August 25th, you're going to open your vault. If you have full cleared heroic, let's imagine you got AOTC week 1. And the very first thing you see in your vault as a Guardian Druid, can you tell me what you're playing? I can tell you exactly what your spec would look like, depending on what you're playing. First of all, give me the class you're playing, and I'll explain the loot. I have also, by the way, given official feedback in the WoW partner Discord. Playing Blood DK. Okay. So, Blood DK gets a little bit more interesting because you have to make some decisions here. But basically, as Blood, this is your favorite weapon. You really want this weapon. You might also want this trinket because this trinket may or may not be worth playing. I actually am not sold that you definitely want this trinket. It actually is going to be a little bit of a hit or miss thing. But let's say from the last boss, these legs are also really good. They changed it to crit instead of mastery, but you want these legs and you want this neck piece, correct? You want both of these. Blood DK is, of course, you've chosen the most interesting tank that might have to make weird decisions. The idea is that neck piece is your Gigabis. If you open your vault and you see this neck piece, for Blood DK, you would consider it, I will say. That's the only tank that you would consider it. Okay. You've chosen the one tank that actually doesn't have the perfect solution to this because there's some weird math about Blood DK. There's only 2 items you want from this, not 3. Let me think about this for a second. Basically, here's what you need to know. If this item appears in your vault, you need all 3. Do you think the Voracious Heart? I don't know if Voracious Heart is truly what you would play on Blood DK. I don't know if this trinket is. I actually need to triple check. I think for Sand Lane, overlapping it with a weapon is good damage, but I don't think you might not want to play it in push content. I'm not amazingly sold that this is for sure the trinket you want to play. I get syncing it for weapon damage, but oftentimes a different type of trinket might be worth playing for Blood DK. That makes sense, Uto. But let's assume you want all 3 of the. Okay. Backtrack. 3 steps back. I got this. I've got you. Don't worry. Let's pretend that you definitely want all 3 of these items. Excellent. We're good. Okay. On August 25th, you open your vault. There are 2 random items, and then you see this neck piece. And you think to yourself, oh, yes, I got the neck piece. You can't take it. If you take the neck piece, the following week, you would probably take bonus rolls. Let's say the following week after that, 3 bad items in your vault. And you think, no problem, I'll take a bonus roll. Then you think, well, let me bonus roll the last boss. because then I might be able to get my legs or my trinket that are both BiS for me. There is a chance that the following week you bonus roll the neck, which is a completely wasted roll. Because if you take the item from your vault, it does not remove it from the lockout. So there's a 33% chance that you have wasted a vault unless you take the bonus roll from the get-go. Because the only way to remove the lockout is to bonus roll the item. So if you want to guarantee these items, if you take bonus roll 3 weeks in a row, then you will get them 100%. If they appear in your vault on the first week, you can't take them because you are almost certainly, statistically, going to end up losing value. Yeah. The other problem with Blood DK is that you also need to roll the second boss. That also kind of sucks, by the way. That's like another problem with Blood DK is that you kind of want to consider rolling second boss. Yeah, so that's the fix that I suggested. That's exactly what I thought. You can't get bonus rolls this week. We're talking August 25th at this point. I actually recommended to them, I put in the feedback that I was like, hey, if you just make it so that whatever I take from Vault basically counts for my bonus, like it will remove it from lockout, then it will all be all right. Okay, where do I have to go this here? Let's go do this fast. So I do think that that would help and that would solve the system if they did that. But it gets nuanced because Blood DK also really wants the weapon. So I do think that there is a world where if you cleared Heroic and you had the option to take bonus rolls, this is why you need to check with your class representative. I believe that there's probably a world where you would take the weapon. If the weapon dropped as a Blood DK, like for example, your first vault was 2 random items and this weapon, I think you might consider taking the weapon. The weapon is probably value, because then you don't have to bonus roll this boss. So you're probably hoping that this weapon does drop for you, because you could take the weapon, and then you could bonus roll the last boss. I don't know how much guillotine technique is currently valued for Blood DK. I know for Guardian Druid what I'm going to do. But keep in mind that this gets more important when you're not bonus rolling raid and you start bonus rolling keys after you've gotten your raid items. Then it gets even more important. Nah, I don't think so. I don't really like raiding, so probably not. I might make a video soon about how to parse raid, but I don't think so. Oof. Wow, this is where am I going, man? Yeah, parsing raid is this weird thing where people don't understand what actually allows you to parse raid. I find it to be very strange. Shoto, man. Is this a My Hero Academia reference or a reference we're not allowed to talk about? If you mount up in the tunnel to the vault, you get a speed boost. Why is your cam like 30% of the screen? No, we're not doing much. We've been in a groups together. Oh yeah, we're still in a group. That's true. You can leave whenever, so. Vosh. Why not? Should I make it bigger? Maybe you're right. I actually think now that you mention it, it's not exactly like there's fascinating gameplay going on, you know? But now that you mention it, I should make it bigger. Good call. Good call. Thank you, Vosh. Oh, shit. That was a guided thing. Oh, no. Where am I? What's happening? Where am I? Okay. This did not work. It's too small. Thank you, Vosh. I appreciate that. Okay. I messed up. Remember, don't judge me on my open world content. Judge me on my ability to do keys next week. I honestly just hope I get into a liquid split. I don't want to have to mess with Heroic on week 1, man. I don't want to do it. I don't want to have to do that, though. Have I played Pizza a lot? Yeah. This season, actually, I got sick, so I didn't get to play as much PTR as I normally do. Like, I like pushing keys on PTR. I didn't quite get to do that this season, to be fair. So, I didn't get to do, like, the 19s on PTR. But yeah, I have a pretty solid understanding. Not as much as I normally do, though, to be fair. Did you get to play PTR, Vosh? Oh, follower dungeon. Hold up. Can I skip this? There's got to be a way to... Do I have to do the... Is there a skip for this? Do I have to do this? Hold up. Do I have to do this? I don't want to do this. Do I have to do a follower dungeon? I don't want to. I'm going to do the other quest first. You can go normal, heroic, or mythic. I already did it on mythic, damn it. All right, what about this one? Where's the other quest? Doesn't have to be follower. Okay, what about this? To ride this thingy. Doesn't spoil the fun. Nah, because my fun is not... That's actually fine for me. My fun does not get spoiled by that, personally speaking. Nah. I understand that it does for a lot of people, and, like, there's many Giga key pushers who don't actually enjoy, like, seeing the dungeons beforehand, but I do. Wow, this... Oh, this content kills my soul. Yo, tomorrow, if I stream tomorrow and I'm playing... Will you come say hi even if Liquid and Echo are on? You want to know a little streaming thing that I have learned now that I've been streaming for just a little bit? Even though I'm most excited to play, it is the worst time ever to stream. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's the worst time to stream from that perspective. Like, if you, I mean, I'll just turn on stream because I'm here and I'm playing, and I like streaming, but it is by far, like, a lot of times people are like, oh, like 24-hour stream. It is unbelievably the worst potential time to stream. And also not a great time to make videos either. But it's because if you think about it, there are so many people like Dorky and Max and this or whoever, or Dratnos all of a sudden streams that are nowhere, and it's like all of the big people start streaming and they do sometimes crazy long streams, and then you have Liquid and Echo, and then the WoW goes from like the 70th category to the first. It's crazy. The race is hype, which is interesting because I don't actually think that people really care. The race itself, especially in the first few days, are not fun to watch, but the casters tend to do such a good job. I feel like the casters deserve, all of them deserve a raise. It's boring at the start, and yet somehow it's still, like, even I check in on it, and I don't care about I care about the race, I don't care about the raid. Interestingly enough, you know? Today is a gift, you said you could normal, thank you. It's weird, isn't it? But yeah, I'll be basically just doing keys. I don't know if I'll raid day one. I have a plan for raid, and nobody judge me for it. And they often have bangers playing, fair enough. Suffer and wipe in a loop. You know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Quest, I need optional. Okay. Not bothered by the race until maybe last boss. I mean, to be fair, I don't know if I'm allowed to watch it on stream. I think that there are strict rules about that. To be fair, I actually do think that there are pretty strict rules, but I would totally do it if I could just, like, turn on the race and see how they're doing. Dude, Lura was... That's the problem. If you think about it, there's a certain level of expectation now to Lura, right? But they can't top it. What are they going to do to even get close to Lura? There's no way. That was the most hype secret phase. end boss we've had in, yeah, it was absolute cinema. But the problem is that they can't do another secret phase. If they do another secret phase, it spoils Lura. So I don't think they can do that. Now they basically have to make it, you know, probably get higher average views. You're probably not going to remember. Next Monday, you probably get a higher average? Really? Sam, as much as yeah, I think that unless they basically do what they did to Myth Track, and they make a Myth Track plus double Type 2 ZX RAR 69 type Myth Track. Maybe they'll basically do the Mega Ultra Giga phase that's after the secret phase, and they'll raise a second secret phase. Wouldn't surprise me, but I don't think they can. I think they basically just hopefully make a good raid, and it's fun to watch. The last raid, I mean, the last few, I also remember watching Demencius, and I was there at the end, and I didn't want to go to bed. To be fair, I actually didn't want to go to bed because it was when Echo had their, whatever it was, 0.3% wipe, which is pretty heartbreaking, considering that's happened twice now. Yeah. I feel like, do you think Liquid or Echo wins? Well, we'll talk about this throughout the week. Yeah, 0.2, that was, I mean, holy. Nobody remembers that, you know? Like, the thing is that people really do only remember the victor. That's like, you know that quote, it's like, history only remembers the winners? This is one of those things, because both of the last few races were so close, but I guarantee you there's going to be a ton of people who are like, psh, Liquid's going to sweep the floor. You know, Liquid is so far ahead. They won the last 4 races. And I'm like, barely. The most important is not that it's both teams neck to neck. Yeah, I think it's cool. I don't think they're going to be able to touch it compared to last. Oh, Sam, I was going to say, for how much of my life I actually spend trying to make videos and learning and like doing different things on the YouTubes and whatnot and stream, I know almost nothing about it comparatively. I really believe that. I feel like I should spend time learning, but I don't. I am incredibly unaware. Can you fly in this place? Like, I'm super unaware. Oh my god, I'm dead. I mean, hey, that'd be cool. I don't, as far as I know, sponsors do not care about that. I've had a few now. I had the one yesterday, and I had the one tonight, which is cool, and it makes me a little bit of money. I want to get more, but I do not think that that is a metric that they care about as much anymore. And the reason is simply because sponsors are a little bit smarter than you think if they're going to be willing to pay you. And AI completely conflates numbers. I do think it matters a little bit, but I think that over time, I bet you like total views completely, they're almost irrelevant. They're going to become irrelevant because AI can farm that. Almost certainly. I would say within the year. Within the year, any reasonable sponsor would not be looking at your like total views or total follower count because it's just too easy to fudge it now. It used to matter more. Anyone in this chat know where I can easily check what original stats are for Season 2 tier sets? You mean for the Catalyst? There used to be a way where you would go to item sets and they would have it listed. Or where am I going? I don't know how to navigate this area. There used to be a way for you to just actually go into the suggested content and view your next tier set. Currently, unsure where I think it's the transmog that you have to do, right? Don't you have to basically go to appearances, find the sets, go to the... No, it's not going to actually work this way. And then you would have to transmog them or something, and then they will come up. I thought there was a way to do it this way. I swear there was like a way to do this. And actually like check the actual item that's listed in-game. But I'm not seeing it right now. Wait, here? Nope, I'm unsure right now, Stallone. There is definitely a way. It starts in like 6-ish hours. Well, no, because there's going to be maintenance. What sucks is that the season always starts, man, when I'm asleep. Like, the season starts at 3 a.m. my time, and I have work tomorrow morning, too, so I won't be able to get on early. Yeah. Unfortunate. A toxic tour. Okay, I've got to complete this. I've got to do this thingy and this thingy. You might have to use an external site for that. Okay. Honestly, and be straight with me for a second, how long is it going to take me to do this? If I wanted to do, for example, the Temple Patrol, the Temple Strike, a Temple Incursion, and I need to slay an ancient foe, is that... How much work is this actually? It's fast? Okay. That's not that bad spec. I'll be willing to. Miraz did it in 26 minutes, so it's going to take me 2 hours. I think comparing myself to Miraz is not going to be good. 30 minutes tops. Dude, 30 minutes still feels like it's not that long. It's kind of long. Okay, well, let's just work through the quests at least. All right. I'm still worried that if I don't do this right now for some reason, I'm actually I'm like worried I won't get my 4 sparks next week. And that means I couldn't craft a weapon, and crafting a weapon is probably the right thing to do. Oh, there's a lot of powers here. Wow, that's like a whole upgrade. That's like more than 2 options. Wow, that looks like there's actually like a talent tree here. That's kind of cool. They cycle within the zone. Okay. This one is a Temple Patrol, and this looks up like it's up right now. I did this on 10 tunes. I've been busy, man. Spec, normally, I'm more of a tryhard. But I can't say that I am right now. I would say I'm a filthy casual. 5 hours. I'll do. No, that's okay. It's not the end of the world. I just want to do some. If I could do some of it right now, it's okay. I've got to make a thumbnail here, and I do wonder. I wonder if I could get more. It's not even hard. Oh no, I'm sure. I know. I'm mostly joking, Spec. It's just, it's been interesting this week to see where my priorities are. It's different than I used to be. I think that I used to interact with this game in a different way, but I really want to make this whole... I really want to make the Discord idea work. It's like, I care a lot about it, actually. There's something passionate. You know how, like, do you ever watch Attack on Titan? Do you even have the week? I think I got it. I just got it late, unfortunately. I didn't realize I had to get it before I did all my M0s and stuff, so I have the weekly quest now, I think. This one, right? Oh, hello. Like somewhere, yeah. Meta quest? This one. This one, yeah. I got this one. That's for the spark. Gather flames to cleanse sarcophagi. Like the word octopi. Preseason sucks. I got nothing left to do. You guys have nothing left to do. I feel like I have so much to do. It's because... Are you doing Nemesis Delve early on reset? I'll do it whenever for the crest. I feel like it's basically a crest thing. Like, I kind of have to do it for the crest, but... I'll do it next week. I don't know how hard it will be. Your murder row? It is. But that is because they changed it this morning, holy fans. Because they changed it this morning. And there's a pack that was taken out, and total enemy forces was actually reduced. So you only need 95% in this current MDT until it gets updated. Okay, we've completed the incursion. That's the temple patrol. There's another temple patrol. So now I have to find... complete a temple... Wait, I thought I completed a temple patrol. What's this? There's another temple patrol? Patrols will rotate, aid the ongoing battle. Well, what? I thought I just did this. Oh, I did a temple strike. I see. Ton of concentration. Wait till I actually do it in Big Keys Mutineer. wait till I do this in plus 20 Temple of Cethralis. Surprisingly, the walking actually helps my concentration, although it affects my balance. Okay, ignore the icons. Wait, Temple Strike. Oh, I already did a Temple Strike. I just need to do... Yes, the murder row is meant to be 95%. It is supposed to be because they changed the math on it this morning. And the pack that was removed is right here. This pack has been removed as of this morning. Only this morning they did this. And so the total enemy forces required for this dungeon is 655. This route has 658. I think I play the game in my own way. And one thing that I tend to do at least, is that I memorize instead of respond. I'm not that good at reflexive gameplay, and that would be something I would need to practice. Like, for example, if I told you, Sam, that I was serious and I was like, yo, I want to do keys with you next season, and I'm like committed, I would have to learn the strategies, and I would have to learn some skills, I think, to be doing the level of keys that you are. The main skill is to actually commit to updated strategies, because almost everything I do is like pug oriented, where I just think to myself, like, hey, let's go safe, let me do this, let me do that. And sometimes when I go into a key with you, for example, I'm a little overwhelmed by the current new strategy because I've never done it. I'm like, oh, I haven't tried that skip, or I haven't done this thing, and I can, you know, obviously I'll get distracted on stream sometimes, or this or that, but even if I was off stream, for me, the way I do it is once I've done something enough, I have it on memory. Hence the blindfolded key, hence the challenges that I do, because I'm not really reacting to what's happening on my screen. I'm actually just going through a script that I've done in my head. But then there are levels to that game, and depending on the season, I might not know the following one, and so the script doesn't work for the plus 23. And although I think I'm a good tank, there's a consistency there I could be better at for sure. If I was wanting to do a 24 type thing, I would have to invest a lot more into that skill. But the way that I currently do it is just genuinely thinking, let me find the pattern, like a raid fight. Like, it's all scripted, basically. And then I consider the permutations of, hey, this group has this type of comp, this group does this. But oftentimes I'm not familiar with what could happen. Like I don't know if you're listening, Sam, but when we did a key and you could, for example, mind control undead as a frost DK, I did not account for that, and I have to practice, learn, and get better at that. I think that's the biggest thing I could improve on, is a little bit more consistency and a little bit less predictive. So just allowing myself to be more reflexive, which part of that is basically just being more locked in. Like, it's basically not being so distracted walking on a treadmill streaming at the same time, but it's how I do it. Wait a second. Temple strike completed. I thought this was a temple patrol. Oh, shit. I thought this was a temple patrol. Why is this a temple strike? Aw, damn it. Where's the temple patrol? Okay. It can't be that hard to figure this out. Okay, wait, players are active in this area. Where I'm clearly missing something. Yeah, and also basically Akka Drained, one of the cool things that I've had the opportunity to do over my time playing WoW, not just this last season. Patrol equals talk to the spirit. Oh, okay. All right, I'll get him. I have had the opportunity to play with people who are professional. Like, oh my god, they're so good, if that makes sense. There are some players who are unbelievably good at this game, who have either competed in MDI or like actually type, you know, like that type of player. It is a different game. It's an unbelievably different game when you get to play with someone like that. They're just, everything is smoother. Like everything in the key is better. And the way that you can strategize or do more is, it's a completely different game. How scripted things become, where you actually look at a route and they go, hey, so I think I want to reorganize pull 7 and pull 8 because I'm going to have cooldowns on pull 8. And in Pugs, you YOLO that shit. Nobody is considering that. Okay. Boom. Temple Patrol. Nice. Why is Bruin C and D on tier lists? You can't compare M0s. M0s... Oh, I should make this video. You know what? There's a video I was going to put out tonight, but god damn it, there's a better one. I forgot. Okay. Guys. Massive PSA. Next week is not M0 week. It is, in fact, Mythic Plus. If you currently think to yourself, wow, my thing feels great in M0, it is a different ball game when you get into Mythic Plus. M0s are not fundamentally challenging. Like they're an opportunity to see the dungeon, but they're not hard. So every tank and every healer is going to feel very different when you step foot into a plus 10, as an example, or whatever it is. Okay, so I've got the patrols done. I need to now do a temple incursion. And the temple incursion is going to be where? Where is the ancient foe? Or where's the incursion? Hang on to so how come you're not using LVY's unit frames? Party frames, you got all the info in the dungeons. Incursions at the front. Where's the front? I'm on the side right now. Where's the front? This? Which is the front? Do damage and others bother you as well during big hacks and keys? I think I'm used to it. I think I'm kind of used to it now. It doesn't bother me too much. When the incursion is over, the foe will spawn the northeast side of the map. Okay. The flight path is at the south. The incursion starts there when it's active. Northern Amani Foothold. This flight path says Northern Amani Bulwark. There. Like this area. Yeah? Oh, I can just server hop for this probably. There it is. Okay. So I can. Where is this? Where are they? This way? I'll just follow them. Do you like this area? This area doesn't seem that bad. It seems like it's pretty active, at least right now. Open world areas are cool when things are active. Where the shaman is? He's taking damage. I'm on the way. I'll fly. I'll make it. I'll make it. I'll make it. Easy. Oh! Was that the enemy? Damn. Was that? Either I am stupid, or this game does not do a very good job explaining stuff, because I have no idea what's happening right now. Did we just kill the thing? Is it over? I only see temple patrols, and this objective says that I need to do a temple incursion. People seem to be leaving this group. Okay. Find another party. I actually have the video tonight about this. Wait, prepare yourself. A tide of serpents rises. Okay? Is that the incursion? This doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Basically, one of my complaints is the fact that if you ask me right now, like, what is there a spec in World of Warcraft that you want to learn? That's a strike. Ah, damn it. Okay, Temple Incursion. The south. That's north. That's south. I'll go toward the south. Okay. Temple strike. I don't need a strike. The truth is that currently, if you actually wanted to learn something in WoW, I think that I would recommend that you find someone else to learn it from. Like, you have to find someone to learn it from. Okay, what's this? Temple strike. Purging the vaults. It's not quite right. So do I just AFK and wait for an incursion, or like, what do I do? I just wait here? Alright. I could do that. That's where it is. Okay, so I'll just wait here for a second. That's fine. I can do that. I've got to make a thumbnail for this video anyways. Basically, the video is how to learn. I'm not debating people. It's basically a video about literally the conversations we've been having recently. How do you learn something in WoW? The fact that I have to recommend you to a content creator or me or whoever. But the idea is that if you want to learn something in World of Warcraft, you can't really just play the game. Will that help you? Yeah, but I don't think you can actually just play the game more. If you spend 10 hours on a hunter and then 100 hours on a hunter, you'll be a little better, but it doesn't, there's no resource in game to determine whether or not you're improving. Not really. Yo, what's up, Leoric? But then also there's a lot of, you can't find, yeah, not just critical mistakes, but even think about how do you know if you're doing a good rotation? How do you know that you're improving? Well, you say, well, I'm doing more damage. Okay, but by what metric? Because you can be doing more damage until you get into a group where you're not doing damage. And you say, okay, but how do you figure out that you're supposed to press this button before that button? The best way to learn in that scenario is to go find a guide for Hunter that tells you exactly to press this button before that button. Because you might not ever learn. Temple Incursion, got it, 5 minutes. The whole point of it is that you could actually spend 5 years playing, and if you do not use external resources, you will probably not be that good, which is crazy. There are exceptions, of course, but the idea is, I mean, they pruned it at midnight. It's not that it's too much buttons, it's just that we take for granted how easy it is to pick all this up. That's like the thing. We really take it for granted. That's like, oh, of course, well, you just learn it like this, or you think about it like that, or you do it here, but that's like a take from somebody who's been playing the game already for a long time, you know? So one of the things is that there are a lot of great resources out there, but most people don't know where to find them. I hope that I can be a resource for that. Like, since I have started making content, yeah, I think it's actually a good thing. I think that where it's at right now is decent, Segia. I think the midnight pruning did good for almost every spec, with the exception of some. Some specs are not fantastic. Okay, where is this one? Ancient Foe. 3 minutes. Find a group. Where's this one? Here? Has Lynn Dormy's guidance, okay. Yeah, I also feel like they've done a pretty good job. I do think that this is actually not terrible currently. Although I think it also depends on what spec you're playing, though. Will you bring a build guide for bear? Oh yeah, of course. There's one right now. I put it for early access. I will eventually post it. I don't know exactly what day right now, Claw, but yes, do not worry. I will. That guide will eventually be public. Okay, wait, I already lost this group. This one, we already lost this. Okay. Can you link here? Of course, it's in Discord. Just find it there. Go to Guardian Druid in Discord, and I will keep track of everything there. Yeah, 100%. You can find it there. It's the full Apex EC build. But... wait. Okay, this is not the right group. We have to make our way back toward the center because the temple incursion will start soon. Honestly, I'm so glad I'm doing this right now because I would hate to do this next week. I don't want to do this next week. Next week is when we get to actually play the game. Although for many people this is the game, and that's also fine. Whew. I love it too. I like min-max. A lot of my philosophies on the game are that you should not have to min-max in order to enjoy it or just play it. However, I like the min-max. It is something I actively enjoy. Not everybody does. Okay. So, while I was here before, the incursion was working, and now it is not. What's up, Toxic Rabbit? Okay, wait. Prepare yourself. Is it coming soon? That's a strike. This is a tempo strike. Where's the incursion? It was just about to happen, and then I tried to go do something else. Next week is real soon. Next week is tomorrow. You're welcome. Oh, yeah. I remember that people were absolutely pissed about the pruning. Yeah, people were not happy about that. But it ended up being all right. Okay. This zone does not make any sense to me. I don't know about this. They didn't prune enough? Not sure. Test your talent? Of course. Yeah. BTO, all talents, and as I update them. But I believe that this is the best build. I think if you really want to play no Apex, you could. I think that this is okay if you want to. But I think that for single target reasons and general damage, I actually think you just play full Apex, and this is the build you'll play. I see a world where you might consider this for Bear, by the way. I see a world where that could be considered. I see a world where that could be considered. But ultimately, this is what I think the best build is. And either way, these are tinier. Holy shit. These are tiny optimizations, whereas that is a major optimization. It changes your playstyle a little bit. I also think that the 4-set really helps enable this feeling very good. Without the 4-set, this will feel less good. Yeah, but Ursul's Warning is not nearly as good as people think it is. This is one of those talents that just isn't read properly. The tooltip on Ursul's Warding is poor, Maclet. People think that what it actually says is 10% magic grip. Damn, that's crazy. It's always between 5 to 8%. It is always between 5 and 8%. Wild to me that your only AoE is so bad. Yeah, I don't... Do you like it, though, BTO? For what it's worth? Like, the question I have is, do you enjoy Raze? I would say that the Guardian Druid community is pretty split. Some people like it, some people dislike it. Some people really want a Druid of the Claw playstyle, and then I don't. Like, I'm just not a big fan of that. I can't say I'm the biggest fan of the DOTC myself. I like the current Season 1 stuff. Yeah, I made the No Apex because I enjoyed it. Like, that was the whole reason I came up with that build, was not because it was optimal. I played no Apex before it was buffed. But it was because I was like, this is just how I want to game. This is currently what I like. You know? Okay, I'm trying to find some stuff. Starts in 20 seconds. Is it this? This one? Is this the shard? This is just the same guy who was here before. This doesn't seem right. Is there a party for it? How do I get there? On your shard. And you can invite me if you want. I can invite you? Okay. Invite. I don't even know how to find it. Because I'm in this thing here. So, 3 hours in Target, I'm messing around with it, and it's not worth it. No, it's not. BTO, I played a lot of PTR. Many people on PTR were playing the wrong Guardian Druid build. When you min-max this particular Guardian Druid build, you do very good single target, especially in keys. I think you're the second or third highest single target DPS spec on keys. You do very good damage. But people were not min-maxing it before. What server are you? Nagrand. Awoowiwa. Dash Nagrand. So ultimately, actually, if anything, Bear is potentially too strong next season. That's what I'd be worried. If anything, I'm worried the fact that Bear might be too strong. Not the other way around. I think that if there are two specs on the chopping block, it's Bear. Bear is one of the things that might get nerfed coming up. I'm a little worried about it. Yeah. Can you... You can make a group, Eerie, and I can find you, maybe? Yeah. All right, questing group. That makes sense. You can call it just a woo, and I'll find it, though. No, I mean, not for a while, Budsy K. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that because there are people who enjoy it, but I don't know. X Papa Jim. I have one question. For on all the M01s, can I run them again without getting loot? Fantastic question. I have no idea. Eerie, are you on EU? Are you on EU or are you on NA? I'm on NA Realms. You can only get loots once, but I feel like you can do it again. Can you not? You can reset, you can just do it again, but you won't, yeah, you can like do them for reps, I guess. You just won't get loot. Yeah, I think you can keep running them if that's what you're asking. Oof. Bro, open world content is so bricked for me. It's unbelievable. I'm actually just so bad about this. I just wanted to run many times to find better routes. I have routes right now, Papa. I just made them today. If you want, on Discord, you can find them. Just navigate to the dungeon. Direct import. All of them are weekly routes. They're not push key routes. They're safe routes for next week. I'm trying. It's okay. It's not a problem. I'm sure I can find it eventually. Okay. Whew. Good steps. I really was going to take a break tonight and then, like, go hard tomorrow. But what's very funny is I'm here right now. I feel like I should complete this. I feel like it's worth completing this. But I would totally do it. I just don't know where the incursion is. Let's have content recoil. Hello. I do not understand this whatsoever. Already on this. Thanks for all your effort. Thank you for appreciating the effort. It has been a lot, and to be honest with you, I have so much more that I want to do. In particular, obviously for Guardian, but also just for everything else. I have a video coming out tonight kind of explaining what I think the best way to learn World of Warcraft is, and stuff like this, though. 6% above. I already thought Ret was actually decent on PTR. The fact that it got 6% is pretty good. Yeah, it's in a good spot. I would say yes. It's still Ret, but it's in a good spot. Okay, let me at least sit down because was standing here waiting for this. What do you mean it's still ret? It's still ret. That's what it is. That's just how it is. I don't make the rules. Oh man, these leggings are so tight. What are we listening to right now? Oh. And they're on different shards, so when you leave, it seems like it's resetting you. I've noticed that, bro. I think I've noticed that, yeah. Let's finish this up and listen to some music. The Rep Pally me, I don't think I'm going to play a lot of alts this season, Papa. So, World of Warcraft is like a massive part of my life, right? Yeah, I mean, you got to understand. Like, this game is a huge part of my history, of my story, of my life, of how I spend my time. But I have not only a real life, but I also want to get a dog soon. And I want to take care of myself. So I want to prioritize my health. So I have to balance a real job, making the videos, which now require some editing because I work harder at them. Whereas before I would not care as much about the quality of my videos. I would just kind of hit start record, and now I'm working a little harder. And I'm in a relationship, and that takes time as well, of course. Worth it, of course. Not a problem. But balancing house responsibilities, relationship responsibilities, an actual job with my health to begin with is already a lot. If you add the fact that I want to stream during my daytime and then make a video where now I have to actually make a thumbnail, as I have been editing them recently. The one this morning and yesterday took me an extra 45 minutes to an hour. Yeah. Because, yeah, I consider coaching to be part of my job now. To be fair, I charge enough for coaching where it's a fair part of my income. I don't have enough to pay for an editor. Editor is too expensive. I don't make enough from videos themselves. It's not how I make any income. So I would totally probably actually, I'd be willing to, Temple Incursion 2 minutes, I'm good. I would pay somebody for thumbnails. I don't think each video makes enough for me to pay somebody for thumbnails. So I just kind of learned to make them myself. But even tonight, I have a video, how to learn World of Warcraft. But it's like, okay, well, I'm going to make a thumbnail for that. No one who follows wouldn't do it for free. I would feel comfortable asking for free. That takes time. I don't want people to make me stuff for free. If you put effort into something, you should get paid for it. I wouldn't ask people to make it for free. Yeah. There are some people who thrive. I mean, for the first 9 months of my YouTube channel, I made no thumbnails. Where's water? I just put it somewhere. Here. And plus Towns. Yeah, of course, Duke. Yeah, it's in my Discord too. I'll update it if anything changes. For right now, it's this. This is what I played on PTR. This is what I think is actually the best build. I've offered to help. Why Blizzard releases shit, we still pay for it? Yeah. Oh. Tastes bad without the electrolytes. Ugh. This. What's up, Akatsu? Yo, I saw you saw something in my Discord. I didn't respond to it earlier. I was busy. I just came back after 3 months break. Hope you enjoyed your break. Is it worth it to make a run for each Mythic Zero today? Yes. Yeah, it is. The reason is because tier. If you can get tier, it's absolutely worth it. What is this world ping? Bro, what the hell, man? The new zones have been absolutely messing with. Sometimes I'm just like sitting here. Burrito Bay. Yo, what's up, Burrito Bay? Do you think a burrito is a good thing to get on a first date or no? Like, for example, if you were trying to get your own bay and then they said, let's get burritos, is that a good or a bad thing? Blinding Veil when? The Blinding Veil MDT is just a little bit off right now. Absolutely not. I kind of feel like it's not either. I don't think it's actually, I would agree with you actually. Now, snuggle burritos, like burritoing your blankets, that's worth it. I have an iron for spam on bear. You can still do it right now. Keep a nice routine so when work out at home in the morning, full healthy time. Trying for. I didn't get to go this morning. I was so busy this morning that I missed a call, and I almost never do that. I messed up. I forgot I had scheduled something. I forgot to reschedule it, and I straight up was rough. Is it worth to buy a Hello Kitty, like a Discman? From 10 years ago was a breeder. She's my wife now, so I guess okay. You know what, Eddington? Fair enough. Yo, I'm okay. Where's the complete the current strike to begin incursion? Where is this? Where? I'm in the incursion now, but where is it? I thought I was here. Let me take one very small editing to them. Hey man, it's editing. If I have to put it in a video editing software, it's editing. That doesn't count then. I put effort. That's editing. Solid. Congrats, Eddington. Okay. Pyre. Where's the incursion? Over here? I'm waiting for the incursion to happen. I don't mind putting in effort to things. All I can tell you is that I have to be passionate about what I'm doing because goddamn, I don't have time for anything else. There are like sometimes like, so for example, my mom asked me, she was like, hey, I haven't seen you in over a year. I want to see you. If I book a trip out to Thailand in November, like, what's your schedule look like? And I was like, oh, I mean, of course, like, how long are you going to come for? Like, I'd obviously, like, I'd love to see you. How long are you planning on coming for? She was like, I was thinking a few weeks. And I was like, oh my God, a few weeks. Like, I mean, I'll take a few days, but I don't know. How am I going to find the time? Like, how many days were you planning on spending together? And all of a sudden, I'm just like in a phase of my life where I'm like, oh, it's going to be hard to take 1 day or 2 days, let alone several. That's crazy. I can't think of like, what? I just basically never go outside. But honestly, it would be healthier if I did. So I'm trying to balance it. It's actually a hard thing to do. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I obviously will make time for her when she's here, but I was like, well, I don't want to, I mean, I would take stream off during the day, but then I have my actual job, and it's like, well, would I just not post videos that week? It's like, I guess I could try to batch record, but I never really do that. I kind of post a video every day, and if I post a video every day, that means I make a video every day. I don't actually do, like, batch recording. I should get better at that. Like, that's a skill, and I should 1000% start scheduling stuff so I don't feel pressure to do it every single day. I am very bad at this. The berry you just showed is iron for spam. You don't use mall in this, but basically, yes. Okay, wait a second. Did we do the incursion? Where's... Did I miss it? Wait. No, like this. What happened? Where is it? Oh, fuck, it's over here. God damn it. Run, 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 run. Go, run. It's over here. It's this way. I found it. Yo, Azza, thank you for that sub. I appreciate that. Thank you for that sub. There are plenty of 10 questions. Sorry, I'm a little tired right now. I'm kind of trying to focus on some stuff. In response to you having taken a break and coming back, most of what you've learned about tanking is pretty horizontal. So as in, it's going to stay with you. The skills you learned before are absolutely still going to apply right now. The current Guardian Druid build is different, but I highly recommend that you macro your Iron Fur in this upcoming season. You are currently swimming with rage. If you do not macro Iron Fur, you are going to waste rage. There's like fundamentally, I don't even think your mouse wheel could really scroll fast enough. You're sitting at like 7 stacks in AoE. Like you have a lot of rage. That's great, but you don't want to lose rage gen for Aiden card. You lose even more value with the new Apex. So I think that it is, you make a separate macro, which I'm going to make soon, probably today. So I have it for tomorrow, so that you can activate Apex and maul when you need to. You should make a separate button for that, but otherwise you macro Iron Fur. True extrovert to an introvert. Dumbass. My kids, a great relationship with their ex-wife. I see no one. I I'm not lonely, but I'm not lonely because I have stream, to be honest with you. Oh, this is a 10-minute event. Oh, okay. Any idea why the Wowhead still recommends using Maul a lot more? Because I know who runs them. I know who makes them, Eddington. The problem with Wowhead posts, no flame to them, I know, but basically they're based almost always off of sims. It depends on the spec and it depends on what class. Some people are not like this. But most of the time it's based off of sims. The robot says mathematically this is the best, most optimal situation. And then the guide is often written with that in mind. Sometimes it is based exclusively off of the robot telling you what to do. Sometimes it is loosely based off of the thing. Sometimes it is not that, for example, based off of it. It depends, because different class writers are not all written by the same person. But if you write based off of what the robot tells you, for tanks in particular, you are almost certainly wrong. Because tanking and being successful in a Mythic Plus environment is more often than not having the ability to adapt to the situation. And many times, as an example, the sim will tell you that you never press Iron Fur. Or you can say that, hey, I'm going to press one Iron Fur. But it just doesn't account for all of the different factors, like your gather, like how much time you have to do this or how much time you have to do that. How quickly do you get to the pole? How do you pace the dungeon? Keep in mind that last season, according to Sims, the BiS trinket was Puzzle Box. And then there are people who defend that by saying, but it is. But it wasn't. Very few high bears played Puzzle Box, especially pre-Apex, because it doesn't make sense to have to add a 2-second cast time to your gather in Mythic Plus. Even if you do more damage, you are trolling your team with aggro, because threat is more important, as an example. So if I have to gather the first will of Algothar Academy and hit Puzzle Box, then my team has to wait 2 seconds. Now, technically, you could do that, but it's not practical. Does that make sense? They're not based off of reality. They're very much based off of a theoretical situation that probably isn't going to happen. So currently, Maul is that theoretical situation. It takes a global, assuming you never, ever, ever miss. It might be 2% ahead, but it might also take 20% more damage. And you're like, is that worth it? Well, the theoretical situation maybe, but the problem is that actually Maul takes a global, and you can't macro Iron Fur. So assuming you play like a robot that might be with this talent, trust me, you're not pressing it right now. Maybe in some niche single target situations, which are still valid. But it's the idea of playing Raze, I don't think you're going to. It doesn't make sense. There are many, many reasons for that. But the primary one is that your damage breakdown, I just don't even think that the Sims have accounted for it properly somehow. Like, I actually don't understand where the Sims are coming from at the moment, though. What happens if one is already active? You need to wait for it, taters. If you have one active, there one can't spawn, but you can only have one bear doing the thing. Even if, basically, I think there was a bug on PTR where you could have two, but only one did damage. So basically, if a Apex procs before you force proc it, then you wait. Then you maintain uptime by waiting 8 seconds and doing it again. Then you do not proc. Oh, I did it. The temple incursion is finally over. So currently, if you play Druid of the Claw, then it just doesn't make sense to factor in a global to your rotation. That's not the right way to say that, within context of what we just talked about. Be wary of tank guides on Wowhead for almost every tank spec. There are oftentimes very strange recommendations, among other things. It's not just the talents, it's also sometimes... It's just based off of theoreticals. Some guide writers do not play PTR. I would say many. They get paid to write an article, which good for them, not judging. I'm trying to say this in a very non-judgmental way because I'm not trying to throw flame at anybody. I'm just saying many times the people who write the articles on those websites, I cannot in good faith recommend that all people use them as a resource. I would feel uncomfortable telling you that you definitely should do that. Does that make sense? If I was going to point you to the resources of where to learn, I do not think I would point you to Wowhead. I believe. I don't think I'm going to the right area. Where is this ancient foe? Was it here? Oh, please get there. This is my last thing I gotta do. I would point you to someone's Discord. Like, if you wanted to learn Blood DK, I would not point you to the Blood DK Discord. I would not point you to the Wowhead article for Blood DK. I would point you to Kyrasis' Discord. If you wanted to learn Hunter, I would tell you to check in with Azertharian or with Banshers. If you wanted to learn Brewmaster, I would say, I don't know who writes the current Brewmaster guide for Wowhead, but I would probably just tell you, hey, find Shaw. Like, go to Shaw's YouTube channel, go to his stream, ask him questions. That would be most likely the best advice. Please tell me I'm not actually going to miss this. I don't know how to get there in time. No, they're killing him. They're killing him. I went to the wrong flight post. Oh, no. Oh, he's dying. He's dying. All right, I got to get there. 110 mil. From a DPS standpoint. Basically, don't greed damage as a tank. Do not greed damage as a tank, number one. Number two, if you do, there are some builds that do plenty of damage, but also plenty of survivability, but also do what the tank needs to do, as in threat, positional, etc., etc. Movement speed. I'm not saying that proper, but I'm a little distracted right now. I gotta live. I gotta get there. I don't do this again. Nice. Oh, really? Okay, it's okay. I got here anyways. I was worried that this was gonna die in like 2 seconds. This guy seems like he's actually kind of like a world boss-ish. So, anyways, that is my conversation about that. I have a video coming out tonight about hopefully explaining from this point, if you want to learn something in World of Warcraft, where do you go learn it? It has a sponsored element to it. The sponsor is actually really cool. I don't mind sponsoring them. I feel kind of bad. I don't actually feel bad because I'm getting paid for it, which is cool. But I feel kind of bad for putting a sponsorship in a video that is meant to help people. But I basically wanted to give an update on where and how to learn these resources and just general tips and tricks. I didn't want to make the video an hour long, so I kept it kind of brief. But it's just an update because over the next week, I am going to have a lot of content on my channel, and I just wanted to give people kind of a heads up on why you're going to see some stuff. Because you're going to be confused otherwise. You're going to be like, yo, why are you posting like a Boomkin guide? And it's like, uh-huh. But yeah, I don't know. And like some of the recommendations are also just a little bit off because many of the people who write the guides also only do +10s. Just clarify. Like many times people are also due, like the people who write the guides oftentimes are actually doing +10s. Not always, sometimes. There are 40 specs in WoW. There are many different guide writers. I'm not going to call anybody out because there are many of them are excellent at the game. Some of them do it for the money. Some of them do it for the passion. Some of them do it because, et cetera, et cetera. It's impossible to quantify and generalize. But I would just be cautious about that. It's become... There's money involved in it. There's a lot of other things involved in... It's almost like drama about who gets to do it. But I also can tell you, though, the one thing I'll say is this, right? Yes, if Azertharian is writing it, I feel like, yes. I actually have myself Vinarl. There's a Hunter guide I have with Banshers coming out. That guide is fucking perfect. Maybe Azertharian watches it and goes like, oh, but you're not min-maxing. It's like, but if people just did if a Hunter player watched this guide, they would do so much more damage because it's perfect. It's exactly what people need. And then if you want to learn more, guess what? Great. Go to his Discord then. Excellent. All right, I finally did it. I've got both of these done. This is the 2 weeklies. I think I got the this one done, and then this one counts as this is like the map plus the shard. The shard? Where's the shard? What is this anyways? What do I have to do for this anyways? What is this? Wait, what's this one? What's out there? Wait, is this not the spark? Did I do all of this and it doesn't matter? Oh, it's this one. Oh, thank God. I was gonna cry. It depends if it's for Raider Mythic Plus. Also true, yeah. How is Shadow Priest? Cooper. Interesting you ask. I have had an interesting opportunity. Cooper, you like Shadow Priest? Are any Shadow Priest enjoyers in stream right now? Any Shadow Priest enjoyers here? Because it just so happens that I got to talk to the #1 ranked Shadow Priest on North American Realms. Interesting feller. He's actually really nice. I thought he was funny. I liked him, by the way. I did a whole ass podcast episode with him. Like this Saturday, the podcast is with Loyal X Dice. But if you don't know who that is, he's an interesting guy. I will tell you for a fact. I thought he was funny. I will clarify. But I don't know if you know who Loyal X Dice is. I gotta clean out my bags. Honestly, something I should do before the next season is just look and clean out some bag stuff because they don't need this though. You want to try it this season? Well, I will have. Congratulations. I will have the #1. He's a Shadow Priest. You know what, Sam? That's an excellent way to put it. I liked him. He seemed like a really nice guy, and I wouldn't mind like chatting with him. But he did start the podcast in the most awkward way. And apparently he did this when he went into Now's stream too. Like it was one thing to do with me, but then apparently Now called him for Shadow Priest on his official tier list, and he did the same exact thing. And honestly, I admire it. I do. I admire the confidence and the consistency. But imagine that Now, like imagine you're a new content creator. You're very good at your spec, and Now calls you, like literally the Now, right? Now basically calls you up. And you have an opportunity to be on Now's stream, Now's video as a representative of your spec. How do you start that conversation? What's the first thing you would say in that situation? You know what I mean? Oh, what's up, the Foxy Faye? Yo, hi, Faye. How are you going? Oh, I have the Pikachu hat on right now. I promise you there's context. I don't know what it is. You've come at the perfect time. We were just chatting. And hello. What's up? No, we can't start conversations with sup bitches. They don't know that. That's an inside thing, Eerie Root. Yeah, no, we can do that for us. In my stream, the best way to start a conversation is, what's up, bitch? But you can't say that to other people. And there's context for that. There's a real reason. You got to understand there's context. You can't just start a conversation with other people, with new people like that. You can't do that. You have to be, no. But yeah, but there's a reason for it. I want to explain the reason. I'm passionate about the reason. There's like an actual genuine story here that I would love to explain. But yeah, we have to be, we're going to have to make some ground rules for this. Are you excited for season 2, Miss Faye? I am excited. And thank you for coming to say hi. I have just done this. I've been working so hard on videos and updating my Discord and stuff that I have not had the opportunity to complete weekly activities. So I'm just doing it very quickly. I love watching my... Thank you. I've been kind of honored recently to be able to make so many of them. And I got my first YouTube sponsor yesterday. I have my second one today, and that's it. I don't have any more in August. But, you know, moving up in the world a little bit is pretty cool. It is a unique opportunity for sure. That's very cool. Thank you. Social interactions are hard. They're hard if you put yourself in the wrong scenario, because I'm a big believer that hopefully people like you for you. In your real life or even in your game, Eerie, I hope that people enjoy you for you, because that's what matters. At the end of the day, masking and being somebody that you're not is no fun. And one of the things about this, though, is that many people would say that and listen to that and be like, I agree completely. But then they're going to put themselves in situations where people are most likely not going to value you for you. And what I mean by this is that if I wanted to, for example, perform a little bit of a horizontal mumbo jumbo with people, then I would not go to a regular ass bar to try to flirt with individuals. And the reason is because I'm weird. I don't want to have to be like a normal person. A much better place would be like Comic-Con or Dungeons and Dragons meetup or Magic the Gathering tournaments, or, you got to find your people, the people who will appreciate you for you, because those people exist. And I don't know if you've ever had a friendship or a relationship where the truth is they wanted you to be somebody that you weren't. And it's painful. And it makes you question whether or not you should continue living your life the way you do. And the truth is you got to put yourself in the right scenarios to be wanted and desired, if that makes sense. I haven't done anything the last 6 days. What do I have to do to catch up on EU? Mythic Zeros, probably, to just get your vault. I would do delves. Marius' fastest one is just go to the new zone, spam that delve, get your vault slots to try to get tier. That's the best thing you could do. Hoxton, thanks for your content and dedication. Thank you. I was going to play VDH this season. After watching your bear guide, I think I'm going to stick with my bear. It's going to be good. I'm actually worried bear gets nerfed, to be fair, right now, though. That's awesome, Erie. I know you do. Just tier 7. I think I did tier 8, actually. I thought it was tier 8. As long as you fill your vault, doesn't matter. You just need a tier slot. As far as I know, the catalyst still works exactly the same way. Foxy Faye, I'm sure you have to go soon. But out of curiosity, what's your goal for season 2? If you could give me a single one-liner, what's your goal for season 2? And if you gotta go, you gotta go. Title and CE, the 0.1% or 1% title? I gotta figure out what items I'm actually selling here. I gotta clean out my bags, but some of this stuff is... Do I need any 253 items? Maybe I save them just in case. I'm a hoarder on these. Weekly quest for 1 temple? I have no idea. I have actually been so out of the loop for open world content, though. The better one. Gotcha. Good luck. Do you have people to play with? I seriously think that if you really want, like, 0.1%, the only thing that matters is your network. You have to be good enough, of course. You can improve, but I feel like you gotta have consistency with people. Nice. Who are you playing with? Critical strike haste. I don't think any gear really matters at this point, so I can just sell it. Stats optimization doesn't matter. That's okay. We just do this. Something in the Vault of Ulatek. I've been meaning to clean out my bags. Oh, but I was talking right before you got here. I'm glad you have a team. Awesome. I hope you have a good time. I have been so focused on trying to update my Discord with helpful resources that I have not focused so much on other things right now, though. What's up, Geji? Have I got the 1% mount? No, the 1% mount takes a while. Sorry. I missed your YouTube comment there, Geji. The 1% mount takes a fair bit. It'll take another week or two, but I don't know how fast. Normally, it takes longer. Can you give me a few hits on what to do today? You have 1 day. Best thing you can do is unlock as many vault slots as you can, not because you're going to get an item you love, but because you want tier. If you unlock the second you get 4 set at any item level, including looking for raid, then all you need to do from that point is you'll start dropping catalyst charges in the actual keys that you do. Then you'll guarantee heroic minimum 4 set. But you need to get 4 set as fast as possible. And because of the way the catalyst works, if you drop 2 pieces, 1 in your vault, 1 in raid, next week, you get 4 set next week. Otherwise, you have to wait an extra week. And it could take a second. I think I should save the bind on equip stuff. This is a chess piece there. Puzzle box 266. We don't need. I mean, we could save this in case I craft it. Yeah, you know what? Trying a balanced druid. Oh, you know, I have a balanced druid guide coming out with the best balanced druid on NA Realms. I've got DeWilks made a balanced druid guide with me, and this upcoming week on my YouTube, I'm just going to be posting a lot of guides for specs that I am hopefully going to be able to help people with. Very exciting. I'm playing Disc for Raid this season, and I'm lighting up as many candles as I can. Drop a tier. Yeah. I think that if you really want to make sure you get 4-piece next week, there is something degenerate you can do. It's just whether or not you want to do it. I might have to make like a normal raid, and then you just don't invite any other leather people, and maybe you get a normal tier piece, and that might call it. That's how you do it, probably. So spraying for either unholy DK bug fixes. Well, I asked this morning one of the best Frost DKs ever to make a Frosty Cake guide with me. And then Obly said Unholy, yo, no problem. Have a great night, Foxy. Thanks for coming to say hi. Okay, as long as I get 1 spark this week, I basically don't need much else. Keep some items here. The bottom row from the vault can't generate tier pieces. You mean the delves? I do not know that confirmation. As far as I know, Taters, they can. In the first week. I'm pretty sure it can. It can. Unless something has changed and I'm not aware of it. Which is possible. Okay, we don't need any of these trinkets anymore. Oh, these are bind on equip. For some of my ults, I might as well keep some of these stuff. I sold it, so it's bind on equip now. At what point would you place your old tier set? Only in raid. I mean, we don't even use 4 set right now in keys. The 4 set currently does not help us in keys. So basically later. Not soon. Enchant ring. We'll keep this ring enchant. We'll keep this here. We need to keep some of this stuff for now. What is this? You need 2-piece when you start to swap for most classes. Oh yeah, that depends on each individual class, and I can't answer that for like every class. That depends heavily on each class you play. Yeah, that depends. That depends. Like a Gravestorm of the Silver Moon. Okay. I have so much random stuff in my bags. Do I speak Thai? Are you Thai? Kadi, are you Thai? Wait a second. Ben kon Thai mai? A little bit. I'm not very good at Thai. I assumed? Yeah, sim if you can. I mean, unfortunately, technically speaking, yes, that's the right answer. I just don't like that answer. But yes, technically speaking, you would sim. Or just ask your class representative, which also works. Whoever you trust for your class, that I can, like, if you ask me specifically for something I play, I can tell you. Otherwise, I can't really tell you. How hard is it to live there without it? Not hard at all. You don't need Thai to live here. Kind of a misconception, actually. Do you get tongue-tied? Well played. You do not need to learn Thai to live in Thailand. It is a very, very extremely friendly place to live without speaking the local language. Don't need this. Okay. What am I going to do with these void shards? I don't know what to do with this. I realize I have these in my bag. Okay, this is a lot cleaner now. This is much better, though. Think about retiring there. It's worth it. I mean, you can always come travel first, right? You should check out the country and see, but it's much easier than people think it is. And in my opinion, it's very worth it. I'm biased, though. I've lived here for like 8.5 years now. So, I'm obviously biased. Listen, I wish I crafted a Guardian to start. I have a plan for it. There's technically long-term power and short-term power, Taters. If you technically only cared about long-term power, you would not craft a weapon. But most likely next week you craft a weapon. The answer is you probably craft a weapon knowing that maybe the next week you could replace that weapon. But, weapon. Why did I move here? Yeah, I was thinking I should move. I should do this right now as well. That's what I was going to do. I was just cleaning out my bags real quick. I don't know what these do, but all right. Fair enough. Much cleaner. Much better. What's this? What did I do? Well, I just got something. Okay, champion gloves. What to do with this? Depends how hard rule tech is. Also true. But the idea is craft a weapon. Probably. Yeah, let me use my delve map, and then I just got to go do a tier 8 plus. Crafting here up and early last season either. You should just do it. For 3 years, Southeast Asia is beautiful. It is. It absolutely is. Mm-hmm. A stoned otter. What a name. What a name. Thailand is almost hard to quantify. I mean, Thailand is such... I think if you've never been to Southeast Asia, it's almost hard to describe what Southeast Asia is like to people because people have all these preconceptions about it, right? But a lot of it is wrong. You need to wait on weapon on your arms warrior. So the problem with weapon is eventually you replace it with the Ulatek weapon, but you don't know when you're going to get this. So as a Guardian Druid, basically, depends on what class you play. But for Guardian Druid, I don't know when I'm going to get this weapon. It might be a week from now. It might be 4 weeks from now. It's complete RNG. Craft a weapon. Thank you for your content. You're welcome. I'm excited to make more. I've got a video tonight. I didn't mean to be too cocky in it, but at the end, I was like, if you think this is, I was excited. One hand is safe to craft a weapon. One-handers are basically, I would say the thing is that you have 4 sparks next week. And if you're going to craft a weapon, you might as well do it next week for power. You don't know. Weapon is your biggest upgrade. You can craft it on Myth. If you end up bonus rolling the weapon, you waste 20 crests. It delays you by like half a week. It's not the end of the world. I've accepted that the loss for doing it is all right. Okay, hold up. There's a quest I'm supposed to turn in like right here. From whence it came. This guy? This guy. This guy? I'm walking in circles. Where is this? What? Where is this quest? It says that it's right here. I'm lost. I will craft a weapon. I want to do keys next week. Wait, up? Below? The Ghost Man. This one? Oh, it's just his other thing. That's lame. Okay, got it. Perfect. Let me go do a delve with this map, see what I get for what it's worth. Doesn't matter too much, but I might as well. You probably don't have more info. Is there a blue post confirm that bonus roll loot pools are shared between specs until you finish one of the pools? Should be. It was like that last season. But the main thing is that honestly what they need to do, and I'm concerned, if they don't do this, it's a weird season. They just need to make it so that whatever you take out of your vault actually contributes to bonus rolls. Okay, so I need to leave the zone. I'm going here. I know. Where's the how do I get out back to the coiled isle? Where is the exit to the zone? The coiled isle, right there. I can do this. I've got this. They really need to do that. If they don't do that, it's a very strange season. Wait, I'm being added in Discord. What's this? I've been added. Dude, no. Either this person, no. I'm not gonna ban them, but it's weird. Hearthstone? I didn't set my Hearthstone. All right, Flight Path is probably the best one. I'm going to go Flight Path. That's a good one. Well, let's do a quick delve. And then I mostly have everything that I wanted to do. Argentina? I don't think I ever got that. All right, I got this. Bam. Yeah. You want to make sure that you have your loot spec planned a little bit. I'm glad that people like my videos. I feel like I'm starting to understand what I even want to do with the channel. I was a little bit. I've been mostly making videos just whatever I want to make. I haven't really had a goal for a while. And I'm excited to have a goal. I get ignited by a project, like a passion project. If I'm kind of aimless, then my brain just goes, and I'm just like doing whatever. But now I have this really strong idea. Where am I from originally, Dexter? I'm from the U.S. I grew up in the U.S. I grew up all over the U.S. A few years in Colorado, a few years in Ohio, a year in Connecticut, mostly in L.A., and when I moved to Thailand, I didn't plan to move here at all. You asked me why I moved here. The culture and the people, they cared about me in a way that I was not used to. In America, people care mostly about how much money you make or what you're going to do for work because everybody's sort of stressed depending on where you are. But if I went to high school in LA and I found that basically most people were incredibly stressed all the time. In many ways, it was so much about just trying to pay rent and afford food. And basically, it was like, hey, I'm going to ask you, when I meet you, I say, hey, what's your name? You say, the Foxy Faye. I say, oh, great, nice to meet you. What do you do for work? Second question is always just right there. In Thailand, people genuinely never asked me. Like, no one cared how much money I made or what I did for work or what they were just like, what's up? It's a completely different mindset. I really valued that. I thought that was interesting. It was different than where I was. The culture here, the country, the people, it's interesting. No. Thai people are super honest, Mez. It is not a culture of faux niceness. In fact, Thai people are quite honest. There's a level of respect, but the respect is not hardcore in terms of like, you have to be this way. It's actually the most expressive place I've ever been. I have never felt more comfortable being myself than being in Thailand. This is the most comfortable you will ever feel, basically. Oh, it's a different delve today. Oh, this was not the one yesterday. I thought this one was fast. Sorry, what do I have to do here? Yeah. So I've never been to Japan, but from what I know about Japan, that culture is more strict, but people are also stressed because of how strict it is. Thailand is like, if I walked outside with this Pikachu hat right now, nobody would care. If anything, people would smile and just be like, that's sweet. Nobody cares. You can just basically be yourself here. It's really nice. But Thai people, if you want to shop, if you, for example, are a plus size individual and you want to shop in Thailand, you are basically, the store is called I really like food. And that's the store. Like, they have a sense of humor about that type of thing. They don't have the faux niceness. They're very much just like big people here. And it's not insulting. It's just, there are literally shops where you just go, chubby people shop here. This is basically like that. They're not shy about that type of thing. And it can be very affronting, actually, to people who are not used to that. I think that Thai people are just honest. And I appreciate that honesty. It's a communication style that I can get behind. Because it's not meant to be malicious or harmful. It's just, you will actually, a Thai person will basically just be like, why are you fat? And you're like, whoa, you're not allowed to say that. And they're like, why not? Like, it does happen. Does that make sense? Like, it's a very different environment than many other places. I appreciate that honesty. All right, so one more of these packs. This one? Yeah, it's really cool. I think I'd love that honesty. Yeah. And also, I've never had an easier time making friends. Now, granted, my experience here is being here as a foreigner, which I think is fair to mention, right? The experience of being an actual Thai person living here is a little different. But this is the only place I've ever felt at home. I appreciate how there's a sense it means something to be Thai. What's up, Velanito? Long time no see. What's up? I haven't seen you in a while. How are you? The idea is, though, I feel like it means something to be Thai. There's a sense of identity with what that means. And I didn't find that in America. In America, it's very much, there are all these different perspectives, all these different camps, and it's unlikely that you're going to meet somebody who has a similar perspective. Well, sorry, no. I didn't mean that like that. That's the wrong way to say it. There are arguments about what it means. Oh, this guy's not the actual end boss. Kind of falling apart. You're not crazy. What does that mean to you, Velanito? So if you've been diagnosed with this, what does that mean to you? It just means I'm not special in a good way. Just the sick ways, you think so? What if I told you that I have bipolar? I was diagnosed with bipolar type 1 when I was 6. Actually. Very early. Does that make me Sick in a bad way. I've always been different. I'm definitely special. Why do you think that makes you sick in a bad way? It's a big diagnosis. It's a big thing. I understand that it's a big thing. But this diagnosis, it doesn't have to define you. If anything, it should give you a lot of clarity and help you understand. It's like, oh, that makes so much sense, because there are these cycles and these phases that I go through. This makes a lot of sense. And I understand now that this should actually it should empower you to understand what you can do from the situation. Getting diagnosed with something is helpful. I took meds for a long time. I took lithium for 17 years. And I got off when I was 23. It was a crazy withdrawal process. I was on from 6 to 23. I took a lot of lithium. I don't take meds anymore. I have found other ways to manage it, but I also view it as a very positive part of my personality. I'm not boring, and it does not run my life. I have ups and downs. Every few months, sometimes things feel like they fall apart. But it has also enabled me to live in a very unique way. And how do you manage it? Well, there's no magic answer that I can give you. I think this is going to sound like this is an ideal. It's not something that will necessarily help you today. But if I remember correctly, you're not that old. You do, in fact, have a fair life ahead of you. I think that what matters is, yeah, that's not that old. Knowing this about yourself. Who do you want to be? If I asked you that, would you know how to answer it? If I asked you, Valenita, who do you want to be? Would you have an answer for me? What do you value enough? You want to be yourself. What does yourself mean? All that you got just now is clarity on what that means. Now you know more. And that clarity can help you be yourself. I think that honestly I managed it mostly by figuring out there are things that are so much more important to me than whatever my medical file says. I'm not sick. I've got all these things that are wrong with me. They're just facets to my personality. Look, Valenita, I've got a connective tissue disorder. It's called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. Watch this. Look at my thumbs. Look, ready for this? You seen the camera? Look at this. Wow. My body is weird. I have faulty connective tissue. I'm not sick, though. It's just a part of me. Yeah, I can dislocate and pop out almost any joint in my body at any point. But I'm not sick. My body just works a little differently than yours. For a long time, I thought I was sick. And that kept me in a cycle of, well, misery. I was not a very happy individual. These things, when you go through the medical system and get diagnosed, they offer clarity. They give you a framework to understand all the things that you've been feeling for 29 years. There's nothing wrong with that. You're just you. The question is, what would enable you to live your life as you? That makes sense. It's a pretty, and you know, Velenito, it's a very normal and understandable reaction to getting diagnosed with something like bipolar, or when people find out that they have autism, or many things. It's a rush of emotion because it's a lot. But these things, they don't define you. They're just parts of you, and now it has a name. That's all. It's always been there. It doesn't change anything. You just have a name for it now. That's pretty cool, right? Better that than not having a name for it. But you know, it's pretty normal to go through the process here and think, well, what does it mean? Maybe you go to the forums or the pages. Don't do that. If you go to the forums, you'll find a lot of people who are very angry. You're not sick. And what you're feeling, I don't want to take it from you, but it's probably way more common than you think. Have a great day, ladies Lexa. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, you're welcome. I didn't understand the thing with the fingers. What is it? I can do it too. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you have a condition, but it does mean that at least your fingers are hypermobile. There's the hypermobility spectrum disorders, and there's actual connective tissue disorders that are genetic. You can be on the spectrum of hypermobility. Some people, for example, just have double jointed elbows, right? Like, for example, some people have just very weird elbows or a weird knee or like a shoulder, and that happens, by the way. So it might just be that your fingers are, in fact, double jointed. But if you have other symptoms that overlap with this, it can be worth going ahead and actually getting it checked out, because there, again, you might just get clarity on many of the things. Like if you have any sort of hormonal problems, digestive distress, any sort of stomach issues, if you have unexplained pain, or if you're on the, anxiety, autism spectrum, somewhere in there, the comorbidity rate of somebody with a hypermobility spectrum disorder and somebody with a autism diagnosis or an ADHD diagnosis is incredibly high. So there are other factors that basically determine whether or not you get diagnosed. There is a score that you can look up. It's called the BiS scale, worth looking up. It is not exactly the best test, but it is what a lot of rheumatologists and geneticists would use. So you can look that up. It's called the BiS, B-E-I. Look at this up, Wacko, if you want. And just see if you're like, there's 9 points that you score on, and see if you can do all those things. If you can do all of those things, if you score like an 8 out of 10 on that, it's pretty likely that something's going on. Not the gold, it's not like a perfect measure, but I'll type it to you. Called the BiS scale. Yeah. I believe I spelled that right. But yeah. Some people just have weird fingers. For me, it was actually, the reason I got diagnosed with this is because my stomach shut down. It actually affects my stomach more than anything else. That's the main thing that it affects, is my digestion, my stomach. I have to eat weird. And it's pretty much the only thing that ever actually helped me and genuinely improved my symptoms as well. I would agree with you though, Erie. Specifically, and I will call this out. Normally, I don't like to start drama. I'm not really a drama sort of person, but if you really did want to see a classic case of illness, you could go to the Reslo Druid Discord. If you spend like maybe 5 minutes in there, it's kind of one of those. It's like watching Love Island, and you just become very appreciative of your health, your sanity, your life. It's like a reminder that things could always be worse. All right, I'm supposed to do one more of these basically, and then I think I actually get this, which I should have done earlier, and then I will be actually set up, and I would have completed everything I need to do for next week. Exciting. What's up, Bambi? Hey, Arenkoi. Arenkoi, what are you playing for Season 2? I'm 29, Marius, you said, and you got diagnosed autism this year. It's more of a relief. It's a relief. It's also overwhelming, though. I think it depends on where you're at. Many times, I had a friend. Actually, should check in with her. I think I might have forgotten to respond to this Discord message now that I think about it. Somebody who used to hang out on stream a lot. She was diagnosed at some point with autism, and it rocked her world. And it is like, wow, is this what's going on with me? And it can be so overwhelming. I wish that when they diagnose you with something like this, they also have this conversation of like, and that's okay, no problem. But sometimes doctors don't have that perspective, and they in fact go, problem. And you're like, wait, there's a problem? And they're like, yeah, you're fucked up. And you go, wow, really? And they go, it's not looking good for you. And you go, shit, is it over? And they're like, you might as well. I mean, it's just, here's what's up. This is basically, there's nothing you can do about this. And it's like, wow, that's tough. But in fact, it is not over. And it is just, it's opening doors, not closing them. Getting clarity on your life is something that is good, not bad. Hey, do I get the same amounts of these Fading Void Whispers from a tier 1 delve instead of a tier 8 delve? Can I do a tier 1 delve by chance? Mage Beldon. I'm assuming you play Mage. I'm gonna wing it. I'm gonna guess that you're gonna play Mage next season. Perhaps you can explain to me why Arcane Mage is the best spec in keys, but somehow not doing well in raid. The scariest part when the brain starts saying to you that you're weird and whatnot. Well, you are weird, but there's nothing wrong with that. Like, oh, thank God you're weird, because normal is hella boring. Imagine not being weird. Imagine being normal. Oof. That sounds terrible. I think about how lackluster my life would be. Oof. Big oof. Yeah. I don't want to be normal. But I can only say that because I've had some level of success. Like, I like who I am today, for what it's worth, right? Yeah, I don't think that people realize how absolutely metrically amazingly boring this world would be if everybody was the same. The fact that there is an infinite variety is the best thing. Like, there are people who love arguing and really believe that they're right, but if everybody was like them, then they would have no one to argue with, and they would be super frustrated about this. Who should you talk to if you think you may have autism? Do you have a doctor, Biddy? It's a pretty... I guess it depends on what country you're in, but for the most part, it's a fairly well understood diagnostic criteria now. You would talk to your doctor, and they would send you to a specialist. Yeah, just mention it to your doctor if you'd like. And don't take an online test. Doesn't really help you that much. There's basically you talk to your doctor, and then the doctor will send you to a specialist. They'll do a test, and that's it. And the test is it's objective, but it's also, it kind of depends on the doctor. It's a little bit of, different doctors will have different opinions sometimes. That's all. Test is not complicated. They don't do a blood test. It's not like that. You just have to, it's like a questionnaire. It's not too bad. We're all the same. Some people just hide more of themselves. I don't agree with that, Pants. I would say that I think that there's an infinite variety of people. I don't think we're all the same. I don't think that fundamentally anybody is terribly malicious. Maybe sub 0.1% of the population. I think that we have lived unique lives. I don't think that we are all the same. I have lived in too many countries and been to too many places to tell you that everybody is the same. If you ever got the opportunity to live in a country that is not your own, like you can move to Thailand, you might check that theory. Because fundamentally, it ain't the same. It's not. I disagree. You should see the fact that Kitty can just go catch a frog from outside and cook the frog and eat the frog. If I did that, I would be in the hospital. I literally and physically cannot digest the frog. Not like there's a cure for it. I think Maclet, I think that a lot of people want clarity. There's nothing wrong with wanting clarity. I was doing this on tier 8. I didn't even need to. There's nothing wrong with wanting clarity. It's not that there's a cure. It's just, it's nice to get clarity. It's nice to know what's going on. I think it's awesome to know what's going on. All right, now that I have finished my druid and I am actually up to date with what I need to do, I can focus. Next week, it's keys, and I can focus on keeping the Discord updated, which is awesome. I will actually have the time because I've done everything today. And I'm kind of glad I did, because that would have been really annoying to do next week. Next week is just keys. Exciting. Exciting. I will be playing Guardian Druid this season. I hope that they don't nerf Guardian Druid. That should be, I should have 1, 2, 3 sparks now, basically. Or sorry, I should have 2 sparks right now, and then the next one is next week. And Tenkai? Everyone is the same. I don't know about that. All humans want the same thing? Might agree with that. Tank sims are always deceptive? Oh, very much. 100%. Can you really farm the world boss? It was only one time. I have no idea. I don't think I did the world boss. Was I supposed to do that? I didn't level up my Valera or anything like this. I got a late ADHD diagnosis that helped me in a way that I could see things making sense. Yeah, you know, life is already hard enough to deal with when you aren't overwhelmed by chaos. If you're also confused about where you're at, then it's really confusing. If you can solve that chaos, you're in a much better, it's easier to realize how to navigate your situation when it's not fully chaotic. Yeah, I'll go for it next week. I'll get it because of the crest advantage, but I'm not that worried about it. I think as a tank, it won't be that hard, probably. We'll see. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. And then you get this quest, right? So wait, so you don't turn this one in until next week. Or I don't know. They'll just give me 2 quests next week. I think I'm good. I think I'm done. I think I've got everything I need to do. Now, I'm going to upload a YouTube video either early or late tonight. I haven't decided. Probably early. But it's basically going to be... Oh, shit, it's already 7. Goddamn. Man, I get so distracted on stream. It's unbelievable. The Discord is going to be... I don't think so. I think you just get... I think the whole thing was that you're just going to get 2 sparks next week. Don't worry. Everyone's saying it's target 5 between the... Oh, don't worry about that. Yeah. I have 2 sparks. I got it, Sam. I did it. I did the work. You can't. I can't. No one can tell me I'm not devoted. I did the work. I have 2 sparks in my bags right now. I'm good to go. I get them next week. I basically just log in. I've got... this is what I've done. My whole thing, I've got all Mythic Zeros done. I've got all these delve slots filled out. Maximal chance at tier. My character is set up. I'm ready. I've done my routes. I've set up my Discord. I've got some guides to post. I got to make some thumbnails, but otherwise, I'm good to go. I know what I'm posting the next few days. I can log on. I can do some keys. My bags are relatively clean. They're not perfect, but oh my. I did good. I basically, no, to be fair, I was productive today. I didn't yap as much. I think I did pretty good. I can upgrade some stuff with some crests, but I'll just do it next week. I'm not that worried about it. I've got my heroic piece from the map delve thing. It's a bracer. It's all right. Yep. I'm fully prepared. I've done as much as I can do to basically prepare myself for the upcoming events. Yep. We'll put some of this in here. I'm good to go. I think I'm ready for the season. Oh, you know what I should do? Oh, this is actually a great idea. You should probably buy flasks right now. I bet you flasks are here. Did you see the huge bear buff? What? What huge bear buff? Epsilon, what huge bear buff? What do you mean? Oh, yeah, I did see that. Okay, that was hilarious. I did see that post. I was like, please, no, they're going to nerf it again. Oh, yeah, that was awesome. I did see that. I actually screenshot that earlier. Yeah. Yeah, you can now, that's a big Guardian Druid buff. That's right. In Den of Nalarak, you can now pick up the thing because you don't have opposable thumbs. It's fine. There's no new flasks. I think flasks are still the same, but I think they'll go up in price probably. So whatever, I'm going to buy rank 2 flasks. I don't use rank 3. I probably want crit, and let's do that. Probably worth it to stock up on flasks and stuff right now because I bet you they'll go up. Maybe not that much, but they'll probably go up a little bit. I either want crit or verse. I think with where my gear, I mean, who knows? I'll probably just get crit. But let's just go ahead and buy 50 of these. We'll spend a little bit of gold. I think 50 will carry me through for a little bit. And then we can buy Light's Devotion, Light's Potential. These are still pretty cheap. I think you still use this probably. And even if not, I'll just buy 200. Probably, actually, let's buy 600 of these while they're cheap. They might go up. I don't know if somebody would actually be willing to buy 13,000 of them to inflate the market price, but hey, these are the main two things. Got the new health pot? No, haven't done that. It's so much more expensive. This is the concentrated one. What's the difference? I feel like I could wait for next week to buy some of these. The thing, oh, that's actually a pretty big difference between rank 5. Oh, I'm not buying the big ones. I'm kind of broke. I need to buy some WoW tokens. I need to buy some WoW tokens because in my dedication, by the way, here's the thing. Listen, you know how I told you I'm going to set up the Discord with all of the guides? In my dedication, mind you, I had to level the hunter so that I could make the guide with Banshers. I think, you know what, for all the people who are like, I appreciate your videos, Abu, thank you very much. I had to physically level a hunter to 90 so that I could copy the hunter to the PTR so that I could even make the guide with Banshers. Because they have the stupid thing where you still can't actually get a 90 character on PTR realms if you haven't leveled it yourself. And I have leveled almost everything. But at the start of this expansion, I didn't actually do everything. So there are a few specs that I'm going to have to go level just so that I can make a guide with people because that's something I'm now passionate about. God damn it, it's so annoying. I forgot I had the UI scale on. Look. So I had to, basically, if I want to, look at this, I'm going to have to level my priest to do this and my warlock. Both my priest and my warlock, I'm actually going to have to level this to 90 to make a warlock guide. God damn it. Oh my God. I'm going to have to actually level this character up and level the priest and then also the mage if I ever wanted to. Unbelievable. Why are you leveling? Gold. That's why I'm broke. That's the answer. I'm not going to lie. I've done 0 alt vaults, by the way. I should probably, like, if I actually cared on my alts, I would have to go do delves, at least for chance of tier. Thanks for working on the different character guides. It's not easy work. Thank you. I also have to take the time in the morning. But definitely is, you do what you have to do, Papa Slim. But also, going into the new tier, I want like 1 million gold in my bags to go into the new tier. And I probably have to buy a few tokens because you got to be ready to purchase the items that you need. Like, basically, like, you go into the new heroic raid tier and that tier piece drops and you want that tier piece, 200K. They say, 250. And somebody else offers them 300. You say 350. And they go, somebody's going 375 and you go 380. And they go, somebody going 395, you go 400. Somebody says 420, 500. 500? Going once? Going twice? 600K. Fuck. All right, 605K. Going once? Going twice? Sold. All right, bet. I get 605K for a tier piece. That's how it works. You just, you know what I mean? Like, you got to do what you got to do. For a tier piece and this trinket, there are two things I will buy. A tier piece and this trinket. In particular, this trinket right there. I'll buy that trinket. People are doing that in Heroic. They're lost. Nope, they are not lost. Because I know I will never get this on Mythic until XYZ. I will be using a Heroic trinket for a long time. So I am not lost. I have got a plan. I've got a specific plan. All right. I'm excited. The season starts tomorrow. Thank you all for the support. There is a video I am coming out tonight, unless you get very lucky on bonus rolls. That's also true. I have a video coming out tonight. It is a YouTube video. I am speaking from the heart in this. Should I catch up and just do Mythic Plus tomorrow? Which builds you? Go into the Discord. I got you. I got you. This is the whole point. I've got a YouTube video coming out tonight. It is just an honest, it's a genuinely honest thing. There is absolutely a sponsor in it. It is a cool sponsor. If you do not use Opera GX, it's actually a cool sponsor. Very cool sponsor. But yeah, everything in the Discord. I will show you. This is what I'm going to work on. I show you in the Discord. I'm upset that there's nothing in the game that does this, so I've got you. Here's what the plan is. I will show you real quick, okay? Before I end stream today. I've got the dungeon route set. Oh, shit, sorry. That was on somebody's DM. I actually just leaked a DM. Luckily, it's not an important DM, but I did actually just I linked this. My bad. You can't delete somebody. Somebody got hacked by the Mr. Beast thing. I got a DM earlier. I was added. Okay, luckily that wasn't a bad DM to leak. There's nothing sensitive there, but that was close. That was close. This is how it ends. This is how it ends. Okay. So if you check the Discord, this is what I just want to show you here. This is my goal to be Saga. If you check here, I'm going to double check that this is the right Discord now. Great. Holy shit. It's not loading properly. Okay. Take 3. I will leave you with this. Here. This is my Discord. You can chat, you can ask questions, but here's what it is. You go to Season 2, everything you need. The gearing info strategies of what I think you'll do and the guide that I made. But here's the most important thing. Anything you want to learn. Brewmaster Monk, here are 2 builds. This is what I still think is the better first Brewmaster build. It's not the necessarily most optimal one, but if you're learning how to play Brew, I would say that this is better, in my opinion. There's also a basic guide video that I made with Shaw, who is a fantastic Brewmaster, one of the best. And he made this video with me. And then you say, okay, but I want to get better at Brewmaster. Well, you could play this build. And on top of that, you can understand Brewmaster because we made a min-max guide. Yes, it is the same thumbnail. Do not judge me. But this is 2 separate videos. This is a 40-minute video about min-maxing and getting better at understanding your purifying brews and your this and your that. First basic guide, first here. A macro for your statue. I don't actually think that Brewmaster did not have a lot of macros. But the whole point is that this Discord will be updated with all the things that you want. You go to Prop Pally, here you go. You go to Prop Warrior, here you go. You go to Guardian Druid, here you go. That's the idea, yeah? That's the whole point of this. And then over this week, I'll post Hunter Guide. We have Devour Demon Hunter here. I've got the 2 DKs that I wanted to talk to you lined up. I've got DeWilkes with Boomy this week. I don't know what other, I can't post everything all the time. There's also dungeon routes that I made this morning for all weekly route variations. These are all going to be weekly routes except for Blinding Veil because this one I couldn't quite do. These are what I think you can use these for tomorrow. You just import this into MDT and you'll have routes for tomorrow. And then also if you ever want to share pictures of your pets because they're super cute, by all means, drop them in here. They're all right here. Everything I made today. It's just right here. You just find literally Season 2 dungeon routes. Go to Altar Fangs, Dendronalarak, whatever. These are not push routes. These are all the safe options of what I think that you can just use. I also think that if you did not watch the video yesterday, there is a hack for routing in the Platinator. If you understand a basic rule using this add-on Platinator, and you can import my Platinator here, then you will understand routing without having to actually look at MDT at all. Because if you just follow the basic rule, hey, do not pull more than 2 bright red mobs and 1 blue mob. you will almost certainly be right in the polls. Not the percentage, but the polls. It will actually tell you what poll to do. That's all you need to learn. Make sense? So all that information is there. I will continue working on that over the course of time. Now, let me go ahead and go take care of myself tonight. Yes, that's why I need to update that. I will update it soon. Let's go raid Earth. I see Earth on. I see Vive on. I see Earth on. We can go raid Earth. Thanks for hanging out. See you tomorrow. Come say hi, even though Liquid and Echo will be doing their race to world first. Invalid username. Oh, boy. All right, I'll try this. Bye, guys. Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong thing. Oh, my God, I keep doing this. Wait, stream ending. God damn it. All right, bet. I am so glad I checked, actually. Wait, stream ending. All right, bet. Next person on here. I see Vive on. I see Brutal Static on. I see Nethia on. I see a bunch of people. You know who's on right now? Lizzie. Lizzie's also on. I haven't rated her in forever. Or Katie. Katie's cool, too. There's a lot of cool people on. Fuck. All right, we're going to send you over here. Cool. I don't know. I like Vive stream. She nice. Adios. Okay, I must go. Bye-bye.